Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now, relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. I got home a little after 2 in the morning, still smelling like bleach and hospital air. The apartment was exactly the way I'd left it 12 hours earlier. 1-bedroom box in Columbus, Ohio. Beige walls, low ceilings, a view of the parking lot and the back of a Wendy's sign. The only light came from the street lamp outside, leaking in through the blinds and slicing the room into pale orange bars. The first thing I saw when I closed the door was the empty pizza box on the coffee table. I'd meant to throw it away before my shift, but the call volume had been heavy all week and I'd been too tired to care. The lid sagged open like a jaw, a congealed triangle of pepperoni still stuck to the cardboard. Beside it, a half-crushed can of cheap beer sweated onto a coaster. "Home sweet home," I muttered, toeing off my boots. The heater kicked on with a shudder, filling the apartment with that dull, dry hum I'd grown so used to, I only noticed it when it stopped. Somewhere beyond my walls, a TV was playing too loud. Some game show rerun with canned laughter that sounded thin and distant through the plaster. Pipes knocked once, then settled into a faint ticking. It was ordinary, boring, a postcard of Midwestern exhaustion, and somehow that made the silence in between each little sound feel even bigger. I shrugged out of my uniform jacket and tossed it over the back of the couch. The EMT patch caught the light for a second before it disappeared into shadow. Underneath, my t-shirt was stuck to my skin with cold sweat. My hands still smelled vaguely like antiseptic and latex gloves. On the way to the kitchen, I caught my reflection in the dark TV screen. 37, pale from fluorescent lights. Dark circles that no amount of sleep ever quite erased. My hair was a mess. I looked like someone who'd spent the last decade watching other people's worst nights, which, to be fair, I had. The fridge hummed when I opened it. A weak strip of light flicked on, illuminating half a bottle of ranch, a few sad apples, and 3 cans of IPA. I grabbed one, cracked it open, and listened to the hiss of carbonation. Tiny, sharp, familiar. In the corner of the living room, my podcast gear waited, like a dog that knew it wasn't getting walked tonight but hoped anyway. The mic on its stand, pop filter slightly crooked, audio interface with its little LEDs dark, a mess of cables coiled on the table. Behind them, my laptop sat half open, still on sleep mode, the Apple logo a ghostly smudge. I dropped onto the couch, the springs squeaking under my weight, and took a long drink. The beer was warm, but it did its job. The taste grounded me back in here, in Columbus, instead of on the sticky vinyl bench of the rig, where the last patient of the night had coughed pink foam onto my gloves and stared at me like I was the one turning out his lights. Pulmonary edema, fluid in the lungs. The phrase had been on my run sheet more times than I could count. You'd think that after years of blood, broken bones, and the sound of ribs cracking under my palms during chest compressions, I wouldn't be bothered by much anymore. That was the myth anyway, that you see it enough and you go numb. I wasn't numb. I just learned to put things in boxes. Work went in one box. Sirens, cheap coffee, the sour smell of vomit and fear. the metallic tang of blood in the back of my throat when a patient vomited while intubated, and the suction didn't catch it all. The wet crackle of a dying man's breath. The moment the ECG flatlined and everyone pretended not to look at the clock. Then there was the other box, the one I opened when I turned the mic on. In that box were other people's nightmares, true crime cases, urban legends with too many details to be completely fake. I took them apart with my EMT hands, held them up to the light, told them into the dark like bedtime stories for people who preferred not to sleep. So far, I'd managed to keep myself out of both boxes. I finished the beer, dropped the empty can back on the table, and reached for the laptop. The lid lifted with a faint creak. The screen woke, blindingly white for an instant, before my desktop blinked into view. The double still open, waveform from last week's episode frozen mid-sentence like a jagged black river. New tab. Muscle memory had my fingers hitting the keys before I really thought about it. Reddit. Late night friend of the catastrophically tired and mildly depressed. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just the usual. Weird news, morbid questions, a little gallows humor to rinse out the taste of the shift. My eyes blurred as I scrolled. Relationship drama, dog pictures, somebody asking what it feels like to die. I skipped that one. I knew the answer too well. It was sometime after 2:30 when the thread title jumped out at me. Unexplained alpine deaths you've never heard of. The font was the same as every other thread, but it felt heavier somehow, like the words were carved instead of typed. I clicked it. As the page loaded, the ambient noise of the apartment sharpened in my awareness. The fridge rumble, more like a low growl than a hum. The heater's drone, the faint, high-pitched whine of the old TV transformer upstairs. Somewhere in the building, a toilet flushed, followed by the soft roar of water through old pipes. And under all of it, barely audible, a soft tap-tap-tap, like dripping. I paused with my fingers hovering above the trackpad. The kitchen faucet wasn't running. I could see it from here, the curved metallic neck shining in the half-dark, perfectly still. No water on the counter, no puddles on the floor. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the wall, or maybe from the ceiling, or maybe from the hallway behind my head. It was the sort of sound you don't hear at all until you're alone and tired, and the word unexplained is sitting in the middle of your screen. I turned the volume up a notch anyway, letting the familiar fan noise of the laptop and the hum of the DAW comfort me. The post was long. Some guy with an obvious mountaineering fetish had compiled obscure cases from obscure ranges. Avalanches, freak storms, sudden hypothermia, all the usual suspects. It was the third entry that made the hair on my forearms stand up. 1925, Tatra Mountains, Central Europe. 3 male hikers found dead, bodies intact, lungs filled with fluid. Female companion survives with no injuries, no toxins, no signs of struggle. Official cause, pulmonary edema. Unofficially, no one knows. I leaned closer to the screen, the glow painting the room in cold light. Tatra Mountains. I'd heard of them in passing, somewhere in Poland, some low cousin of the Alps. Not exactly prime headline material. But here, Nestled in bullet points and half-remembered anecdotes was a story that sounded almost wrong. 3 men, alive and walking 1 minute, drowned in their own lungs the next. No river, no lake, just rocks and sky and air that had turned to water inside them. Fluid in the lungs, pulmonary edema. My chest tightened in sympathy. It was a reflex at this point. You see enough people suffocate on dry land, and your body starts imagining liquid in your own airways every time someone mentions it. This could be an episode, I thought. I could picture it. Winter ambiance, some subtle wind noise, my voice steady and calm as I walked the listener through the facts, the mystery, the implications. A nearly 100-year-old death in a mountain range most Americans couldn't point to on a map. Weird enough to be interesting, obscure enough it hadn't been chewed to death already.
I opened a new note and started typing. Tatra Mountains, 1925. 3 male victims, 1 female survivor. Pulmonary edema, no toxins. Possible altitude sickness? Homicide? Curse. The word curse looked stupid on the screen. I left it there anyway. As I typed, the itch in my chest got worse. Not pain exactly, more like a feathery pressure under the breastbone, a phantom weight that made me want to clear my throat. I took another swallow of lukewarm beer and swallowed around it. "That's new," I muttered, half to myself, half to the empty room. The comment section under the post was a swamp of speculation. Some people joked about Final Destination in hiking boots. Others argued altitude science, barometric pressure, freak weather. A few mentioned the wife, the sole survivor, and you could feel the stink of suspicion around her even through the screen. I scrolled, more out of habit than real interest, and my speakers exhaled. There's no other word for it. 1 second I was reading. The next, a long, low woo poured out of the laptop's tiny speakers. A strand of sound that was too deep, too wide to be coming from hardware that cheap. It sounded like wind being drawn through something narrow and jagged, like a storm trying to squeeze through a keyhole. My fingers froze on the trackpad. No videos were open, no autoplay, no music. On the DAW window in the background, the input meters jumped, tiny green bars flickering as if something was feeding them. "The hell?" I whispered. The sound grew, just for a second. It wasn't loud, but it was present. It seemed to exist both in my ears and somewhere behind them, in the soft cavities of my sinuses, in the back of my throat. For an instant, I could swear I felt cold air moving through my chest from back to front. Then, layered under the wind, a wet, ragged cough. Someone choking on liquid. The unmistakable gurgle of air fighting through fluid. I'd heard that sound in ambulances, in apartment hallways, on bathroom floors. It didn't belong in my living room. I slammed the spacebar out of instinct, even though nothing was playing. The sound cut off like a wire had been snipped. The DAW stopped showing input. Flatline. I sat there, hand still on the keyboard, heart thudding against my ribs. The apartment's regular noises rushed back in. Heater hum, fridge rumble, distant TV laugh track. The drip tap I'd heard earlier seemed louder now, though no less directionless. Relax, I told myself. Glitch, feedback, whatever. I clicked over to the DAW. Somehow, without me arming a track, a new file had been created. Untitled 3, timestamped 2:43 a.m. The waveform was short, 30 seconds maybe, a small block of uneven peaks and valleys, like someone had drawn a mountain range in black ink. I stared at it for a long moment. Then I put my headphones on, the cushions cool against my ears, and hit play.
First came the hum of my own apartment. The heater, the fridge, the distant TV. Then, slowly, the sound that had made my skin crawl crept back in. Wind, but not quite. It had that same impossible depth, that sense of space much larger than my living room. Under it, faint but clear, was the wet rattle of a dying breath. A liquidy cough that belonged in the back of an ambulance, not between my couch and coffee table. And between coughs, so quiet I had to strain to hear it, there was something else. Something that might have been a word, or the beginnings of one. I pulled the headphones off before it finished, my own breath too loud in my ears. The cursor blinked at the end of my notes. Tatra Mountains, 1925. Pulmonary edema. I swallowed, feeling the phantom itch in my lungs again. This could be an episode, I said out loud, voice thin in the empty room. Behind the walls, the pipes clicked softly, like knuckles cracking underwater. I didn't sleep much after the glitch. I tried. I really did. I shut the laptop, turned off the lamp, and lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to the heater wheeze and the highway murmur beyond my window. Every time I closed my eyes, though, I heard that wet rattle from the recording, air fighting through water, someone else's last breath trapped inside my headphones. Around 4:30, I gave up. The sky outside had just started to pale from black to a hazy charcoal. The Wendy's sign in the parking lot buzzed faintly, neon red bleeding through the blinds. I made coffee that tasted like burnt dirt, sat back down on the couch with my laptop, and opened a new tab. If I couldn't sleep, I could at least research. Tatra's Mountains, I typed, because apparently my spelling at that hour was as tired as my brain. Google corrected me silently, flooding the screen with images. The Tatra Mountains looked wrong. Not in a dramatic way. In photos, they could have been any alpine range. Jagged peaks, snow-dusted ridgelines, dark forests at their base. Pretty, even. Postcard views of sunrise bleeding gold over cold stone. Lakes so still they mirrored the sky perfectly, like holes punched straight through the world. But there was something about them, scrolling through picture after picture, that made my chest tighten. Maybe it was the way the clouds always seemed a little too low, heavy and close, like a hand held just above a face. Maybe it was the color of the rock, an ashy, bruised gray that reminded me less of granite and more of X-ray negatives. I clicked on one photo, a wide, shallow basin with a scattering of boulders, patches of snow clinging in the shadows. The caption said it was somewhere in the Tatra National Park, but the person who'd uploaded it had tagged it Frog Pond with a question mark. The place was empty. No trees, no trails visible, no people for scale. Just rocks, sky, and the suggestion of an old path winding through. I imagined 3 men standing there, laughing, coughing, or arguing, whatever people did in 1925,
in wool coats and hobnailed boots. I imagined one of them dropping to his knees mid-step, hands clawing at his chest, baffled by his own body drowning him without a drop of lake water in sight. I took a slow breath and realized I'd been holding the last one a little too long. Don't be dramatic, I told myself. Still, I opened another tab. Flights. Columbus to Krakow isn't exactly a popular route. The options were a mess of layovers and long hauls. Detroit, Amsterdam, Frankfurt. Numbers climbed in little black font as I clicked through. Prices, travel time, total hours away from the rig. My eye caught on a midweek departure, 3 weeks out. Reasonable price, reasonable layovers. Reasonable-sized plunge into something I didn't fully understand. The cursor blinked over the Select button. This was insane. People went to Florida when they needed a break. They didn't fling themselves at the other side of the world to climb a mountain that had already killed better hikers than them. But the thought came again, clearer this time, like someone else had leaned into my ear. Special episode. I'd been doing the podcast for 3 years. The audience wasn't huge, but it was loyal. They liked the real stuff, the 911 calls, the cold cases, the unsolved things that felt like they might still reach out and touch you if you weren't careful. Ratings had plateaued lately. I'd started to recycle tropes. The last few episodes had felt like I was just changing names and dates. An American EMT travels to Poland to walk the same route as 3 mysterious deaths from 1925. He brings his mic. He brings his trauma. He brings his very breakable lungs. I could hear the trailer in my head already, and under it, faint, the ghost of that recording. Wind like a throat, coughing like someone trying to speak through water. I shut the flights tab without booking anything. I wasn't that impulsive. Yet. Instead, I pulled up YouTube and typed in Tatra Mountains wind, like it was a normal thing to listen to. Pages of results. Hikers' vlogs, drone footage, ambient soundscapes with titles like Tatra's storm sounds, relax and sleep. Sure, I muttered. Relax. I clicked one. The video was just a still image of a ridgeline under dark clouds. The audio was a steady howl, higher and thinner than the sound on my accidental recording, peppered with occasional clicks and pops from the camera mic. Then I opened another. Church bells in Krakow's old town. The resonance of metal over cobblestone, a city breathing out its hours. People murmured in the background. A busker's guitar drifted in and out. For a moment, it was pleasant. Beautiful, even. Something about the bells tugged at the Catholic kid part of my brain. The one that remembered incense and stained glass and the weird comfort of ritual. But as I flipped back and forth between tabs, wind, bells, the frozen waveform of that 30-second glitch, I started to notice something. Every time I hit play on my own recording, the wind inside it didn't sound the same. The first replay, it was just as I remembered, low, deep, with that horrible, juicy cough underneath. The second time, though, the character of it shifted. Less like a gust across a mic, more like movement through a tunnel. The hiss had a direction now, from left to right, as if something had just passed by me. By the third replay, the coughs were clearer, slower, each one wet and sticky, the kind of sound you don't forget once you've heard it in a real, human chest. I frowned, dragged the file into the DAW, and put on my headphones.
The plastic cup sealed over my ears with a soft suction pop, cutting off the heater and fridge and all the other little domestic noises. Just me and the waveform now. I zoomed in on the audio, highlighted a 10-second chunk, and ran a noise reduction plug-in. Standard cleanup move. In theory, it should suppress the hiss and bring out the main sound. The hiss dropped, sure, but what rose up from underneath made my skin crawl. There was definitely a voice in there, not English, not Spanish, a softer, rounder language with hard consonants scattered through it. Syllables I couldn't untangle, like someone mumbling from under a thick pillow. Every time the cough paused, the syllables came, 3 or 4 at a time, barely above a whisper. "Okay," I said quietly. "Nope." I soloed another section, cut the lows, cut the highs, tried to convince myself I was just pareidolia-ing my own audio, seeing faces in clouds, hearing words in wind. The more I filtered, the sharper it got. The cough turned into a full-on death rattle, that awful, bubbly gurgle when someone's lungs are more fluid than air. I'd stared down at enough bluish lips and wide-open eyes to recognize it. Between rattles, the language threaded through again. Polish, my brain guessed, dredging up the label from the Google results earlier. Tatra, Zakopane, Krakow. I couldn't understand a thing, but some part of me reacted anyway, an animal instinct flicking the switch to wrong. I yanked one ear cup half off to let in the safety of my own apartment sounds. The kitchen light chose that exact moment to flicker. I turned my head toward it, the headphone dangling off one ear. The overhead fixture in the kitchen blinked twice, quick and sharp, then came back steady. I knew that flicker. The socket was loose and I'd been meaning to get a new bulb. It had done that before, but never timed so perfectly with something slammed in my ears. Not in the room, in the headphones. A single sharp crack, like a boulder dropped onto another boulder, or like a heavy body hitting rock. I flinched so hard, the beer can on the table tipped over. Warm, flat liquid sloshed out, glinting amber in the laptop light as it rolled. The empty can hit the edge of the table and dropped, bouncing off my knee before clattering onto the hardwood. The sound was absurdly loud in the quiet apartment. Metal ringing, spinning, skittering away. My brain went into slow motion, tracking its wobbling path as if the fate of the world depended on whether it stopped upright or on its side. It finally came to rest by the leg of the coffee table, still humming softly from the impact. My heart was hammering against my ribs. My palms were damp on the trackpad. Jesus Christ, I breathed, pulling the headphones all the way off. The kitchen light shone steadily, as if it had never betrayed me. The faucet was still. The heater hummed. Upstairs, the neighbor's TV laughed at some old joke I couldn't hear. On the screen, the waveform waited, frozen, harmless. I wiped the beer off my jeans, then off the table, my movements jerky and over-careful. For a moment, I entertained the idea of deleting the file, wiping the drive, pretending it had never existed. Instead, I saved it. Tatra_wind_test.wave. Because apparently, I hate myself. The flight tab was still open behind the DAW, mocking me. I clicked back to it. The same Wednesday flight stared at me. Columbus to Detroit to Amsterdam to Krakow. Total travel time, 14 hours. Total price, more than I should spend. Less than I'd regret if I didn't. My finger hovered over the mouse. "This is stupid," I said out loud. "You're burned out, not cursed. You need a vacation, not an exorcism." My other hand opened the airline app without asking my permission. A few clicks, an autofill of my credit card number, and suddenly the screen flashed. Booking confirmed. I stared at the confirmation email like it belonged to someone else. American EMT, mid-30s, recently divorced, traveling alone to Poland to chase a nearly 100-year-old mystery in a mountain range he'd never heard of before last night. It sounded less like a vacation and more like the opening of a found-footage horror movie. Perfect podcast material. I closed the laptop with more force than necessary and let it sit there, warm on my thighs. The room seemed to exhale. That's when I heard the dripping again. It was clearer now, no longer a vague tap somewhere in the building. It had weight, rhythm. Plip, plip, plip. Slow and patient. I turned my head, listening. The kitchen sink was dry. The bathroom door was open. From here, I could see the tile and the empty tub. No water, no puddles. I held my breath, trying to pinpoint the sound. It wasn't coming from the walls this time. It was coming from inside my own chest. With my breath held, the drip became a tick. A tiny, wet click in the center of my ribcage. When I inhaled, it sped up. When I swallowed, it paused. My throat tightened. I let the air out in a rush, coughed once. It scratched all the way down, but nothing came up. No blood, no foam. Just the dryness of too much coffee and not enough sleep. Dry air, I told the empty room. Old building, that's all. I lay back on the couch, staring at the shadowed ceiling, listening to the faint echo of that impossible recording in my memory, and the subtle, insistent drip of something I refused to name. By the time my eyes finally closed, the only clear thought left in my head was a date, glowing in my mind like a departure gate sign. 3 weeks from now, I'd be under a different sky, breathing different air, assuming the air wanted me. The 3 weeks between booking the flight and actually leaving passed in a strange, double-exposed way. On the surface, my life stayed the same. 12-hour shifts, sirens, fluorescent lights, the back and forth blur of Columbus streets at 3 a.m. Underneath, though, there was always a little clock ticking down in the back of my head. 3 weeks, 2, 10 days, 72 hours. I printed my itinerary at the station printer on a slow afternoon. The cheap ink bled a little on the thin paper, the airline logo slightly fuzzy. I folded it into thirds and slipped it into my wallet, even though I knew the app on my phone had all the same information. It felt more real on paper, heavier. "Vacation, huh?" my partner, Luis, said, watching me. He had a coffee in one hand, a half-eaten donut in the other. "Where are you going? Florida? Vegas? Please say Vegas. I need to live through you." "Poland," I said. He blinked. "As in pierogi, right?" "Yeah, pierogi. And mountains."
He squinted at me. Dude,
Your idea of time off is going somewhere colder, to maybe break your ankle on a rock? I shrugged. Could be worse. He shoveled the rest of the donut into his mouth and spoke around it. You sure you don't want to just not chase other people's deaths on your vacation? The phrasing tugged at something. I looked up. What? He swallowed, wiped sugar off his uniform. I mean, every time we get a break, you're editing those episodes about murders and disasters and freak accidents. You finally get PTO and you're flying to, what was it? The Death Mountain? The Tatra Mountains, I corrected. And it's just research. Hike, record some ambient, maybe talk to a local guide. You're literally going to walk where 3 dudes drop dead for no reason, he said. Just saying. Cancun has Wi-Fi too, man. I laughed it off, but his words sat with me all the way through our next call. Scheduling the actual time off turned into its own little bureaucratic horror story. Swapping shifts, appeasing the scheduler, promising to pick up extra weekends when I got back. When I mentioned overseas travel, my supervisor raised an eyebrow over her computer. You are not doing anything high risk, are you? She asked. Just hiking, I said, nothing crazy. She stared at me a beat longer than necessary, then clicked something on her screen. Fine, just come back in one piece. We're short enough already. At home, I laid all my gear out on the bed, like I was going on deployment instead of vacation. Clothes, thermal layers, wool socks, a puffy jacket that made me look like a low-rent Michelin man. Boots broken in from Ohio winters, not mountain trails. A rental car GPS I probably wouldn't use because phones exist. Then the important stuff. Mic in its padded case, shock mount, pop filter, the little Zoom recorder with extra SD cards, a shotgun mic, just in case the wind got really bad. Batteries lined up in neat rows, like green and blue soldiers. Cables coiled and secured with Velcro ties. Noise-canceling headphones that had never really canceled enough. I slid them into my backpack one by one, narrating the list in my head as if I were already recording. Mic, recorder, headphones, the usual. You bring the tools you trust because sometimes the only thing between you and the dark is a layer of plastic and wire. It would make a good opening line. The glitch file still sat on my desktop like a small black storm cloud. I told myself I was leaving it there to analyze later, to compare to the real Tatra winds once I'd recorded them. That sounded scientific, rational. In reality, I just couldn't quite make myself drag it to the trash. Once, about a week before the trip, I clicked it again, just to see if it sounded as unnerving as I remembered. Headphones on, play. Wind thick and heavy, like breath pulled through stone. The wet rattle underneath. And those half-formed syllables slipping between coughs. This time, I noticed something new. On the right channel, the wind seemed to move, sweeping past as if whatever carried it had changed position. My brain told me that's what stereo sound does, that it was just the way the mic had picked it up. But deeper down, it felt like something was circling me. Closer, closer. I stopped the file before the end, heart beating a little too fast. When I applied a different filter, rolled off the lows, compressed the mids, the words came out clearer. Not enough for me to understand, but enough that the cadence held shape.
I recognized exactly one thing. In the middle of that murmured slurry, like the anchor point of a sentence, was the same word I'd seen all over the Google results. Tatri. Tatra in their language. The way the voice said it made the T's and R's sound like rocks hitting each other.
I ripped the headphones off and closed the laptop, telling myself I was just tired. Always the easy lie. A few days later, in the back of the rig, I mentioned the trip to a patient. He was an older man, 70s, maybe 80, wiry and stubborn. We'd seen him before. COPD, CHF, the usual alphabet soup of conditions that slowly drown a body from the inside. Tonight, we were taking him from his daughter's house back to the nursing facility. He watched me as I checked his oxygen, cannula tucked into his nostrils. His eyes were sharp, even if his lungs weren't. "You look different," he said, voice gravelly. "You going somewhere?" "Vacation," I said, taping down the tubing. "Out of the country." "Where?" he pushed. "Poland," I replied. "Mountains. Hiking." His eyebrows climbed. "Mountains, huh?" "Yeah. Might do a story about it too, for the podcast." He wheezed a laugh that turned into a cough. "I was in Colorado once," he said when he could speak again. Thought the air felt thin, like it knew I didn't belong there. I smiled. "I'll take it slow. Promise." He stared at the ceiling of the rig for a while, listening to the siren warble faintly outside. "Mountains keep what they want," he said finally, almost to himself. "Always have." The cot rattled slightly as we hit a pothole. The monitor beeped along in its indignant little rhythm. I wanted to ask him what that meant, if he'd lost someone up there once, or if it was just something old men said to spook younger ones. But the ride ended, the doors opened, the facility swallowed him, and the moment passed. It didn't leave, though. It just moved more quietly into the background with all the other noises. Heater hum, pipe knocks, drip, 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 that sometimes seemed too close. The morning I left, Ohio was wrapped in a damp, gray fog. The Uber pulled up outside my building 5 minutes early. The driver was a guy in his 20s, with a beard too neat to be accidental, and an air freshener that smelled aggressively like new car, even though his Honda was at least 10 years old. "You headed to the airport?" he asked as I slid my backpack onto the seat beside me. "Yeah, Columbus," I said, clicking the seatbelt. "Business or pleasure?" "Depends on the weather," I said. When he laughed, I added, "Pleasure." The car pulled out onto the main road. The city looked half asleep. Waffle House neon flickering, gas stations half lit, a jogger in a reflective vest moving like a ghost through the mist. The driver flicked on the radio, cycling through stations until something foreign crackled in. "I Tatri, koshtam, koshtam." I didn't understand a word, but that one name jumped out, syllables sharp and familiar now. Tatri. I had just enough time to wonder if my brain was playing tricks on me before the signal disintegrated into static. White noise hissed, then dropped in pitch, morphing into a low, rolling sound like distant thunder or the inside of an airplane engine. "Stupid thing," the driver said, thumping the console. "Signal's been weird all morning." He changed stations. Pop music flooded the car, some upbeat song about summer and love and oceans far away from any mountain. I stared out the window, fingers tapping the shape of the foam windscreen in my backpack. TSA was its usual circus, shoeless strangers shuffling in lines,
tired agents barking instructions, bins full of laptops and belts. I put my gear through the X-ray with an odd sense of vulnerability, watching my mic disappear into the black mouth of the machine. The agent at the scanner squinted at the screen, then at me. "You a musician?" she asked. "Podcaster," I said. She nodded like that explained everything and slid the tub toward me.
By the time I reached my gate, the terminal was full of that particular airport smell. Burnt coffee, fried food, cleaning chemicals trying to erase it all. People dozed in uncomfortable chairs, faces slack and mouths open. Kids ran in circles, leaving sticky handprints on everything. I plugged my headphones into my phone, hit play on a random playlist, and let anonymous guitars and drums carry me through boarding, takeoff, the initial climb. Metal shook subtly under my feet. The world outside the oval window flattened into cloud, and then into black. Hours later, somewhere over the Atlantic, the cabin lights dimmed. The flight attendants did a last quiet pass with water and blankets. Window shades slid down. Screens flickered off one by one as people gave up on bad movies and surrendered to sleep. In the soft blue of the night mode cabin, the rows of heads looked like a bizarre crop, all tilting in different directions. Soft snores, occasional coughs, the faint rustle of someone flipping a page or adjusting their seatbelt. I should have tried to sleep. Instead, I opened my laptop. The glow painted my little rectangle of space in pale light, the edges of the tray table vanishing into shadow. I plugged in my headphones, the wire a thin umbilical between me and home, and navigated to the folder I'd told myself I wouldn't open. Tatra_wind_test.wav waited there, its icon small and unassuming. "Last time," I whispered to no one, and double-clicked. The cabin noise faded the moment the headphones sealed over my ears. The muffled roar of the engines became a soft, distant pressure. For a second, all I heard was my own breathing. Then the recording started. Wind, deep, throaty. Not like the high whine of this plane's engines, but something older, dragging itself over stone. The familiar wet rattle underneath, there and gone, there and gone. I tried to listen clinically, to pick out patterns, to convince myself this was just a weird artifact of bad hardware. At the 20-second mark, a coughing fit tore through the track. Not a little polite hack, a full-body convulsion. Liquid splattered somewhere close to the mic. I could hear it hit a surface and spread, viscous. My hand tightened around the armrest. That's when the voice came. It slid in from the left channel like someone leaning close to my ear. A man's voice, low and rough, as if his throat was as full of water as his lungs. For the first time since I'd recorded the clip, he spoke in words I understood. "Not you," he whispered. Just that. 2 syllables, clear and damp and impossibly intimate. My stomach dropped. Every muscle in my body went rigid. I yanked the headphones off. The cabin rushed back in. Engine hum, a baby whining somewhere up front, the soft wheeze of the air system. The man in the seat beside me was out cold, mouth open, breathing evenly. Across the aisle, a woman slept with a sweater over her head. The flight attendant at the galley flipped through a magazine, pen tapping absently against a crossword. No one was looking at me. "Not you." The words lingered in my head, echoing in a place that had nothing to do with ears. If it wasn't me, then who? I stared at the dark screen of the laptop, my reflection a ghostly double. Behind the dryness of recycled airplane air, my lungs felt suddenly too full, as if there wasn't quite enough room for all of me inside my own chest. Somewhere between Columbus and Krakow, at 30,000 feet, over an ocean I couldn't see, with miles of cold night pressing against a thin skin of metal, it occurred to me that whatever waited in those mountains might already know I was coming. And worse, it might have already decided what to do about it. I landed in Krakow around late afternoon, all stale airplane air and rubbery airport food still clinging to my tongue. The first breath of air outside the terminal hit me like a slap. It was colder than Ohio, but cleaner somehow, sharper, like it had edges. For the first time in a long time, the air I was breathing didn't smell like exhaust and Lysol wipes and that faint metallic hospital tang. It smelled like wet stone, old stone. I took out my little handheld recorder before I'd even reached the taxi stand. Day 1, I murmured into the mic, the tiny red light blinking awake. Krakow, late afternoon. First impressions, cold, gray, and old. In a good way. The taxi ride into the city center slipped by in a blur of billboards and apartment blocks. The driver's radio played pop music in Polish, bright synthetic beats under vowels I couldn't understand. Every now and then an English word floated through. Love, night, baby. Some things were universal. Then the car turned a corner, and the modern concrete peeled back like wallpaper. Cobbled streets appeared, narrow and uneven. Buildings leaned close to each other, tall and narrow. Facades painted in faded yellows and pinks and creams. Balconies and shutters. Window boxes still clinging to the corpses of last season's flowers. The taxi dropped me near the main square, Rynek Główny, the heart of Old Town. It felt like stepping into a postcard someone had smeared with smoke. The square was huge, a vast, open stone basin ringed by tall townhouses and cafes with awnings and heat lamps. In the middle, the cloth hall stretched like a long animal, arches and stalls and shadows. On one side, St. Mary's Basilica stabbed at the sky, all brick and spire and black pointed roofs. And the sound of it all, God, my recorder caught everything. The clip-clop of horse-drawn carriages carrying tourists around in slow circles. The chatter of people in a dozen languages. The clink of cups on cafe tables. Pigeons flapped and cooed, the slap of their wings like someone shuffling the huge, dirty deck of cards. Above it all, the church bell rang. Not a polite American church chime either. This was a heavy, layered toll that rolled over the square, shook its shoulders, and settled into the stone. Each note hung for a moment, vibrated in my ribs, then melted into the next. I stood there, in the middle of it, backpack dragging at one shoulder, mic in my hand, and thought, this is real. You actually did this. I hadn't even seen the mountains yet, and already the trip felt larger than anything waiting back in Columbus. I walked, letting the city fold around me. Narrow side streets lined with cafes, their windows glowing golden against the gray sky. Smells of coffee, fried dough, meat, cigarette smoke. My boots slid a little on the worn cobblestones, the stones slick from a recent drizzle. At one point, A kid on a bike nearly took my kneecaps off. He yelled something sharp in Polish before cutting away, laughter trailing behind him. I caught none of the words, but all of the attitude. On a smaller square off the main one, a street musician sat on a crate and played guitar, a weather-beaten amp buzzing faintly beside him. His hat lay on the ground, sprinkled with coins. The melody was minor and lilting, sad in the way old lullabies are sad if you listen too closely. I paused, turned the recorder toward him, and closed my eyes for a few seconds. Ambiance, I whispered. Krakow Old Town, street level. Bells, pigeons, the whole cliché. When I opened my eyes, I caught my reflection in a cafe window. Same dark circles, same tired mouth. But there was something else under my face now, an awareness of the giant gray smudge on the southern horizon. Even through gaps in the buildings, I could see it. At first, I thought it was just low cloud, a dark smear pressing down on the world. Then I realized the edge of the Tatra range, rising beyond the city. In the distance, it looked like a single slumped wall, a bruise on the sky. My chest gave a small, involuntary twinge. I closed the recorder, slipped it back into my jacket pocket, and kept walking. The next day, I caught a bus to Zakopane. It was one of those long-distance coaches with seat fabric patterned to hide stains and a faint smell of diesel and spilled soda. A TV at the front played a muted comedy, the laugh track flickering silently over the heads of the passengers. Kids chattered in high-pitched Polish behind me, their feet thunking against the back of my seat. An older woman across the aisle rummaged through a plastic bag full of mysterious snacks, each wrapper crinkling like dry leaves. Someone's headphones leaked EDM, tinny and relentless. I found the sweet spot on my recorder between too much engine noise and just enough human chaos, and hit record again. Wheels thumped over seams in the road, each jolt sending a small shock up my spine. As the bus rolled out of Krakow, the buildings thinned, gave way to stretches of highway flanked by bare trees and billboards. Then the land began to fold. The further south we went, the more the horizon wrinkled. Gentle hills rose, dipped, rose again, each a little higher than the last. Color bled out of the sky, turning the afternoon light into something flat and metallic. Then I saw them. At first, they were just a darker line behind the closer hills, a smudge that refused to resolve into anything more specific. But as the miles slid past, the smudge sharpened into teeth. Jagged peaks, their tops still dusted white, shouldering up under a low ceiling of cloud. The Tatras. Under the AED stark overhead lights of an ER, lungs with pulmonary edema look like fogged glass on an X-ray, shadowy, diffuse patches where air should be clear. The mountain range outside my bus window looked disturbingly similar. Heavy, opaque, something filling up a space that should have been open. The tightness in my chest decided to come back right then, a small band cinching under my sternum. Altitude, I told myself. Anxiety, weird foreign snack fumes, pick one. The bus shuddered over a pothole. Somewhere behind me, a kid laughed, the sound bright and oblivious. On the radio up front, a pop song with a bouncing beat played, the singer's voice syrupy and earnest. Whatever discomfort I felt now was nothing compared to the stories in that Reddit thread. 3 men who,
maybe never got to see the mountains from this side, only from the inside of their lungs. I pressed my forehead briefly to the cold glass. The mountains watched back, impassive.
Zakopane hit me with sensory overload the moment I stepped off the bus. If Krakow was old stone in history, Zakopane was a ski town fever dream. Wooden chalet-style buildings with steep roofs and carved balconies lined the main street. Neon signs shouted in Polish and English, pizza, kebab, ski rental, souvenirs. Stalls sold wool socks, fur hats, plastic sleds, tacky snow globes with tiny, glitter-speckled mountains inside. The smell was a strange blend of grilled meat, hot wine, cigarette smoke, and wet wool. Snow piles sat in tired heaps along the sidewalks, gray at the edges. Somewhere nearby, somebody was playing an acoustic guitar, a thin melody riding over the murmur of tourists. My hostel was 2 blocks off the main drag, a 3-story wooden building with a lopsided porch and a string of fairy lights that flickered in the daylight. Pointless, but charming. Inside, the lobby was a jumble of backpacking gear, scuffed floors, and mismatched couches. A poster for McDonald's delivery was taped crookedly next to a faded advertisement for summer hiking tours. A chalkboard listed activities in cheerful, loopy handwriting. Pub crawl, thermal pools, Tatra Trail number 3, moderate. The faint smell of beer and cleaning solution hung in the air. The girl at the front desk scanned my passport, slid a key card across the counter, and pointed me toward a narrow staircase. "Kitchen is there, bar is there. Quiet after 11, she said. "If you go to mountains, check weather first, okay?" "Okay," I said. My voice sounded smaller here. The dorm room was exactly what you'd expect. Metal bunk beds, lockers, a window that overlooked a sloped roof, and beyond that, the hazy suggestion of mountains. Someone had left a half-finished bottle of water on the windowsill and a pair of socks with no clear owner at the end of one bed. I tossed my backpack on an empty lower bunk, made a half-hearted attempt at organizing my stuff, then gave up and headed downstairs in search of food and noise. The hostel bar was tucked into one corner of the ground floor. It was more of an extended kitchen than a real bar. Wooden counter, cheap beer taps, a fridge full of energy drinks and bottled water. Posters for local bands and faded ski competitions peeled at the corners on the walls. A guy in his 20s with a man bun and a nose ring sat on a stool in the corner, strumming a guitar softly. His fingers picked out a minor key progression that sounded oddly familiar, like the street musician in Krakow, but slightly off, slower, sadder. I took a seat at the bar, ordered a beer in broken Polish, piwo, jedno please, and pulled out my notebook. The page stared up at me, blank and accusing. I wrote at the top, episode, Tatra. Working title, The Mountain That Drowns Without Water. Cheesy, overdramatic. Absolutely something my listeners would click. On the TV mounted in the corner above the bar, a local news channel played, with the volume set low. The anchor's mouth moved, Polish consonants flowing, a ticker scrolling beneath. B-roll showed a helicopter hovering over a snowy slope, rescuers in bright jackets clustering around something on the ground. A small caption in the corner, Zakopane/Tatry. The bartender, a stocky guy with a shaved head and a t-shirt that said "Just Ski," shook his head at the screen and muttered something under his breath. Even without understanding the words, I knew that tone. Resignation. This again.
I wiped my palm on my jeans and flipped my notebook to a clean page. Day 1 in Zakopane, I wrote, already a fresh mountain rescue on the news.
Foreshadowing or just bad timing? My phone buzzed on the bar, a text from Luis back in Ohio. Alive or eaten by pierogi yet? I sent back a picture of the mountains looming in the distance through the bar window, their outline faint but unmistakable, and typed, "Not eaten yet. Mountains are big, so is pierogi." He replied with a skull emoji and a mountain emoji. Subtle. I set the phone down and, without really thinking about it, opened the voice recorder app again. The guitar in the corner, the low murmur of conversation in Polish, the clink of glasses, the soft buzz of the fridge motor, all of it layered into a messy but rich soundscape. I propped the phone on a napkin holder and let it run, imagining how this would sound under an intro. Bars in tourist towns all sound the same, I'd say. Doesn't matter if it's Colorado or Poland. There's always a guy with a guitar, a TV no one's really watching, and someone somewhere talking about the last person who didn't come back down the mountain. As if on cue, something in the audio shifted. At first, I thought it was just the guitar changing chords. The player had slipped into a slightly different progression, something darker that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Then I realized there was another sound threading through the mix. Wind. Not the faint, normal kind that you pick up outside a bar. This was a deeper, more sustained rush, like someone had cracked a window in a moving car. It spilled out of the bar's old speakers, even though I knew the song that was playing. A sugary pop track on a loop didn't have any wind effects. Over the wind came a cough. Wet, gurgling, so quiet that if I hadn't been listening for it, I might have missed it. I straightened on my stool, the hairs on my arms lifting. The bartender frowned at the speaker, confused. He jabbed a finger at the remote and turned the volume up, then down, like that would fix whatever was wrong. The cough came again, louder this time, riding on the wind. It was the same sound from my living room recording, the same sound from the ambulance, from hospital beds, from drowning lungs. The bartender swore in Polish and slapped the side of the speaker with an open palm. The wind noise cut off mid-breath. The cough strangled into silence. The sudden absence of sound was almost a jump scare by itself. The pop song snapped back into full tinny clarity, jarringly bright. Glasses clinked. Someone laughed too loudly in the corner. The guitar player stopped, looked around, then shrugged and started a new song. At the bar, nobody screamed. Nobody clutched their chest or pointed or asked, "Did you hear that?" But I knew I hadn't imagined it. I reached for my beer with a hand that shook just a little. Outside the bar window, beyond the posters and the reflection of the TV, the line of the mountains cut across the horizon like a flat EKG, with one long, inevitable spike. It occurred to me, not for the last time, that maybe this story had started long before I hit record. I was halfway through my second beer and my third attempt at a decent episode outline when someone said, in clear, unaccented English, "You're American, right?" The question came from just over my left shoulder. I turned on the bar stool. The girl standing there was shorter than me, mid to late 20s maybe, dark hair pulled back into a low ponytail, a few strands escaping to cling to her cheeks. Her cheeks were pink from the cold, not makeup. She wore a dark fleece jacket with a faded logo I didn't recognize,
a pair of hiking pants, and boots that looked like they'd actually seen mud instead of Instagram. There was a tiredness around her eyes, but it wasn't the glazed, drunk kind.
It was the kind you got from early mornings and steep slopes. "Yeah," I said. "Is it that obvious?" She glanced at my hoodie, Ohio State logo half hidden under my open jacket, and raised an eyebrow. "A little," she said. Her English had that lilting Polish rhythm, but it was fluent. "We don't have many Buckeyes here." "Guess not." I closed my notebook, covering the phrase, "the mountain that drowns without water." "You work here?" "At the hostel, yes." She slid onto the stool next to mine, nodding once to the bartender. "Bar, reception, sometimes guide, whatever they need." The bartender brought her a glass of something clear. She thanked him in Polish, then turned back to me. "I'm Anya," she said. "Daniel." I lifted my beer in a small salute. "Nice to meet you." She clinked her glass lightly against mine, then took a sip. Vodka, if I had to guess. She didn't flinch. "So," she said, studying me over the rim, "what brings an American EMT?" She gestured at the patch I'd forgotten was still velcroed half off my fleece, "to Zakopane in shoulder season. It's too late for proper skiing, too early for easy summer trails. You missed the pretty postcards." I hesitated a second, then sighed. I hadn't flown across an ocean to be coy. "Podcast," I said. "I do this show. True crime, true horror, that sort of thing. I came to research an episode." Her expression barely changed, but something in her posture did. A small straightening of the spine, a tightening around the mouth. "An episode about what?" she asked. I drummed my fingers on the bar top once, considering. No delicate way to put it. "About some deaths in the Tatras," I said. "A case from 1925. 3 men. 1 woman walked out alive. I think they called the area Sycamore Valley. And there was this place they found them near, a sort of bowl or clearing they nicknamed Frog Pond." Her face shut down so fast it was like someone had pulled a blinds cord inside her. The tiredness was still there, but the faint curiosity vanished. For a second, her eyes looked less like eyes and more like dark, flat stones. "You came from America," she said slowly. "For Frog Pond?" "Well, I came from America for Poland," I said, trying for a laugh that sounded too thin in my own ears. "Frog Pond is part of it. I want to walk the same route, record some audio, talk about the mystery, unexplained alpine deaths you've never heard of, that kind of thing." She didn't smile. "You know, we have many mountains," she said, "many trails, many stories. Tourists like to pretend this one is special, more cursed, more romantic." She shrugged, the motion sharp. "People love drama." There was a faint edge on the word tourists that I couldn't ignore. "I'm not here to disrespect anything," I said. "I swear. I'm not gonna, stage spooky photos or fake EVPs. I'm an EMT back home. I take this stuff pretty seriously. Death isn't content, not for me." She watched me for a beat, searching my face like it was a view she was deciding whether or not to trust. "EMT," she repeated. "So you see people die?" "Sometimes," I said. The taste of beer turned slightly sour. "Sometimes I see them almost die.
Sometimes I see them too late. It's a thing. And then you talk about death in your free time. It wasn't a question. I gave a small, helpless shrug. Everyone has hobbies. She shook her head once, as if she couldn't decide if that was darkly funny or just sad. Frog Pond is not a hobby, she said. Not for us. On the TV, the news had moved on to something about politics. The helicopter footage was gone, replaced by a suited anchor gesturing at a chart.
The guitar in the corner had shifted to some old rock cover. The bar's noise swelled and receded around us in waves. So, the story, I started. The 1925 thing. People really talk about it here? Her eyes cooled a fraction. The defensive wall eased just slightly. Old people do, she said. Guides, sometimes. My babcha told me when I was a kid. A prosecutor and his family. A friend of theirs. A summer hike. The men died. The wife came back alone. She tapped her chest with 2 fingers. Here, we say, Zakopane remembers its dead. The mountains remember more. How did they die? I asked, even though I already knew the internet version. She took a slow sip of her drink, as if buying herself time to decide how much to give me. Officially, she said, pulmonary edema, fluid in the lungs, altitude sickness, a bad combination of weather and health. Unofficially, she shrugged. Depends who you ask. Some say the wife poisoned them. Some say the mountain did. That's vague, I said carefully. Vague is safer than wrong, she replied. Her gaze flicked to my notebook, then back to my face. You know this already, she said. You did your research. You read about Zakopane breaks men's hearts, not in the romantic way. Her accent wrapped around the words like wire. We have a joke. If the mountain does not want you, it will put water in your chest until you leave. She tapped her finger lightly against her sternum. The gesture was too close to the way I'd unconsciously done the same in my apartment when I'd heard that internal drip. If the mountain does not want you, it will drown you from inside, she said. So we say. My throat went dry. And the woman? I asked. The wife. What do they say about her? That she was lucky, Ania said. Or guilty. Sometimes both. She glanced around, as if checking whether anyone was listening. No one was. Hostel bars are full of strangers. Secrets are cheap here. My grandmother said there was something else, she added in a lower voice. She said the woman carried a flask of brandy, that the men drank from it before they died, and that the flask never rusted, no matter how many years passed. I frowned. Never rusted? Ania nodded. People like objects in their stories, she said. It makes the fear easier to hold. A flask that doesn't age. A trail that always takes something. Old women say if you see a metal flask on the trail near Frog Pond, you should walk away and not touch it, or the mountain will notice you. A little shiver zigzagged across my shoulders. Has anyone ever actually seen it? I asked. She tilted her head, considering. The tiredness around her eyes had shifted into something like resignation. Last winter, she said, during a rescue training, some of the guys found something in the snow near that area. They joked. They gave it to me. Her hand went to the inside pocket of her jacket, almost before she finished the sentence. She pulled out a small, flat object and set it down on the bar between us with a soft clink. It was a flask. Not the shiny stainless steel kind you buy as a gag gift at Christmas. This one was old, smaller, narrower, its shoulders rounded with use. The metal had the dull, muted sheen of something that had been handled a lot but never polished. A faint pattern scrolled along the edges, a floral motif, maybe, worn down until it was more impression than design. Scratches crossed its surface like old scars. A small dent puckered one corner, as if it had hit a rock hard enough to bruise, but not break. The cap was attached with a short chain and screwed in tight, its ridged sides slick with rubbed-in grime. No logo, no engraving. Nothing to say who had owned it or when. My fingers hovered over it.
It doesn't look that special, I said, because the alternative was admitting it scared the hell out of me for no rational reason.
It was under snow for who knows how long, Ania said quietly. Ice, melt, ice again. It should be more damaged, but it looks the same as when they found it. And when they gave it to me, they said, "Here, Ania, now you can be the mountain's bartender." She didn't laugh. Neither did I. "Why do you have it?" I asked. I thought, she hesitated. I thought maybe I should keep it safe, or keep it close so it cannot be somewhere worse. I don't know. It sounds foolish when I say it in English. She nudged it a centimeter toward me with one finger. "People leave plastic everywhere," she said. "Bottles, wrappers. The mountain does not care about that. But some things it keeps. Some things it gives back. And sometimes the stories attached to them. You came all this way asking for a story about Frog Pond," she added. "You may as well see the prop." I should have declined. I knew that in the same animal part of me that had recoiled from the audio glitch. But curiosity can be a stupid, stubborn thing. I reached out and laid my fingertips against the metal. It was cold. Not bar fridge cold. Not the leftover chill of winter air on steel. This was a deeper temperature, the kind that made my skin jerk away on instinct because it felt like touching dry ice, like it would burn if I held it too long, but from the wrong direction. The moment my hand made full contact, the noise of the bar changed. It didn't stop, it slid away, like someone had taken the room's sound and thrown a heavy blanket over it. Voices muffled, guitar gone. The TV became a silent pantomime in my peripheral vision. Underneath that smothered layer, two sounds remained sharp. My own breathing and a drip. Slow, far away, measured. Plip. I inhaled through my nose. My breath sounded too loud in my ears, ragged around the edges. As I breathed in, the drip sped up, faintly. As I breathed out, it slowed. Something tight clinched behind my sternum. For a heartbeat, I was certain my lungs were full of liquid, that if I exhaled too hard, I'd cough water onto the bar. Cold seeped up through my fingertips, traveling along the bones of my hand, up my arm. The air smelled wrong too, less like beer and bodies, more like wet rock, like the hollow space under a bridge where kids dare each other to shout. Without meaning to, I blinked and saw, just for a second, that I was somewhere else entirely. Stone under my back, not smooth, not comfortable, hard points digging between ribs, shoulder blades pressed against something unyielding. My face opened to the sky, but the sky wasn't the low wooden ceiling of the hostel.
It was a flat, colorless void, clouds hanging so low I felt like I could touch them if I just lifted a hand. Wind screamed past my ears, high and thin and endless.
I couldn't move my head, but in the corner of my vision, I caught the edge of a boot. Not mine. Leather, scuffed, laces dark with moisture. Somewhere nearby, someone was making a noise that could have been a word or could have been the last attempt to breathe around filling lungs. A shadow leaned over me, a silhouette against the gray. I couldn't see its face, only the outline, hat brim, collar, the suggestion of hands reaching. Water bubbled at the back of my throat. I sucked in air, my air, here, in the bar, and the image shattered. Sound rushed back all at once. The clatter of glasses, the guitar's soft progression, the anchor on the TV smiling at something I didn't catch. A burst of laughter from a table behind me, the bartender calling out an order. My fingers sprang off the flask as if burned. The metal sat on the bar, innocuous, a smudge of condensation forming where my hand had been. My own heart pounded so loud it made my vision pulse at the edges. Ania was watching me. "You felt it too, didn't you?" she asked. Her voice was very quiet. For a few seconds after I let go of the flask, neither of us said anything. The bar moved around us, voices rising and falling, glasses clinking, guitar strings humming. Like we were sitting at the bottom of an aquarium, watching life drift by through thick glass. Ania held my gaze, searching for something in my face. I swallowed, my throat dry. Yeah, I said finally. I felt something. Her mouth tightened. "What?" she asked. "Like being on my back," I said slowly, the words feeling clumsy as I tried to drag the sensation into language. Cold rock, sky too close, wind, and my chest. I touched my sternum, like I couldn't quite get a full breath. A flicker, recognition, not surprise, passed through her eyes. "Good," she said. I blinked. "Good? If you were too stupid to feel anything at all," she said, "I'd tell you to go back to Krakow and find a different story." She picked up the flask, turning it once in her fingers, then slid it back into her jacket. Without the metal between us, the air seemed a fraction warmer. "You still want to go?" she asked. "To Frog Pond?" Yes. Every piece of common sense I possessed lined up in my head, waving red flags. I thought about Luis's joke, my supervisor's raised eyebrow, the old man in the rig saying mountains keep what they want. And then I thought about my listeners, leaning into their headphones in dark rooms, waiting to hear something that felt real. About the stagnation that had settled over my life like dust. About the way my heart had sped up not just in fear, but in some awful, hungry excitement when I'd seen those peaks through the bus window. "Yes," I heard myself say, "I still want to go." She nodded once, as if she'd expected that. "Okay," she said, "then we make rules." "Rules," I repeated. "Sure." She held up one finger. "First rule, if I say we turn back, we turn back. No arguing. No, 5 more minutes, please. I need my perfect photo. The mountain does not care about your content schedule." "Got it," I said. "If Ania says bail, we bail." Second rule, another finger. "No separating. No
I just go a little ahead, or I just stay behind to take something. People get lost in fog here 10 meters from their friends. Then they panic. Then they die. She said it matter-of-factly, like she was reciting a recipe. Stick together, I said. Check. Third rule. A third finger joined the others. No content over safety. If there is choice between helping and recording, you help. Take camera off your face, take microphone out of your hand. I'm not walking up there with someone who will watch me fall because they want good audio. The words hit harder than they should have.
I thought about late-night searches for siren sound effects. The way I'd once quietly recorded the beeping of a monitor while a patient was being intubated because I'd liked the rhythm. Understood, I said, and I meant it. She watched me a moment longer, weighing my answer, then nodded. We start early, she said, very early. We have breakfast at Schwernisko, mountain hut, in Valley of Five Ponds. Then we go up toward Swistuvka and the pass. Sycamore Valley is more a name old tourists use, but I know what you mean. If weather is good, we continue to the area you call Frog Pond. And if the weather's bad? I asked. She glanced toward the window, where the mountains were now just a suggestion beyond the dark. Then Frog Pond waits, she said. It has been there a long time. A stool scraped behind us, the legs screeching briefly on the wooden floor. A voice with a flat American twang said, "Did I just hear someone say Frog Pond?" We both turned. The guy standing there was maybe early 30s, tall, with a tangle of sandy hair and a beard that was trying very hard to be a full beard and not quite getting there. He wore a worn Texas Longhorns hoodie and cargo pants with too many pockets. A small action camera hung from a strap around his neck like a pendant. He grinned. "Sorry, not eavesdropping. Okay, I'm absolutely eavesdropping. I've been trying to get a local to take me up there for the last 2 days." Anya's face did that shutting down thing again, but a little softer this time. Less door slam, more chain across the latch. "And you are?" she asked. "Mike," he said, sliding onto the other side of me, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. "From Austin. I'm staying here too. You helped me check in yesterday, I think. You told me not to trust the weather app." "That sounds like me," she deadpanned. He tapped the camera with one finger. "I do travel vlogs, mostly dumb stuff. Texan tries Eastern European food, that kind of thing. But I read about the Tatra curse online and, well," he spread his hands. "Come on, you can't put something like that on Reddit and not expect idiots like me to show up." He turned to me. "You're American too, right? I saw your patch earlier. EMS?" "EMT," I said. "Daniel." "Cool," he said. "So, if I die, at least someone can tell the camera I went fast." Anya did not smile. "Joke," Mike added quickly. "Mostly." "Mostly," I echoed. Another stool creaked. A man in his 50s eased himself onto it with the careful stiffness of someone with a back that complained about things now. He had thinning gray hair, wire-rimmed glasses, and a half-finished crossword puzzle folded in his hand. His accent, when he spoke, placed him firmly somewhere in southern England. "Apologies," he said, "but Did you also say Tatra curse? Or have I had more beer than I realized? His eyes twinkled behind the glasses in a way that told me he found the whole thing entertaining rather than alarming. Mike looked delighted. See? I'm not the only one. We're collecting a whole cursed tour group here. This is not a tour, Ania said flatly. The older man held up one hand in a soothing gesture. Of course not, he said. Perish the thought. I'm Richard, by the way. Retired teacher, hopeless tourist, dreadful skier. I've been reading up on the area. Fascinating stuff. I gather there's a story about a prosecutor who took his family up there and, well, he made a little ka-thump motion with his hand, like dropping dominoes. They died, he said. All very mysterious. At least, that's the impression the English language articles like to give. So naturally, everybody and his dog blames the wife. Of course they do, I muttered. You read about it? I asked. Oh yes. He sipped his beer. An article in some travel magazine years ago. It framed it like a murder mystery. Poison, adultery, political intrigue. No one ever wants the answer to just be, mountains are dangerous and human bodies are fragile, do they? He glanced at Ania, eyeing her jacket, boots, and general no-nonsense aura. You're a guide, I assume? He asked. Sometimes, she said. Richard smiled. Any chance of a grumpy old man joining this ill-advised expedition of yours? I promise not to slow you down too much, and I'll do my best not to die in any dramatically inconvenient ways. I haven't said yes to anyone yet, Ania said. This isn't a pub crawl. Frog Pond is not fun. But it would be safer, wouldn't it? Richard said gently. For 3 idiots to go with someone who actually knows what they're doing? 4, Mike corrected. 4 idiots. 3 idiots and 1 mildly sensible person, Richard amended, nodding at her. Even better odds. She looked at all 3 of us in turn. 3 foreign guys, 3 flavors of stupid. The burned-out EMT with a mic, the adrenaline-chasing Texan with a camera, the retired English teacher who thought he was funnier than he probably was. If I take you, she said slowly, you follow my rules. No arguments, no YouTube stunts, no wandering off for the perfect TikTok. This is not haunted house. This is avalanche, fog, and very long way down. Mike put a hand over his chest. Scout's honor. You were never a scout, I said. You don't know my life, he shot back. Richard lifted his beer slightly. I solemnly swear to behave myself and not provide any material for your, what is it, vlog, podcast? Both, I said, apparently. Ania sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Fine, she said. If forecast is good, we go tomorrow, 5 in the morning. I meet you in kitchen. We check gear, we check weather again, we go. If I say we turn around, we turn around. If one of you cannot breathe, we go down, not up. Agreed? Agreed, Mike and I said together. Richard raised his glass. Agreed. Good. She drained the last of her drink and stood. Then go to bed. Long day tomorrow. And don't drink too much. I am not carrying anyone with hangover. She left without looking back, the flask's weight invisible under her jacket. The dorm room was dark when I climbed into my bunk that night. The only light coming from a street lamp outside, filtered through threadbare curtains. The air smelled faintly of detergent, damp wool, and the lingering spice of someone's instant ramen. The springs in the top bunks creaked as people shifted,
Found positions. Exhaled. A phone vibrated once, then fell silent. Somewhere down the hall, a door closed with a soft click. I lay on my back, staring at the underside of the bunk above me. Shadowed slats, a pair of socks dangling from the frame. Somebody's whispered conversation in Spanish down the room, fading as sleep dragged them under. At first, all I heard was the usual hostile soundtrack, muffled snores, the occasional rustle of a sleeping bag, the low whir of the building's heating system. Then, threading through it, came the sound I'd been half expecting, half dreading. Drip. At this point, I could have identified it anywhere. Plip, plip, plip. My rational brain said, old pipes, European plumbing, condensation, whatever. The part of me that had held that flask, that had felt stone under my back for a heartbeat in a crowded bar, said, listen closer. I reached blindly toward the edge of the bunk for my backpack, fingers fumbling until I closed on the small recorder in the side pocket. I slid it out, careful not to bump the bed hard enough to wake anyone, and hit the red button. The little light winked on. I held it up near the wall, near the floor, near my chest. The drip went on, patient. After a minute, it changed. It was subtle at first. The space between drops grew a fraction shorter. The sound of each drop blurred slightly into the next, like they were no longer singular impacts but part of a continuous flow. Then the rhythm shifted from random to patterned. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. It wasn't water anymore. It was breathing. Not the even, soft breathing of sleep. This had texture, grain. Each inhale caught halfway, a faint rattle. Each exhale dragged, wet at the end. The unmistakable crackle of fluid moving where air should be. C, H, F. Pneumonia. H, A, P, E. Pulmonary edema. The sound of a drowning body that never touched a lake. My own lungs seized in sympathy. I had to consciously force myself to take a slow breath to keep from matching the struggling rhythm. I held the recorder tighter, thumb slick on the plastic. Okay, I whispered, barely audible even to myself. Okay. After about 30 seconds more, I clicked it off. The room returned to its normal noises. Snore, rustle, heater. The drip was gone. My fingers shook as I fumbled the recorder back on and hit play. The tiny speaker crackled softly. A moment of room tone, then wind. Not the gentle shush of air through ductwork, not someone shifting on a mattress. This was open air, moving fast past solid obstacles. It had that same layered depth as the glitch back in Ohio, but sharper now, closer. Under the wind came a single breath, drawn in too quickly, catching. Then another. Then the start of a cough. And then, as the cough dissolved into a wet gargle, a woman's voice spoke directly into my ear. 3 is enough, she whispered. Perfect English, no accent I could place. The words were so near, so intimate, that for a moment I was sure someone was leaning over me in the dark, lips almost touching the shell of my ear. I rolled over so fast I almost fell out of the bunk. No one stood beside my bed. The dorm room was exactly as it had been. Silhouettes in beds, the faint rise and fall of chests, a pair of headphones glowing blue on the far bunk as someone fell asleep to a movie. 3 is enough.
3 what? 3 deaths? 3 men on a mountainside 100 years ago? Or 3 idiots in a hostile bar who just agreed to follow a guide up to a place the mountain seemed very interested in keeping to itself? I lay back slowly, the thin mattress creaking under my weight, and stared back up into the dark. This time, I didn't reach for the recorder again. Somewhere far above us, beyond the roof and the fog and the clouds, the Tatras sat in their long gray line, waiting. We met in the hostel kitchen at 5 a.m. The world outside still more night than morning. The fluorescent light buzzed faintly over chipped countertops and stacks of mismatched mugs. Someone had left a pot of coffee on the warmer, the burnt smell blending with instant oatmeal and that sour, indefinable hostile scent of too many people and not enough air. Anya was already there when I shuffled in, stuffing a packet of tea into a thermos. Her hair was braided back, a wool hat pulled low over her ears. She wore the same fleece as the night before, but now there was a harness slung over one shoulder and a coil of rope at her feet. "Morning," she said, like it was a neutral fact rather than an accusation. "Define morning," I muttered, rubbing my eyes. Mike bounced in a minute later, annoyingly awake, GoPro already strapped to his chest. He wore a bright orange beanie with a Texas flag patch on the front and a grin that was at least 2 cups of coffee ahead of mine. "Man, this is gonna be epic," he said, grabbing a piece of bread and slathering it with some kind of spread that smelled vaguely like fish and garlic. "I can feel it." "Try not to get yourself killed on camera, please," Ania said without turning. "I'll do my best to die off screen," he replied. "Be respectful." Richard arrived last, with the slightly harried air of a man who had woken up 15 minutes later than he'd planned and spent the intervening time negotiating with his own joints. He had a neat little day pack, a walking pole, and a thermos that looked like it had been bought in the 70s and cherished ever since. "I brought proper tea," he announced, setting it down with a small flourish. "In case whatever that is," he nodded at the coffee pot, "kills us faster than the altitude." We ate in relative silence, the kind of quiet that feels full rather than awkward. Outside the kitchen window, the sky was a deep, bruised blue, the horizon just beginning to pale. When I breathed out, the glass fogged faintly. As we finished, Anya spread a map across the table. "Here," she said, tapping a finger along the lines. "We are here in Zakopane. Bus to Palenitsa, then we walk to Valley of 5 Ponds. We stop at hut there for food. Then we go up toward the pass. Frog Pond is somewhere here." Her fingers circled a blank patch near a contour line. "There is not official name on the map, but I know the terrain." "Estimated time?" Richard asked. "To the hut, 2.5 hours, she said. "From hut to the area you want, maybe 2 more, depending on snow and how much you talk." "So 4 hours for us, 6 for Richard," Mike said. Richard sniffed. "I'll remember that when you're wheezing behind me." Anya folded the map with a precise, practiced motion. "We watch the weather," she said. "If wind picks up too much or we get fog, we turn back. No discussion." All 3 of us nodded. My recorder sat on the table between us, its little blank screen reflecting the overhead fluorescent. My hand itched to pick it up, to start capturing the narrative right there. 4 strangers, I'd say, one mountain, and a story old enough that no one who lived it is alive to correct it. Instead, I shoved it into my jacket pocket. There'd be time for words later. Zakopane at dawn felt like a different town. The neon signs were off. The souvenir stalls shuttered, their racks of plastic sleds and fluffy hats tucked away. The street, so crowded the day before, was almost empty now. Just a few other hikers with packs and poles headed in the same direction. Our breath steamed in the air as we walked toward the bus stop, boots crunching on old hardened snow. A bus idled there, engine rumbling, windows fogged already from the breath of the people inside. We climbed aboard, fumbling with Zloty and nodding toward a driver who looked like he'd been awake longer than all of us put together. The seats were worn but soft. I slid into one by the window. Mike took the seat behind me, humming under his breath, already filming snippets on his phone. Richard settled across the aisle, clutching his walking pole upright like a knight with a very slender lance. As the bus pulled away, I fished out the recorder again, thumb hovering over the button.
"Do you mind?" I asked Dania. She looked at it, then at me. "Just don't walk into a tree," she said. I hit record. 5:06 a.m., I said quietly into the mic. Leaving Zakopane. It's still dark. The streets are empty. The mountains are not. Outside, the town slid away. Houses gave way to forests and open fields, the snow in the ditches glowing faintly with reflected light from the bus's headlights. The sky brightened by degrees, shifting from bruised purple to a flat iron gray. Soon, the mountains filled the view. They rose ahead of us like a wall, their peaks still shadowed, their lower slopes cloaked in dark pine. Bands of snow clung to the gullies and creases, dull white against rock. From this angle, the range looked less like individual peaks and more like one continuous barricade. I felt the familiar twinge under my sternum, a slight awareness that my breaths were a fraction shallower than they should be. Not enough to worry about, just enough to notice. I kept talking softly to the recorder. From down here, it's hard to imagine anyone dying up there without falling, I said. But 75% of the people listening to this have never been short of breath for a reason they didn't understand. The bus dropped us at a parking lot near the trailhead, a broad expanse of asphalt ringed by trees and low buildings. Other hikers disembarked too, some in expensive gear, others in jeans and sneakers that made Ania's mouth tighten. She adjusted her pack straps and looked up at the sky. "Not bad," she said. "Clouds high, no fog yet. We go." The trail started as a wide, packed path, a ribbon of trampled snow leading into the forest. The air smelled sharp and clean, with a hint of ice and pine sap. My first breath out turned instantly into a plume of white. Crunch. The sound of boots compressing old snow is distinctive. Not the squeak of new powder, not the slap of wet slush, but a dry, crystalline crunch, like breaking thin glass underfoot. Add to that the tap-tap of trekking poles on rock, the occasional creak of a backpack strap, and you had a rhythm, a hiking heartbeat. I let the recorder dangle on its strap for a while. Mike pointed vaguely at the world, capturing it all. Birds called from the branches, short, sharp notes that echoed oddly in the cold. A stream murmured somewhere off to the left, hidden under snow and ice, its voice muffled but insistent. "Okay," Mike said behind me, breath puffing. "So, important question. Pierogi or tacos? Tacos, I said automatically. Blasphemy, Richard put in Poland at least. I mean in general, Mike said, if you had to live the rest of your life with only one. I'd rather not live the rest of my life without either, I said. Why is this a binary choice? It's like asking if you'd rather have lungs or a heart.
Very dramatic, Richard said, and not anatomically accurate. You can live a surprising amount of time with your heart doing absolutely nothing. Well, I said, where I work, we try not to make that the baseline. So what's the weirdest thing you've seen on the job? Mike asked, eager, like a kid asking for a ghost story at a campfire. There's a list, I said. Give me top 3, he pushed. Come on, audience loves that stuff. Which audience? I asked. Yours or mine? Both, he said. Venn diagram is basically a circle. I thought for a second, feet moving automatically over the packed path. Okay, I said. There was a guy who tried to fix his own ingrown toenail with a utility knife and a bottle of vodka. Spoiler, it got infected. There was a lady who kept calling 911 because she was convinced the government was poisoning her tap water, but the only thing we found in the house was 53 empty cases of Diet Coke. Nice, Mike said. Very American. And there was this one guy. I hesitated, then went on. Came in with shortness of breath, chest tight, classic CHF, congestive heart failure, lungs full of fluid. He kept saying he felt like he was drowning, but he hadn't been near water in weeks. Just his couch. I let the silence hang for a moment. He died on the way to the hospital, I finished. On dry land, in the back of the rig. It's not always lakes and bathtubs. Sometimes it's just your own body filling you up from the inside out. Cheery, Richard said. Remind me why we invited death on our holiday again? You invited death, Mike said. I invited sick content. Ania glanced back at us over her shoulder. You invited a lecture from an EMT, she said, which is almost the same. She smiled, just a little, then turned back to the path. The forest eventually opened up, trees thinning, the path widening into a valley. Snow lay in smoother sheets here, interrupted by patches of exposed rock and clumps of hardy shrubs sticking their wiry branches through the white. Ahead, the land rose slowly, like a tilted table. In the distance, I could see the glint of water, Valley of 5 Ponds. As we walked, the noise floor in my ears got busier. The wind picked up a bit, slipping down the valley and brushing past us, pulling at my hat, sneaking icy fingers down the back of my neck. At first it was just wind, normal and irregular. But after a while, something about its pitch nagged at me. It had a pattern. It was subtle, nothing you'd notice if you hadn't spent years listening to machines breathe for people. But once my brain caught it, it wouldn't unhear. Every so often, the wind would rise in a soft crescendo, hold, then fall. A 3 count. In, hold, out. The same tempo as a ventilator on assist control mode. The same tempo as an anxious respiratory therapist's foot tapping in a quiet ICU. I slowed for a second, letting the others get a few paces ahead, and listened. The wind gusted, rattling dry branches, sending a swirl of powder into the air. On the tail of it, I heard that mechanical rhythm again. In, out, in, out. A phantom ventilator hidden in the sky. Altitude, I told myself.
You're half a world away from work and still hearing machines. My chest felt tight, not painful, not yet, but as if someone had swapped out my lungs for balloons and only half inflated them. Each breath stopped a fraction before I expected it to. "You okay?" Anya called back. "Fine," I said, "just soaking it in." Mike jogged up to my side, his camera pointed ahead, capturing the trail, Anya's steady back, the horizon. "Dude, this view," he said. "It's like Colorado and Narnia had a baby." The valley widened further, opening onto the first of the ponds. The water was partially frozen, the surface a patchwork of dull silver ice and dark rippling liquid. It reflected the sky in fragments, pieces of cloud, pieces of mountain, pieces of us. The sun finally crested whatever low ridge it had been hiding behind, sending slanted beams across the snow. The world brightened all at once. The ice on the pond sparkled with ridiculous, almost cartoonish beauty. For a moment, the horror in my head took a step back, and I just looked. "See?" Ania said, standing beside me, her breath fogging the air. "Not all bad." I lifted the recorder, thumb brushing the familiar groove in its casing. "Valley of 5 ponds," I said quietly. "If you listen closely, you can hear the way the air changes when it moves over water. You can almost forget that people come here to die, sometimes." Mike made a face. "Can you maybe not say that while I'm trying to get a YouTube-friendly shot?" I was about to reply when the world gave us a tiny, sharp reminder of gravity. It started as a small sound, so out of place on the open slope that my brain froze for half a second trying to label it. Click. Then it turned into a clack, then a clatter, gaining volume as something gathered speed. I turned just in time to see a fist-sized rock bounce down the incline above us, dislodged from some invisible, higher part of the slope. It hit the snow once, twice, then skidded past my left boot, close enough to brush the fabric of my pants, spraying a fan of icy mud up my leg. The rock hit another stone at the edge of the path with a sharp, cracking sound that echoed up the valley like a gunshot. All 4 of us jerked. "Shit!" Mike yelped, hopping back. Richard swore in a more dignified British monotone, taking a half step closer to the safer, inner side of the trail. My heart hammered. That 1 second of delayed recognition stretching into something that felt like a minute. Ania's eyes snapped up the slope, scanning for more movement. Her jaw tightened. "That," she said, "is the weather changing faster than forecast." She listened for another few beats, then shook her head, a small exhale steaming in the cold. "We keep going," she said, "but faster. And we stay close to the inner side. No heroics." She didn't need to tell me twice. As we moved on, the crunch of our boots and the tap of poles seemed louder, more brittle. Every small slide of snow, every whisper of wind against rock set my nerves jangling. The mountain had spoken. Not loudly, not with a full roar of avalanche or thunder, just with a single, well-placed stone. "Hello," it seemed to say. "I see you." The trail steepened as we left the last pond behind. Trees thinned, shrinking into scrub and tough little bushes that clung to the slope like they were afraid of being shaken off. The wind picked up, pushing cold fingers through every gap in my clothing. My lungs complained quietly,
each breath a little more effort than the last. "We're close," Ania called back over her shoulder. "The hut is just over this rise." The promise of warmth is a powerful motivator. We pushed up the last incline, boots slipping slightly on a mix of snow and exposed rock, and then the ground leveled out. Nestled against the mountainside like it had grown there was a small wooden cabin with a steep, dark roof and a low stone foundation. Smoke puffed from a squat chimney, torn sideways by the wind. A wooden sign hung over the door, the Polish words weathered but legible. I didn't need to read them to understand what it meant. Shelter. The second we stepped inside, my glasses fogged. Warm air, moist and thick with the smell of instant soup, wet wool, and wood smoke wrapped itself around me like a tangible thing. The interior was a single room. Rough-hewn wooden walls, a stone stove in one corner, benches and tables bolted to the floor. Frost traced delicate patterns along the single-pane windows. Hiking gear was piled in corners, dripping slowly onto the worn planks. A handful of people were already there, shrugging out of packs, blowing on their hands, talking in low voices. Most wore the same uniform of weatherproof jackets and knit hats, though one guy, in jeans and a leather jacket, looked like he'd taken a wrong turn on his way to a bar. 10 minutes, Ania said, unwinding her scarf. Eat, drink, adjust gear, then we go. We squeezed onto one end of a long bench. Mike immediately pulled his phone out and started filming a slow pan of the room, narrating under his breath about authentic Polish mountain huts and real hikers, not just Instagram ones. Richard poured tea from his ancient thermos into a metal cup and handed it to me, without comment. "Thanks," I said, wrapping my hands around it. The metal was almost too hot to hold, the steam smelling of something faintly floral. "What, no Earl Grey?" Mike teased. "Philistine," Richard said, and took a sip from his own mug. His glasses fogged momentarily. I set the recorder on the table, thumb flicking it on. It captured the clatter of spoons against bowls, the murmur of voices, the gusts of wind slamming into the walls, making the cabin shudder slightly. The conversations around us were mostly in Polish, a river of consonants and softened vowels. I didn't understand much, but certain words pricked my ears when they surfaced. Tatry, śmierć, death, mężczyźni, men. At the table across from us, a group of 3 younger hikers, 2 women, 1 man, laughed at something on someone's phone. A bearded guy in his 40s sat alone near the stove, hands cupped around a bowl, staring into the steam like it might show him something. Near the door, an older man in a thick wool sweater and a hat pulled low over his ears was pouring vodka from a small bottle into a chipped enamel cup. His cheeks were flushed. Whether from the cold outside or the alcohol, I couldn't tell. He caught me looking. "You are not from here," he said in accented English, his voice rough like the inside of a chimney. "Guilty," I said. "America." He made a small, non-committal sound. "You go up?" he asked, nodding toward the window and the invisible peaks beyond. "That's the plan," I said. He squinted at me, then at the recorder on the table. "You make radio?" he asked. "Something like that," I said. "Stories." He let out a short, humorless laugh. "In Tatry, stories make themselves," he said. "People just come to collect them, like mushrooms." Anya, who had been checking something on her phone, glanced up. "Pan," she said in Polish, respectful. "Don't scare the tourists before we even get to the pass."
He waved a hand. "If they scare easy, they should go back now," he said, then switched back to English for my benefit.
"You know the saying, mountain that drowns without water?" My skin prickled.
"I've heard something like that," I said carefully. He nodded, satisfied. "Always the lungs here," he said, tapping his own chest. "Always the water inside. Men walking, then bang." He slapped the table lightly, making my cup jump. "On the ground. No rockfall, no lightning, no knife. Just..." He inhaled noisily, then exhaled, trailing off. "Pulmonary edema," I said before I could stop myself. He snapped his fingers, pleased. "Yes, this. Doctor words." He leaned closer. I could smell vodka and something like tobacco. "They did autopsy on my cousin," he went on. 38, strong man, worked in forest all his life. He go up near Dolina Pięciustawów. He gestured vaguely toward the valley we were headed to. With his friends. Weather good. He is laughing. Then he is coughing. Then he is on his knees. When they get him down to hospital, doctor cut and say, his lungs are like sponge from the lake. He made a squeezing motion with his hands, fingers digging into invisible wetness. "No poison," he said. "No bad heart. Sometimes this happens, doctors say. Rare. Unlucky." He spit the word onto the table. Unlucky. "Did his friends get sick too?" I asked. He shook his head. "Just him," he said. "Mountain takes who it wants, leaves others to bring back stories." The wind chose that moment to slam into the wall beside us, making the cabin shudder. A spoon clanged against a bowl. Someone swore in Polish. The old man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "My grandfather told me about the prosecutor," he added, "long time ago. He said the man was proud, rich. He brought city ways to Mountain. Mountain did not like that. So it took him, took his boy, took his friend, left the woman to remember." He tossed back the rest of his vodka and stood, joints clicking softly like an old house settling. "Remember this," he said, pointing a gnarled finger at me. "It does not matter if you come with camera or microphone or nothing. It does not matter if you believe stories or not. The mountain does not care what you think of it. It only cares if you listen when it says enough." With that, he shuffled back toward his corner near the stove, leaving a faint scent of alcohol and smoke in his wake. Mike leaned toward me. "Please tell me you got all that," he whispered. I tapped the recorder. "Oh yeah." Across the table, Ania was frowning at her phone. She turned the screen toward me for a second. Dark clouds on a weather app, a wind icon, numbers I didn't fully parse. Then she slipped it away and looked out the small window. From this angle, all I could see was a slice of gray sky and the hint of a slope. The glass rattled lightly as another gust hit the cabin. "Fog is forming higher up," she said quietly, "faster than forecast." I followed her gaze. The higher peaks were hidden now, swallowed by a thick lid of cloud that seemed to be lowering by the minute. "We still going?" Mike asked. For once, there was less bravado in his voice. "We go to the pass," she said. "We see. If it feels wrong, we turn back. I will not walk into cloud with 3 men who think this is movie." Richard raised his cup in a mock toast. "For the record," he said, I'm more of a book person. She didn't smile this time. 10 minutes later, we stepped back out into the cold. The shock of it made my eyes water. The air felt different now, more anxious. The wind had picked up, a constant presence instead of an occasional shove. It slid under my jacket, found the thin spots. Above us, the peaks were indeed veiled in a thickening layer of cloud that crawled down their sides like spilled milk. 10 more minutes, then we check again, Ania said. If visibility drops, we go back. No arguments. We all murmured agreement.
Before we set off, I moved a few steps away from the cabin, toward a small rise that gave a clearer view up the valley. The hut's sounds fell away a little. The clatter of dishes, the thump of boots on the wooden porch. The wind was louder here, with fewer walls to catch it. It whipped my hood string against my cheek, made my eyes sting. I pulled out the recorder, thumb numb against the cold plastic, and lifted it toward the invisible summits. Valley of 5 ponds, above the hut, I murmured into the mic. You can hear the wind starting to change. It's more insistent, less background, more voice. I let the recorder hang, capturing 30 seconds of raw sound. Wind through bare branches, the low, distant rush from higher up, where it funneled through unseen gullies, the faint creak of the hut behind me as it settled. Then I clicked it off, fingers stiff. My chest felt tight again, each breath shallow and slightly unsatisfying. I took another one on purpose, slow, controlled, counted to 4, then let it go. You okay? Ania called from near the door, noticing I'd lingered. Yeah, I said, just grabbing some ambient. Okay. Don't get too ambient, she said. We move. I slipped the recorder back into my jacket and fell into step with the others. We hadn't gone far, just enough for the hut to shrink behind us, when curiosity won. Hang on, I said. 1 second. I unclipped the recorder, put the headphones over my ears, and hit play on the last track. If I was going to layer this into an episode later, I wanted to know what I had. The world around me dulled as the padding sealed over my ears. The hiss of my own breath became loud, a private surf. The file started with a bit of handling noise, then stabilized. Wind, not surprising. It roared in my ears, a broad sheet of sound, shivering at the top where it hit the mic's limitations. Underneath, I recognized the specific timbre of this valley, the way the sound bounced off rock, the faint, irregular clicks of ice shifting somewhere. Then another layer faded in. It wasn't supposed to be there. Voices, not close, not clear, but unmistakable. A man shouting in Polish. The vowels stretched, the consonants snapped. It sounded older somehow, like a recording from a different era, thinner, with a different kind of distortion. Even without understanding the words, I heard the tone. Panic, urgency. Over his voice came a wet, choking cough that made my stomach knot. Louder than the wind this time, right on top of it. And then, cutting through both, I heard something that made my blood run cold. My own guide's voice. We have to go back, Ania shouted in my ears. The phrasing, the cadence were hers. The fear in it was not a flavor I'd heard from her yet. I turned my head involuntarily, half expecting to see her right beside me, mouth open in mid-shout. But when I looked up, she was a few yards ahead on the trail, walking steadily, saying nothing. In the headphones, she shouted again,
That same line, "rar" now. The language she used was English this time, but there was that Polish edge on the words. The very specific way she said, "back." "We have to go back!" I stopped dead on the path.
"Daniel?" Richard's voice floated back to me, muffled by the headphones. "You all right?" I hit stop with a jerky thumb, yanked the headphones off. The wind of the real world rushed back in, along with their voices. "Yeah," I said. "I just thought I heard something weird on the recording." Mike grinned. "Mountain ghosts, man. Tell me we've got mountain ghosts already." "Probably just overlap," I said, more to myself than to him. "Files glitching. I might have recorded over something. Or something." It was a lie. I knew it the second I said it. I'd checked the folder before we left the hostel. New day, new directory. No old files to overlay, no previous takes to accidentally mix in. And the sound quality was wrong for anything I'd captured before. Thinner, harsher, like an old cassette dragged into the present. I slid the recorder back into my pocket with fingers that didn't quite want to cooperate. "Everything okay?" Ania asked, looking back at me. There was no current echo of panic in her face, no sign she'd just yelled anything. Just that same professional assessing glance. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Just checking levels." She studied me for a second, then nodded. "Keep moving," she said. "The higher we go, the faster things change." I fell into step again, the crunch of snow under my boots suddenly sounding a lot like a ticking clock. I didn't tell her what I'd heard. Not yet. Somewhere in my pocket, in 30 seconds of digital storage, a future moment had already happened. We just hadn't caught up to it. Past the hut, the mountain stopped being friendly. The trail narrowed as it climbed, the valley pinching in on both sides. Rocks jutted through the thinning snow like broken teeth. The easy, rolling crunch of our earlier steps turned into something more uneven. Boot on rock, slide on ice, pole scraping, breath huffing. The fog came down to meet us. At first it was just a thin veil, a softening of edges, the peaks above blurred, their sharp lines smudging into the low lid of cloud. Then the gray thickened, filling the spaces between trees, swallowing the horizon a little more each minute. The wind, which had been an occasional shove, became a constant hand in the middle of my back, pushing. "Welcome to the fun part," Mike said, slightly breathless, camera turned outward to catch Anya leading the way. "If I slip and die, subscribe and hit that like button in my memory." "Stop talking about dying," Richard grumbled behind him. "It's tacky." "Says the man hiking into a true crime reenactment," Mike shot back. My legs were starting to feel the incline. The muscles above my knees burned in a way that was familiar from stairwells and steep apartment buildings back home. My lungs, though, that was a different kind of burn. Each breath felt just a little too small, like I was pulling air through a straw that kept trying to kink. Anya set a steady pace ahead of us, poles ticking rhythmically against the stone. Every now and then she'd stop, glance at the sky, the slope above, the angle of the wind, then adjust our line a few degrees. It was like watching someone play chess with a board big enough to crush you. "Where does this bit put us?" Richard asked between breaths, his voice thinner now. "On the way to Shwistovka Pass," she said without stopping. "Ice Pass, some tourists call it, because in winter it is not friendly.
we are not at the worst part yet. Oh, good, he said faintly. I was worried this was as bad as it gets. The fog was doing strange things to distance. Rocks that looked like they were a few feet away turned out to be 20, and shapes that seemed close vanished when we approached. The world shrank to a bubble of visibility maybe 30 yards across. Everything beyond that swallowed in shifting gray. The wind used the fog like a canvas.
It came in gusts, every one of them carrying a different tone. Some were high and thin, a whine along the edges of exposed rock. Others were low and thick, more felt in the chest than heard. Standing there, listening to it, you could almost imagine there were words threaded through the noise. After a while, I realized that's exactly what my brain was doing, trying to turn it into language. The murmuring started as a trick of nerves, a cluster of frequencies that sounded like people talking far away, many voices overlapping, none of them clear enough to pick out. As we climbed higher, the overlapping grew denser, as if the air around us was full of conversations just past the range of sense. The EMT in me, the part that cataloged bodily sounds, couldn't help it. I started breaking down the noise like I would a patient's breath. There was the dry hiss of air through healthy bronchi, the faint popping crackle of alveoli sticking and unsticking in the early stages of fluid buildup. Then, layered under that, the uglier sounds, bubbling, wet rattles, that awful, syrupy tone a chest gets when there's more liquid than space. Every time the wind rose, I heard it. Not just wind over stone, but wind through tubes, through branching pathways lined with tissue, through someone's insides. Once, a gust hit us hard enough that I had to plant both poles and lean into it. It shrieked past my ears, and, right at its apex, the sound dipped into a hollow, sucking noise. For half a second, it was the exact sound of someone dragging in what they thought might be their last full breath. I forced myself to take my own slow inhale, counted to 4, aimed it low into my belly like they taught us in stress management seminars. It didn't help that much. Damn, Mike puffed, falling back to walk beside me. This wind is no joke. Keep your hood cinched, Ania called. If it picks up more, it will try to take it. Sounds like my ex, he muttered. Then, louder. My subscribers are gonna think I'm doing a bit with the fog machine turned up to 11. Maybe warn them that if they see a bright light ahead, it's not a studio effect, Richard said, his tone trying for wry and almost making it. It's the afterlife. He was walking a little more stiffly now, favoring his right knee. His breath came in hard little puffs, fogging his glasses. He wiped them with a gloved finger, leaving a smudge. You good? I asked. Marvelous, he said. Just having an intimate conversation with my joints. They're telling me I'm an idiot. Mine have been saying that for years, Mike said. You get used to it. The path narrowed again as we entered a rocky section. The snow here was packed into uneven mounds between jutting stones, some of them slick with a thin glaze of ice. To our left, the slope rose steeply into fog. To our right, it dropped away into a gray nothing, not a sheer cliff, but steep enough that a misstep would send you tumbling a long, painful way down. Single file, Ania said. Poles in close, watch your feet. We obeyed without argument. The wind pressed harder now, barreling down the slope as if determined to rub us out with sheer force. It found every loose bit of clothing, every unsecured strap, flapping them like flags.
It stole our words the moment they left our mouths. Somewhere above us, a small series of dry pops cracked through the noise. It sounded like someone stepping on a row of twigs or cracking knuckles, one by one. I had just enough time for the thought, "That's not good," before Ania shouted something I didn't catch, and the mountain moved. A sheet of ice and compacted snow, maybe the size of a small car, broke free from a rock shelf above and came down. I heard the initial rift, a sharper crack, like a pane of glass splintering.
Then a rushing, grinding roar as the ice slab slid, bouncing off rocks, shattering as it picked up speed. "Move!" Ania screamed. Time stretched. She lunged sideways into the slope, boots digging in, dragging herself and Mike toward the inner bank. Richard froze for a heartbeat, eyes wide behind his fogged glasses, then shoved himself toward the rock as well, nearly losing his footing. I tried to move and felt my right boot skid. For an instant, I saw the slab coming through the fog, a pale shape gathering darkness and debris, chunks flying off its edges like pith. Bits of rock and frozen clods of snow shot ahead of it, whistling through the air. One of the smaller pieces hit the trail right in front of my toes, sending up a spray of icy mud that splattered my pants and stung my shin. Another zipped so close to my face that I felt the disturbed air slap my cheek. The main mass of ice slammed into the trail just beyond us, where the path widened a little before dropping away. It exploded on impact, chunks flying, a deep whoomp reverberating up through my boots and into my bones. Broken shards skittered over the edge, rattling down into the invisible slope below. Silence snapped down over the trail in the aftermath, the wind seeming to pause, as if even it needed a second to process. My heart was hammering so hard it drowned out everything else for a few beats. Slowly, the world came back. The hiss of the wind recovering its voice, the dry rasp of my own breath. Mike's nervous little laugh, too high and too fast. "Holy shit," he said. "Tell me you got that on audio, man. That was close." Ania cut in, voice sharp as ice. Too close. She was breathing hard, more from adrenaline than exertion, I thought. Her eyes darted up the slope, searching for any other loose patches waiting to follow. Her knuckles were white on her poles. Richard leaned against the inner wall of the trail, one hand pressed flat to the rock, the other over his chest. "I'm fine," he said preemptively before anyone could ask. "I'm fine, just evaluating my life choices in real time." A thin, jagged crack now ran across the trail where the slab had hit, a pale scar in the snow, tracing the line of force. A few inches closer to us, and that force would have been aimed squarely at our legs. I swallowed, my throat dry despite the cold. "You okay?" I asked Ania. She didn't answer right away. She kept scanning the slope, then the sky, then the trail ahead. When she finally looked at me, the expression in her eyes was exactly the one she'd given me in the bar when she talked about Frog Pond. "Forecast said wind, not this," she said. "We are near the pass. We can see what it looks like and decide. But if the mountain gives us another warning like that, we go down. Do you understand?" Her gaze flicked from me to Mike to Richard, pinning each of us in turn. "Yes," I said. "Yeah," Mike said, sounding less sure than usual. "Absolutely," Richard said. "One near-death experience a day is quite enough at my age." We started moving again, slower now, more deliberate. Every step was conscious, every placement of boot and pole calculated. The wind resumed its constant harassment, but now the edge of every gust felt like a test. The fog thickened as we approached the pass. It was like walking into the inside of a lung. The air grew damp, not exactly wet, but carrying a hint of moisture, enough to bead on my eyelashes and settle on my beard. Visibility shrank to a circle no wider than a small room. Beyond that, the world might as well not have existed. My chest felt heavier, not in that sharp, stabbing way of a cardiac event, more like someone had laid a damp blanket over my ribs. Each breath dragged a little. When I forced a deeper one, it triggered a cough that clawed at my throat. "You okay?" Anya asked again, sharper this time. "Yeah," I lied. "Just altitude." "We're not so high," she said. "Take smaller steps. Don't be hero." The wind found a new voice here. It didn't just rush. It murmured. The sound wrapped around us, bouncing off rock we couldn't see, turning directionless. It became impossible to tell where it was coming from. Left, right, above, below, it was all the same continuous, low whisper. The murmurs started to sound like words again. The more out of breath I got, the more my ears played tricks on me. Phrases rose and dissolved in the gray, like half-remembered sentences from dreams. Don't. Leave. Back. Enough. I knew it was my own brain pattern-matching static. I also knew that didn't make it less unnerving. At some point, the trail eased just enough for us to stand side by side. Ania stopped, checking her watch, then the sky, or what little of it we could see. "We are near the pass," she said. 10, maybe 15 minutes more. After that, the terrain opens a little, then drops toward your..." She hesitated. "Your place." "Frog Pond," I supplied. She nodded but didn't say the name. "The wind is stronger than I like," she went on. "Fog is thick. We can continue and watch very carefully. Or we can turn back now while we still see our own feet." Mike turned his camera toward himself, framing his own face with the gray void behind. "We're so close," he said. "Like, this is it, right? The story. The whole reason we're here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing." "Once in a lifetime," Richard repeated dryly. "We'll certainly only do it once if we fall off something." He looked torn, though. Curious eyes behind fogged lenses, darting toward the invisible pass. I felt the same split inside myself. One part of me, professional, trained, jaded, said, "This is stupid. The visibility is shit, the wind is picking up, you're already more short of breath than you should be. Turn back, do the sensible thing for once." The other part whispered, "If you turn around now, you flew across an ocean to walk halfway up a hill. The story is up there. The answers are up there. You owe it to the listeners. You owe it to yourself." "Anya," I said carefully, "what does your gut say?" She squinted into the fog, toward where I knew the pass had to be. For a moment, her face was just silhouette and shadow, features softened by the gray. "The mountain is..." she began, then stopped. The wind gusted, harder than before, slamming cold against us. It rushed around my head, through the hood, past my ears. And riding on that gust, so close it might have been spoken directly into my skull, came a phrase I recognized in an instant. 3 is enough.
The words weren't distorted by static this time. They weren't buried in a recording. They were clear, crisp, and in English. My whole body went rigid. My breath stopped halfway in my chest. I turned my head toward Anya. Her eyes were wide, pupils blown, fixed on the same featureless patch of fog ahead. "You heard that," I said. It wasn't a question. She swallowed. "Yes." Richard frowned. "Heard what?" he asked. "Just wind." Mike shivered, though whether from cold or nerves, I couldn't tell. "I didn't hear anything," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Three's enough." The echo of the phrase from the dorm, from the recorder, from my imagination, coiled tight in my gut. 3 what? 3 men? 3 deaths on a summer day in 1925? 3 idiots on a foggy slope in 20-whatever, following a guide toward a place everyone in town had politely told us not to go? For a moment, I thought, hoped, that this would be the thing that finally tipped Ania toward turning back. She'd say, "No, this is too much. We go down. Now." She closed her eyes for a heartbeat, the muscles in her jaw jumping. Then she opened them again, and the professional mask slid back into place. "We go on," she said. Slowly, carefully. "If visibility drops more, if I feel one more stone move under my feet, we turn back. Agreed?" My mouth was dry. "Agreed," I said, and hated myself a little for it. Mike let out a breath he'd been holding. "Let's do it," he said, forcing brightness. "I mean, if the mountain is taking attendance, we might as well not be late." Richard just shook his head, muttering something about peer pressure and bad choices, and adjusted his grip on his pole. We stepped forward, one by one, into the thickening fog. The wind closed in around us like lungs filling with water. The fog didn't thin so much as crack. One minute, we were walking inside a gray marble, everything smeared and close. The next, the air lifted just enough that shapes resolved ahead. A slope easing downward, the hint of a hollow beyond. Ania slowed, raising one hand. "Careful," she said. "We are close now." The world opened out around us in a way that felt wrong. We stepped over the lip of a shallow rise and onto flat ground. The change in incline was subtle, just a few degrees, but my legs felt it instantly. After the constant upward push of the past hour, the plateau made my muscles stutter. "This is it?" Mike asked, panning his camera. It didn't look like any pond, not the way you picture one. No neat blue circle, no reeds, no mirror-smooth surface. Just a wide, shallow depression in the rock, maybe the size of a small parking lot. The ground was mostly bare stone, stained in places a darker gray, as if it had been wet for years and just recently dried. Here and there, small pools of stagnant water collected in the hollows. They weren't large, no more than a few feet across, but they were dark, almost black, their surfaces disturbed only by the occasional twitch of wind. No trees, not even scrub. The sparse plants that had clung to the slopes leading up here simply stopped at the edge of the hollow, as if someone had drawn a line they refused to cross. The fog lingered above us, hanging low like a ceiling. The pass we'd just come through was behind, half swallowed, a vague mouth in the rock. Ahead, the hollow stretched to a broken lip where the ground fell away again, deeper into the range. The wind was colder here. Not just colder, sharper. It came in blades, slicing through my jacket, finding the damp spots where sweat had soaked my base layers. Every inhale felt like pulling air straight from a freezer. Under the wind, there was a sound I hadn't heard anywhere else on the mountain. A low hum. It wasn't loud. You could have missed it if you weren't listening, but it was there. A soft, continuous tone somewhere between hearing and feeling. It seemed to come from under the ground, vibrating up through the soles of my boots, settling into my bones. I stopped, breathing hard, and tried to swallow the feeling that I'd just stepped into a place that wanted to shrug me off. "Frog Pond," Anya said quietly. She didn't look at us as she said it. Her gaze was fixed on the hollow, on the scattered dark pools, on a particular flat rock near the center. "This is it," Mike announced to the camera, forcing cheer into his voice. "Frog Pond. No frogs, no pond. 10 out of 10 false advertising. But apparently men supposedly just drop dead here, so that's fun." His words hung in the cold air longer than they should have. My lungs felt wrong. It had been building for the last half hour, but here it hit a new intensity.
The tightness I'd been trying to ignore clenched down another notch. A belt pulled 2 holes tighter. Each breath filled less space than the last. When I inhaled, there was a faint resistance deep in my chest, like tissue sticking and then peeling apart. I knew these sensations in other people, in patients, in strangers on gurneys. Recognizing them in my own body sent a thin ribbon of panic through me. I tried to keep my tone casual. "Anyone else feel heavier?" I asked. "Welcome to my everyday," Richard said, but his attempt at humor landed weak. He was standing with his hands braced on his thighs, shoulders heaving. His face had a gray tinge under the reddened cheeks. "Short of breath is normal, a little up here," Ania said, "but we rest. Small break. Sit, drink, eat. Then we decide if we go closer or just say we saw enough." She dropped her pack near one of the less wet patches of stone and shrugged it off. Mike immediately started circling the hollow, getting wider shots, his boots crunching on frost, camera clicking softly as he adjusted settings. I walked toward the nearest pool. It wasn't large, maybe 3 feet across, shallow enough that I could see the bottom. The water was so still, it might as well have been glass. No ripples, no debris floating on the surface. Just a dark mirror sunk a few inches into the stone. My reflection peered back at me. At first glance, it matched. Beanie, wind-reddened face, dark circles under the eyes. But the longer I looked, the more tiny discrepancies I noticed. In the water, my chest rose and fell just a fraction slower than in reality. The fog behind my reflection seemed thicker, hugging closer to the ground. When I blinked, the reflection blinked a heartbeat late. I told myself it was nerves, light, angle, nothing supernatural about poor coordination and occasional optical illusions at altitude. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man in the water was watching me more intently than I was watching him. "Hey," Mike called from across the hollow. "Stand there a sec. I want to get you in frame with the, famous non-pond." "Give me a minute," I said, not looking away from the water. The recorder felt heavy in my pocket. For once, I didn't reach for it. Curiosity, that old stupid friend, nudged me.
I crouched down, carefully, boots grinding on the abrasive stone, and extended my hand toward the surface of the pool. The air above it felt colder than the air around it, a little pocket of chill that made the hairs on my fingers stand up. "Don't," Anya said sharply behind me. I hesitated, my skin already prickling with the proximity of it. "It's just water," I said. "Water is never just anything up here," she replied. "You don't know where it comes from, or where it goes after." I should have listened. Instead, I let the tips of my fingers break the surface. The cold was instantaneous and vicious. It wasn't like touching ice water from a tap. This was deeper, an Arctic cold that sank straight through skin into bone. It felt old, like the water was holding a temperature from some other time and refusing to let it go. It punched up through my hand, raced along my arm, and settled in my chest in the space of a heartbeat. For a split second, the pond's smell hit me. Not the clean mineral scent of mountain snowmelt, but something darker, muddy, rotting. I was back in Ohio for an instant, at the edge of a stagnant canal on a hot summer afternoon, pulling a bloated body out of water the color of bad coffee. The stink of decomposition, algae, motor oil, and old trash had wrapped around us in a choking blanket. The water here carried a ghost of that smell, faint but unmistakable. I jerked my hand back, shaking droplets off my fingers. The skin where it had touched looked paler, almost bluish, as if I'd kept it in snow for too long.
"You see," Ania said, "it is not just water." I flexed my fingers, trying to get feeling back. The cold in my chest remained, a small, hard knot right at the center of my ribs. "I'm fine," I lied. The low hum under our feet seemed to crawl up my spine. "Okay, listen," Mike said, setting up his mini tripod on a relatively flat rock. "Intro shot, then B-roll, then we can, be respectful or whatever." He stepped into the middle of the hollow, framed by bare stone and pockets of black water, the fog hanging low above him like a sagging ceiling. The camera's little red light blinked on, recording. "What's up, guys?" he said, voice slightly thinner than usual in the cold air. "Today we are in the Tatra Mountains in Poland, at a place locals call Frog Pond. There are no frogs, obviously, but there is a super creepy story where..." His voice washed over me as background noise. I wasn't listening to his words. I was listening to the wind. Down here in the hollow, the gusts had changed again. They didn't roar as much as they sighed. Each one slid along the stone, around us, over the pools, picking up that low hum and stretching it. Sometimes the pitch rose a little, quivered, then dropped. It reminded me of lungs struggling with the work of breathing. Each inhale, an uphill push. Each exhale, a surrender. I put a hand against my chest. The knot of cold sat there, heavy. When I took a breath, it stayed put. The air seemed to go around it, not through it. "Hey," Richard said quietly, coming up beside me. "You look pale. Paler than usual, I mean." "I feel..." I started, then stopped. "Lightheaded," I settled on. "Like I stood up too fast." "Altitude," he said. "I've been pretending not to notice mine. Figured if I didn't acknowledge it, it couldn't hurt me." I managed a small, breathless laugh. A sharp, cracking sound snapped it off. It came from directly behind me. close enough that I felt the vibration more than heard it. For an instant, my brain labeled it in a dozen ways at once. Bone breaking, ice splitting, rock shattering. I spun around so fast the world blurred, heart slamming against my ribs. Nothing had moved, as far as I could tell. No new boulder in the hollow. No fresh crack yawning under our feet. No ice slab sliding. No avalanche starting above us. But a fresh fracture line had appeared in one of the flatter rocks near the edge of the depression. A thin, jagged white line, like a vein of quartz. I could have sworn it hadn't been there a second ago. My pulse thudded in my ears, loud enough to drown out the wind for a moment. "Everything okay?" Mike called, noticing my sudden spin. The camera stayed on him, but his eyes flicked toward me. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded thin and strange, like it came from farther away than my own mouth. "Just thought I heard something." The low hum under the stone deepened, a note lower, a little closer to the frequency of a human chest cavity. My lungs tightened another notch. Frog Pond had no frogs, no clear pond, just air that felt like water, rocks that moved like bone, and a sound under everything that made my body remember all at once what it was like to watch someone's last breath fail. I took another shallow breath and tasted, faintly, the ghost of canal water on my tongue. It started so gradually that if we hadn't been listening for it, we might have written it off as just the mountain doing what mountains do. Richard's jokes got shorter. He stood with his hands on his hips, squinting around the hollow like he was trying to memorize it. His chest rose and fell a little faster than before, but that wasn't new. We were all breathing hard. "You all right?" I asked. "Fine," he said. "Just give me a second." His voice sounded normal. His face didn't. The flush in his cheeks had deepened, blooming into a mottled red that crept up his neck and across his nose. At the edges, near his lips and around his eyes, the color was draining already, leaving a faint bluish cast. His hands, when he wiped his glasses, shook in a way that had nothing to do with the cold. "Richard?" Ania's head snapped toward him. "Sit, now!" He didn't move right away. He began, and then his sentence broke into a cough. It started as a dry little bark, and then immediately turned wet. A thick, gurgling hack that bent him double. He braced one hand on his knee, the other still clutching his walking pole, knuckles white. A blot of pink spattered the rock at his feet. My brain went through its list automatically, the way it always did, even as my heart rate spiked. Altitude? Hap? No, we're not that high. Cardiac? Chaff? He said he had high blood pressure, didn't he? Maybe a murmur. But this fast? This dramatic? Hey, I said, closing the distance in 3 quick steps. "Richard, look at me." He straightened with effort, his breaths now loud and wet in the cold air. Each inhale sounded like someone squeezing a sponge in vinegar. His pupils were blown wide, the whites of his eyes suddenly veined and glassy. Can't get, he managed, fingers clawing weakly at the front of his jacket. Oxygen. He needed oxygen. I had a small emergency kit in my pack, pocket mask, basic supplies, but no O2 tank. This wasn't a rig. This was a hollow in a mountain with nothing but rock and bad air. "Sit down," I said firmly. "Right now." He didn't argue. His legs simply gave. He dropped to his knees with an ugly thump,
then toppled sideways onto the cold stone. His head hit rock with a dull, thick sound that made my stomach lurch. "Shit," Mike breathed. "Is this? Oh my God."
"Anya, get his pack under his head," I snapped, EMT mode slamming down over the fear like a well-worn mask. "Mike, step back, give him air." The words were automatic, coming from a place in me that had done this dance 100 times. I knelt by Richard's side, fingers going to his neck, searching for a carotid pulse. For a heartbeat, I thought I felt something. A weak, irregular flutter against my fingertips. Then it faltered, stuttered, stopped. His chest moved in a grotesque parody of breathing. Shallow, useless little movements, ribs lifting just enough to say, "See, I'm trying." "Come on, old man," I muttered. "Not here." His eyes, which had been wide and panicked, suddenly went distant. Not rolled back, just unfocused, as if whatever made them Richard had stepped back from the windows. He stopped moving. "No," Anya whispered. "Is he—" Mike's voice was thin, high. "Dude, Daniel, I need you to shut up," I snapped, voice harsher than I intended. "Right now." I tilted Richard's head back, opened his airway, watched his chest for any sign of effective breathing. Nothing. Just that horrible, residual bubbling, a faint pop, pop, pop deep inside that told me there was fluid where there shouldn't be. "I'm starting compressions," I said, because saying it made it feel more real, more procedural, less like I was kneeling on bare rock in a cursed hollow halfway up a mountain that was eating the air out of our lungs. I laced my fingers, placed the heel of my hand on his sternum, and started pressing down, hard and fast. 30 compressions to 2 breaths. That's the standard. You do it until help arrives, or until you know it won't. Here, help was a cabin 2 hours away and a helicopter that might never see us through the fog. His chest yielded under my hands with sickening ease. Old bones, thin cartilage. On the second compression, I felt something crack. On the fourth, another. It wasn't the neat, sterile crack of practice on a CPR dummy. This was messy, crunchy, like stepping on dried twigs embedded in mud. I kept going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I counted under my breath, rhythm steady. The wind tore the numbers away as soon as they left my mouth, but they helped keep my hands moving at the right pace. With each downward push, a wet gurgle answered me from somewhere inside his chest, like squeezing a soaked sponge. On one compression, a thin stream of pink foam bubbled up between his lips, creeping down the side of his face. "Jesus," Mike whispered. He'd backed up until his boot hit one of the dark pools. He didn't seem to notice. "Anya, check for a pulse while I compress," I said. "Tell me if you feel anything." She knelt opposite me, her gloved fingers pressing into the side of his neck. Her face was pale, jaw clenched. I realized, distantly, that for all her familiarity with this mountain, she might not have seen many people die on it up close. "Nothing," she said after a few seconds. Her voice sounded wrong, thick, like she was talking through cotton. "I feel nothing." "Keep checking," I said, "because that's what you say. Compress, compress, compress." Ribs giving way under my palms, pink foam turning more red. The hum under the rock seemed to rise with my rhythm, a hideous, subterranean metronome. With every push,
The low tone thrummed through my knees, my arms, my teeth. At 30, I stopped and tilted his head back again, pinching his nose. I sealed my mouth over his and breathed for him. The air went in, but I could feel resistance halfway down, like blowing into a tube already full of water. As I released, the breath came back at me with a spray of fine droplets. Thin pink mist hitting my lips, my tongue. It tasted metallic and wrong and intimately familiar. I spat onto the stone beside us, wiped my mouth with my sleeve, and went back to compressions. 1, 2, 3. Somewhere on the periphery of my awareness, Mike made a small, strangled sound.
"Guys," he said. "Guys, I don't feel so." His sentence cut off with a guttural grunt. I glanced up mid-compression. He was standing 1 second, legs braced, camera still strapped to his chest. The next, his knees buckled like someone had swung a bat behind them. He dropped, landing hard on his ass, hands scrabbling at the ground. "Mike?" Ania said sharply. "Mike, look at me." Whoa, he said, voice slurring. "Head's floaty." His eyes rolled, showing a startling amount of white. He blinked rapidly, trying to clear them. His mouth opened, closed, opened again, like a fish dragged onto a dock. Can't catch," he gasped. "Shit," I hissed. "Keep going," Ania said. "I check him." She crawled to Mike as I kept pounding on Richard's chest. My shoulders burned. Sweat chilled instantly on my skin, making my fingers clumsy. "Breathe, man," Mike wheezed. "Come on, lungs. Don't do this to me on camera. This would be bad content." He tried to laugh. It turned into a choked cough. A spray of fine, pink-tinged droplets hit the rock in front of him. His hands, which had been braced on the ground, began to tremble. Little tremors at first, then full-on shaking that traveled up his arms. His fingers clawed at the stone, nails scraping, leaving pale streaks of keratin dust on the gray surface. "Daniel." Ania's voice had an edge now I hadn't heard before. Fear, unfiltered. "He is going the same way. Keep him upright if you can," I said, breathless now myself. "If he goes down, protect his head." "His pulse is fast," she said, fingers on his wrist. "Too fast, and his chest—" She broke off. I didn't need to see it to know. I heard it. Even over the wind, over my own counting, over the throbbing in my ears, I could hear the sound coming from inside Mike's chest. A high-pitched, squeaky wheeze on every inhale, followed by a wet, rattling exhale. Fluid moving, air fighting through. His breath hitched. He jerked once, a whole body spasm, shoulders snapping back, spine arching. His eyes flew open, pupils blown so wide his irises were almost gone. He stared straight up at the low ceiling of fog. "Dude," he croaked, "this is bad." His right hand flailed out blindly. Fingers brushed my leg, grabbed weakly at my pant leg. For a second, it was like he was trying to anchor himself to something solid, anything, while his body betrayed him. Then his grip slipped. His fingernails dragged down the fabric, catching on the rough weave, then slid off onto the stone. The sound they made, keratin on rock, was a thin, sharp squeak that cut through everything. More than the wet rattles,
more than the cracks of breaking ribs. That sound lodged in my brain like a splinter. "Mike, stay with us," I snapped. "Stay with me. Look at me." He tried. His eyes rolled sluggishly toward my voice, unfocused. "Not enough," he whispered. Then he exhaled one last time. It came out in a spray of pink foam and something thicker. His body jerked once more, then sagged, all the tension going out of it at once. "Fuck," Ania said softly. The words sounded strange in her accent. Final. Wrong. "Check his pulse," I said, still hammering away at Richard's unresponsive chest. "Check his goddamn pulse!" She did. I saw her fingers press into his neck, saw the slight tick of her jaw as she waited. "Nothing," she said. "Daniel, there is nothing." I wanted to split myself in two. One half to stay with Richard, finish the motions we both knew were probably already pointless. One half to move to Mike, start over. But CPR calculus is brutal even in an ER. Out here, it was impossible. 2 patients, 1 pair of hands. No oxygen, no AED, no backup. And my own chest was starting to betray me. Every compression on Richard sent a small shock up my arms, into my sternum. The cold knot there flared with each impact, making my own breath hitch. The edges of my vision dimmed slightly, the world closing in, narrowing to the circle of my hands, his broken ribs, the wet sound beneath. 1, 2, 3, 4. The hum under the rock rose another notch. It stopped sounding like an abstract vibration and started sounding like rushing water. At first, I thought it was my imagination. Adrenaline, hypoxia, fear, all of it blending into auditory hallucination. But then, Anya's head snapped around, eyes wide. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. We both fell silent for half a second. Under the wind, under the rasp of my own breath, there it was. A distinct liquid sound. Trickle. Not the distant murmur of a stream or meltwater. This was closer, sharper. Like someone had turned on a faucet somewhere just out of sight. I looked down at Richard. Something clear glistened at the corner of his mouth. Not the pink foam I'd seen before, but actual fluid. Transparent, with only the faintest tinge of red. It beaded for a moment, then spilled over his lower lip and dripped onto the stone. Plip. Another bead formed. Fell. Another. Fell. It was too much. The human body has a lot of fluid in it, yes, but this was obscene. It wasn't the slow seep of residual blood or the last exhalations of a failing heart. It was a steady stream, as if someone had opened a valve inside his chest and walked away. The trickle became a small, continuous flow. Water, because that's what it looked like, more than blood, ran from his open mouth, over his chin, down the side of his face. It pooled at the hollow of his neck for a moment, then overflowed, spilling onto the stone. It ran along the shallow grooves in the rock, seeking the lowest points. It didn't freeze, even in the cold. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, hands hovering uselessly now over his chest. That's not possible. The flow increased, as if my disbelief offended it. From the corner of my eye, I saw the same thing happening to Mike.
A thin stream of clear fluid slid from the corner of his mouth over his cheek. It pooled briefly in his ear, then spilled onto the ground, joining the growing wetness. The hollow, which had been dry stone with pockets of stagnant ponds, now had fresh rivulets tracing dark lines between the cracks. The sound grew louder. Trickle, trickle, trickle. I scrambled back a little on my knees, palms stinging as they scraped over the rough rock. Water licked at my boots, seeping into the seams. "Daniel," Ania said, voice thin. This is not—" "I know," I said. "I know." The two bodies twitched. At first I thought it was post-mortem muscle firing, random little jerks and spasms that can happen after death, seen it 100 times. But these movements were coordinated. Not big, not dramatic, but purposeful in a small, awful way. Richard's shoulder shifted a fraction, as if tugged. His hand, which had been palm up near his side, slid a centimeter across the stone. The water under him seemed to pull, following the lines in the rock. Mike's foot dragged slightly, the sole of his boot squeaking faintly as it moved. His fingers curled, not in a reflexive clinch, but in a slow, unnatural flex that matched the direction of the flow. The liquid spilling from their mouths kept coming, more than their bodies should have been able to hold. It ran under them, around them, carrying them by degrees toward the nearest cracks in the stone, like they were fallen leaves on the surface of a stream. Frog Pond, dry when we arrived, was drinking. The hum in the ground vibrated up through my hands, my knees, my teeth. It sounded less like a tone now and more like a throat, swallowing. My chest tightened again, hard enough that I had to brace one hand on the rock to keep my balance. When I inhaled, my breath caught halfway, snagging on something heavy and wet. For a heartbeat, I had the hideous thought that if I stayed kneeling here, the mountain would simply keep going, that it would pull the water from me next, filling the hollow with the contents of my lungs, my veins, until I was dry as the rocks we'd walked over to get here. "Get up," Ania said, sharp and urgent. "Daniel, get up, now." For a second, I think Ania is yelling at me because I'm just sitting there. Then I realize I'm not sitting. I'm on my knees, hunched over like someone's folded me at the middle and forgotten to unfold. My hands are on the rock, spread wide, fingers splayed. I can't feel them properly. My arms shake. The cold knot in my chest that started at the pond has swollen into something huge. It fills the space under my sternum, a heavy, wet pressure that refuses to move. Every breath I try to take slams into it and stops. I suck in air, and it feels like pulling liquid through a straw. Nothing reaches the bottom. "Daniel, look at me." Anya's voice is close now, harsh and scared. Hands grab my shoulders, fingers digging through my jacket into muscle. She hauls me sideways, away from the growing slick of water spilling from Mike and Richard. My lungs choose that moment to revolt. The cough comes up from somewhere deep, deeper than it should be. It tears out of me in a convulsion that bends my spine. My whole body spasms with it. Something hot and coppery fills my mouth. When I spit, it splashes on the stone in front of me in a spray of thin pink. "No," I manage, hoarse. "No, no." Because I know this. I've seen this. I've listened to this sound come out of too many people's chests.
Pulmonary edema sounds like Rice Krispies the second you pour milk on them. Little pops and snaps at the end of each breath, then bubbles, then thick, sloshing rattles. A drowning that happens in slow motion, underwater and above it at the same time. Now, that sound is inside me. Each inhale comes with a faint crackle, like tiny joints popping in my lungs. Each exhale comes with a barely audible gurgle. Even over the wind, even over the wet trickle from the bodies, I can hear it, because I know exactly what to listen for. "This is not happening," I whisper, as if saying it will make it less true. Another cough hits, harder. My vision whites out at the edges for a second. My ribs feel like they're being pried apart from the inside. This time when I spit, there's more color. Threads of red in the froth. I try to shift my weight to help Anya pull me, and my legs don't cooperate the way they should. They respond like they're on a slight delay, muscles lagging behind intent. The stone under my palms tilts queasily. "Daniel," she says again, almost snarling my name. "You have to move, now. Get away from them." She drags me toward a larger boulder near the lip of the hollow, planting my back against it. The rock is so cold, it steals what little warmth I have left in my spine. Her face swims in front of me. Too close, too far, the distance between us wobbling like heat shimmer. Her eyes are wide, pupils dilated, the skin around them drawn tight. "Stay with me," she says. "Do you hear me? Stay awake." I want to answer. My throat works. The sound that comes out is halfway between a cough and a laugh. "Not my best vacation," I wheeze. "You are making jokes. That's good," she says, which would be funny if I wasn't busy trying not to drown inside my own body. She presses a gloved hand flat against my chest, as if she can feel what's happening in there through layers of fabric. For a moment, her fingers splay, like she's trying to find the edges of that invisible weight. "You feel heavy here?" she asks, tapping gently over my sternum. "Like I swallowed a cinder block," I manage. She nods once, jaw set. "Breathe slow," she orders. "Small breaths. Don't fight it too hard. You fight, you panic. Your heart goes faster, it gets worse. You know this." She's right. I do know this. I've said almost exactly those words to patients, kneeling on carpets and pavement and cheap linoleum. It's different when the person they're aimed at is me. The edges of my vision blur. The world narrows to a tight frame. Her face, the gray sky behind her, the dark hollow of Frog Pond in the corner of my right eye. The wind roars around the boulder, but it sounds farther away now, as if someone has put a wall between me and the rest of the mountain. Inside my own head, the soundscape is different. Blood thumps in my ears, a thick, pounding drum. Thump, 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 thump. Each beat sends a faint echo through my chest, bouncing off the fluid, filling spaces that should be empty of anything but air. There's another sound, lower, coming from somewhere behind the pulse. Bubble, bubble, rattle.
Every inhale comes with a cluster of tiny fizzing noises, like carbonation struggling to escape. Every exhale drags them down and out, only to have them rise again on the next attempt. I close my eyes for half a second. Bad idea. When I open them, the hollow is crowded. They're not there in full color, not solid. At first, I think it's a trick of the fog, shapes forming and dissolving as it moves. But the longer I look, the more distinct they become. Silhouettes, not just one or two, dozens. They stand at the edges of Frog Pond and around the pools, in the spaces between rocks, in the shallower parts of the hollow. Some are tall, some short, some bulky with layers of clothing. None of them are clear enough to show faces, but their outlines draw themselves into my brain all the same. A man in what looks like old-fashioned hiking gear, thick woolen coat, cap with a brim, boots that stop halfway up his calves. Another in something like a military jacket, stiff and buttoned to the throat. A slimmer figure in what could be 70s-style ski gear. A modern shape in a puffy jacket and streamlined backpack, reflective strips catching light that isn't there, hands hanging at their sides, shoulders slumped, or squared, or shivering, heads tilted just enough that I know, without any doubt, that all of them are looking at me. My breath stutters. The sound that comes out of their collective lungs is a chorus of every bad breath I've ever heard. Coughs, wheezes, rattles, breaths that cut off halfway and never finish. It threads through the actual wind, turning each gust into a layered, sickly harmony. Behind one of the nearer shapes, I can still see the physical bodies on the ground. Mike and Richard, pale and slick with impossible water. The silhouettes stand over them without casting shadows. Daniel. Anya's voice drags me back a little. Stay with me. Look at me, not at them.
You see them too? I ask, each word a separate effort. She hesitates for a fraction of a second. No, she says, too quickly. The flask glints in her hand. I hadn't even seen her take it out, but there it is, the small metal shape that had felt like dry ice on my skin in the bar. It sits in her palm, dull silver against the dark fabric of her glove. What are you? I start, then break off in a hacking cough that leaves my chest spasming. In stories, she says tightly, eyes flicking between my face and the hollow. They say the flask is how the mountain chooses. Old women say it is like a ticket, a token. You take it, the mountain sees you. Maybe it lets you go. Maybe it does not. Maybe it wants it back more than it wants you. Her hand trembles. For a second, I think she's going to bring it to my lips. The thought makes my stomach twist. Whatever is in that flask, whatever it represents, I don't want it anywhere near the inside of my body. Instead, she closes her fingers around it, knuckles whitening. If it wants this more than it wants you, she says, voice almost a growl, then it can have it. She stands on unsteady legs, walks the few steps back toward the center of the hollow, where the rock is bare and the hum is loudest. The silhouettes shift as she moves, like a crowd in a theater turning to watch someone walk down the aisle. My vision smears in and out, but I can make out her arm as she extends it, can hear the soft clink of metal on stone as she sets the flask down on a flat slab. She backs away fast, as if expecting something to reach up and grab her. For a moment, nothing happens. The wind rattles around the edges of the hollow. Water continues to pour from Mike and Richard, flowing into the cracks like the mountain is filling itself up. Then the hum changes. It deepens, one long, rumbling note that vibrates in my teeth. It feels like someone tuning a massive, unseen instrument. I hear it again then, riding on the back of a gust that seems to come from everywhere at once. 3 is enough. The phrase is clearer than it's ever been. Not a whisper, not a glitch on a recording. A statement, a verdict. The silhouettes draw back, as if something in the center of the hollow has satisfied them. A few turn their indistinct heads toward me, and even without features, I can feel the decision in it. Not you. Not this time. Something presses down on my chest. It's not hands. It's not weight, exactly. It's more like a change in pressure, a sudden increase in density in the air between my ribs. For a second, it feels worse, like the knot of cold explodes, expanding to fill every empty space. I can't breathe at all. Then it lifts. Not all the way, not clean, but enough. The crushing, drowning pressure eases, like someone has turned a valve in the opposite direction. The next breath I drag in actually reaches the bottom of my lungs. It hurts, raw and burning, but it's air, not sludge. I cough hard. Thick, stringy fluid comes up, spat onto the rock between my boots. It's pink at first, then clears, then fades to nothing. Each cough wrings something out of me, leaving me lighter and more hollow. "Good," Ania says, suddenly right in front of me again, her hands under my arms. "Good. Again." We move, or rather, she moves, and I do my best to help. She hauls me to my feet, slinging my arm over her shoulders, anchoring her own around my waist. My legs protest, but they hold. The ground tilts as she turns us toward the pass, away from the hollow. Every step feels wrongly long, like my feet are finding footholds half a second after my weight has already committed. Behind us, water continues to trickle. The sound follows, at first as loud as a stream, then fading as we put distance between ourselves and the hollow. The wind changes too. As we stagger back up toward the pass, the gusts lose some of their wet, suffocating edge. They're still cold, still sharp, but they no longer carry that underlying chest cavity resonance. The murmurs thin. The voices in them grow faint, like a radio station slowly losing signal. All that's left is my own breathing, harsh, ragged but mine. We reach the lip of the hollow. The ground tilts upward, steep but blessedly solid. Up is harder on the legs, but easier on the soul. Up means away. I risk a look back over my shoulder. Frog Pond lies below us, a shallow bowl of stone and dark water veins cutting through it. The bodies, God, the bodies, lie where they fell, though they seem lower somehow, closer to the rock. On the flat stone where Ania set the flask, there is nothing. Just bare, gray surface, slick with a sheen of moisture. Did I see her put it down? Yes. Did I see any hand, human or otherwise, come and take it? No.
but the empty space where it should be throbs in my vision like a missing tooth. Maybe she grabbed it again without me noticing. Maybe it slid. Maybe I'm already hypoxic enough that my brain is decorating reality. Or maybe the mountain has its token back. My foot slips. The world lurches. Anya tightens her grip, swears softly in Polish. "Eyes forward," she says. "Do not look at it. We are leaving." Leaving. The word tastes like iron and fear, and the first sip of air after you break the surface. We stumble through the pass into thicker fog. The rocks close in. The wind presses, but it's ordinary now, just weather, not language. My legs give out halfway up a short, steep section. 1 second I'm pushing, the next my knees buckle and I'm sliding. Anya catches most of my weight, but she's only one person. We both go down in a tangled half-fall, half-slide, snow and ice scraping my palms through my gloves. "Sorry," I gasp. "Sorry, I—" "Shut up," she says, breathless. "Save your air." She gets us to a relatively flat patch and lowers me onto my side, facing downhill. Recovery position. She's not an EMT, but she's seen enough rescues to know the basics. The sky above is an undifferentiated gray smear. My entire field of vision is fog and rock and the occasional dark shape of a shrub. The world starts to tilt and dim at the edges again. Not like before, not with the suffocating pressure, but in the woozy, distant way of someone who's used up too much adrenaline and doesn't have much left in reserve. "Stay awake," Ania says, kneeling in front of me. Her face is pale with exhaustion, eyes too bright. "Stay awake until we get low enough. Then you can sleep in the helicopter, okay?" "Bossy," I mumble. She huffs out a breath that might be a laugh or a sob. The last thing I notice before the darkness rolls in is the sound. Not the wind, not the mountain. Inside my own chest, past the fading thump of my slowing heart, there's the faintest, most delicate noise. Plip, plip, plip. Not as loud as it was in the dorm, not as aggressive as at Frog Pond, just a steady, slow drip, somewhere deep behind my sternum, as if something in there is still leaking, drop by careful drop. The world blurs. The gray closes in. The drip follows me down. I woke up to the sound of a heart monitor I wasn't responsible for. For a few seconds, that was the only thing I understood. A steady beep, 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 somewhere near my head. Not the frantic scream of a code, not the lazy, spaced-out rhythm of sedation. Just a boring normal. I stared up at a ceiling I didn't recognize. White panels, fluorescent tubes humming faintly behind plastic diffusers, the light too hard, too flat. Tiny flecks in the paint, like someone had sprinkled dust and sealed it in. The air smelled like every hospital I've ever been in. Antiseptic, plastic, stale coffee from a nurse's station just far enough away that you never quite see it. Underneath that, a faint scent of something metallic. Old blood, dried and scrubbed away but not quite gone. I tried to move, and the world reminded me I had a chest. Pain flared under my sternum, radiating out along my ribs. Not sharp, not stabbing, More like the ache you get after you've been punched and your muscles are still waiting for the second hit. My lungs felt raw, not drowning anymore, but tender, like someone had dragged sandpaper along the inside of them and then told them to get back to work. A nasal cannula tugged at my nostrils, plastic tubing snaking down along my cheek to a little green bubble of a flow meter. Oxygen hissed quietly, a domestic little sound against the monitor's beat. I turned my head, slowly, like it weighed more than usual. White walls, a window with blinds half closed, gray light pressing through. A curtain that could be pulled around the bed, but wasn't. An IV pole with a clear bag hanging from it, tubing looping down to a catheter in my left hand, taped clumsily to the back of it. The monitor to my right showed my name, or some transliterated attempt at it, and a stack of numbers. Heart rate, 86. Sat, 95% on 2 liters. Blood pressure in the "you'll live" range. I swallowed. My throat felt swollen, dry, coated in the ghost of whatever I'd coughed up. "Pan Daniel?" The voice came from the doorway. A man stepped in, wearing dark blue scrubs and a white coat. Early 40s, maybe. Short hair going gray at the temples, rectangular glasses, a stethoscope around his neck. He smiled in the way doctors smile when they want you to know they've seen worse. "You are awake," he said, in accented but serviceable English. "Good." "Yeah," I croaked. The word came out as more of a rasp. "Where?" "Zakopane Hospital," he said. "You were brought from the mountains by Topper Rescue. You remember?" The last thing I remembered clearly was fog and rock and the world tilting. Then a stretcher bumping over uneven ground, the distant thump of helicopter blades. An oxygen mask pressed too hard against my face. Someone shouting in Polish, someone else answering in English. Pulmonary edema, SATs in the 80s. Possible HAPE. "Some," I said. "Not all." "What happened?" He came closer, picked up my chart from the foot of the bed, flipped through a few pages. "You had fluid in your lungs," he said. "Non-cardiogenic pulmonary edema. Your chest x-ray looked like cloudy glass." He tapped his own ribs. Here. We gave oxygen, diuretics, something to help your heart work less hard. Now you are better." He shrugged. "Not perfect, but better." He pointed at the monitor. "Your oxygen is good now," he said. 95% with little help. Your lungs sound not clear, but much better than when you came in." He picked up his stethoscope, warmed it on his hand in a gesture so automatic I almost smiled, and then pressed it against my chest in 4 places, front and back. "Breathe in," he said, slowly. I did. The air went in. It wasn't easy, but it went. There were still a few crackles at the base of my lungs, little snaps at the end of the inhale like someone crumpling cellophane far away, but nothing like the drowning rattle at Frog Pond. He nodded, satisfied. "See," he said, "we caught it early. You are lucky." The words slid over my skin like ice. "Lucky," I repeated. "And the others?" His expression shifted, just barely, a tiny tightening around the mouth. "The 2 men with you," he said. They were not lucky. He set the chart down gently. They had acute respiratory failure, he went on, very fast. By the time rescue reached you, they were gone. Their lungs, he searched for the word, full, very full. I stared past him at the blinds. No toxins, he added, as if anticipating the question. We checked their blood. No drugs, no poison. Their hearts, he spread his hands. Maybe some small problems, but nothing we did not see before. We have seen this sometimes in Tatra. Weather, exertion, some underlying predisposition. Altitude plays a role, even if it is not so high as Himalayas. The body is complicated. He gave a small, professional shrug. Sometimes it does things we do not like, he said. We call it idiopathic when we don't know why. It makes us feel better than saying we do not know. It was a speech I could have given myself, in a different place, to a different family. So this is, I started. This is just bad luck? Weather? Altitude? He spread his hands again, palms up. This is medicine, he said. We explain what we can. We treat what we see. You had mild pulmonary edema. They had severe. That is what I can tell you. He rested one hand briefly on the rail of my bed, a gesture meant to be reassuring. You should have more observation, he said. At least one night, maybe two. Then, if everything is good, you go home, to America, yes? Yeah, I said. Good, he said. For now you rest, drink water, breathe. Try not to think too much about mountains. He smiled again, that small, practiced curve of the lips, then turned toward the door. Doctor, I said, stopping him. He glanced back. In 1925, I said, there was a prosecutor, his family, men who died up there, lungs full of fluid, no toxins. You've heard of that? Something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, maybe. Or annoyance at a patient who'd been spending too much time on the internet. I have heard stories, he said. Old cases. It is a small town. We share stories. He shrugged. Even then, the lungs were full. The heart was confused. Maybe altitude again. Maybe something in the family. Maybe... He frowned faintly. I am a doctor. I like causes I can measure. The rest is for old men in bars. He patted the rail again. Rest, he said. We talk more later if you like. For now, let your lungs do their job. He left, the soles of his shoes squeaking softly on the polished floor. The room felt bigger when he was gone, the corners farther away. The beeping of the monitor seemed louder. I listened to my own breathing for a long time. In, out. In, out. No gurgle now. No obvious bubbling. Just a faint tightness and a soreness that felt almost honest. Night fell slowly outside the blinds. The gray light turned to blue, then to nothing. The fluorescent tubes above me hummed on, unbothered. Hospitals are louder at night. People always think they're quiet, restful places. Maybe they are in movies. In reality, the dark just makes every sound sharper. Feet in the corridor, rubber soles squeaking, heels clicking. The swish of scrub pants,
the rattle of a trolley being pushed, metal against metal, over linoleum. The soft beep of medication pumps somewhere beyond my door. From another room, a cough. Dry at first, then wetter. Then followed by a nurse's low murmur in Polish. The tone unmistakably, "You're okay. Breathe with me. That's it." Farther away, the irregular sigh of a ventilator. Inhale, hold, exhale. A mechanical lullaby for someone deep under sedation. I should have taken comfort in the familiarity. This was my element, in a way. Monitors, machines,
human bodies doing their messy best. But under the normal noise, there was something else. Plip, plip, plip. A drip. Too regular to be random, too slow to be an IV. Not the rapid patter of a leaky ceiling or a spill, just a measured drop, somewhere out of sight. I craned my neck, looking for it. The ceiling above showed no stains. The IV pole was fine, the drip chamber doing its controlled little burble. The sink in the corner wasn't running, no puddles on the floor. The sound didn't get louder or softer when I turned my head, it just was. As if it lived at the edge of my hearing, not in the room. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to focus on the monitor instead. Beep, beep, beep. Human rhythm. Electrodes and algorithms reducing my heart's stubborn beating to a simple noise. At some point, boredom or restlessness or habit made my hand reach for the remote. The TV mounted in the upper corner of the wall buzzed to life with a click. For a second, the screen glowed that unnatural blue every hospital TV falls back to between daytime talk shows and late-night infomercials. Then a local channel flickered on. News anchor, Polish, graphics scrolling under her, footage of something somewhere that I couldn't make out. The volume was low, just enough to be comforting without intruding. I let the syllables wash over me, not trying to understand, just letting them be proof of life outside my own head. After a few minutes, the signal hiccuped. The image stuttered, froze, pixelated. The anchor's face smeared into blocks of color, then into gray. The sound crackled, cut out, came back as static. I reached for the remote, intending to change the channel, and froze halfway. Under the static, something was moving. A sound I recognized too quickly. Wind. Not the thin whine of bad reception, not the white noise of interference. This was a layered, rolling gust, deeper than the little speakers had any right to reproduce. It crackled, hissed, pushed against my eardrums as if it wanted out of them. For a moment, the hospital room was gone. I was back in the hollow, stone under my boots, cold in my teeth. The TV screen showed nothing but snowy gray, but my ears filled with the audio from Frog Pond. The same pitch, the same hollow resonance, that same horrible sense of height and depth. Somewhere under it, faint, something coughed. I stabbed at the remote. The channel jumped. A game show host laughed in an absurdly bright studio. Colored lights. American voices dubbed badly over Polish ads. The wind was gone. Stress, I told myself. ICU brain, PTSD. Pick a term, any term.
This is what happens when you see two people die in 30 seconds and almost join them. The drip sound in the background disagreed. Still there, still patient. The lights flickered. Just a little at first, a rapid dip and surge, the fluorescence whining an octave higher as the voltage shifted. They came back steady, then dipped again, longer this time. The room dimmed to a sickly half-light. In the second of semi-dark, I saw someone at the end of the hall. From my bed, I had a narrow view through the half-open door. A slice of corridor, a fire extinguisher on the wall, a red exit sign, the edge of the nurse's station glow. In that slice, silhouetted against the emergency lights, stood a figure. Tall, male, I thought, hard to tell with the way the light cut him out of the rest of the world. His clothes hung heavy and dark, dripping steadily onto the floor, not just damp, wet, soaked as if he'd been pulled from a river and never dried. Even from here, I could hear his breathing. It was loud, too loud for the distance. A ragged, draggy inhale, a wet, rattling exhale. Each breath misted in the air in front of him, visible even in the dimness. He didn't move toward me. He just stood there, head tilted slightly, like he was listening. The monitor at my bedside sped up a notch. "Hey," I croaked, throat suddenly tight. "Hey." The lights snapped back to full. The corridor was empty. No wet footprints, no dripping. Just the reflection of the overhead fluorescence in the waxed floor, the distant clatter of a cart, a nurse walking past with a clipboard and a yawn. She glanced in as she passed my door, eyebrows lifting in that automatic, "You okay?" nurses have. "You need something?" she asked in careful English. I opened my mouth, then closed it again. "No," I said. "I'm good." She nodded, satisfied, and moved on. Her shoes squeaked softly, normal and dull. The monitor slowed. The drip sound settled back into its patient rhythm. Hospitals are louder at night. Some of the noises you can chart and medicate and document. Some of them don't show up on any monitor. The next day, I think it was the next day, time in hospitals always feels like chewed gum. Someone knocked lightly on the doorframe. I expected a nurse or the doctor. Instead, Anya stepped in. She looked smaller without the mountain around her. Jeans, a plain sweater, hair in a loose braid instead of shoved under a hat. No harness, no rope. But the exhaustion that had just hinted around her eyes before was carved in deep now. Purple shadows that looked like bruises. "You look like shit," I croaked, because sometimes you have to go with the obvious. She huffed out a breath that was almost a laugh. "You should see yourself," she said, then softer, "Hi." She came closer, hovering beside the bed like she wasn't sure if she was allowed to sit. I shifted, winced, patted the empty patch of mattress. "It's okay," I said. "I won't cough on you. Much." She sat gingerly, hands knotting together in her lap. For a few seconds, she just looked at me, as if confirming I was real, not some temporary hallucination conjured by altitude and guilt. "How are you?" she asked. "I've been better," I said. "But I've also been worse. So, somewhere in the middle." Her gaze flicked to the monitor, to the oxygen tubing, to the IV line, then back to my face. "The doctors say you were lucky," she said. "Everyone keeps saying that," I muttered. Feels weird when there are two guys who weren't. Her jaw tightened. She stared at a spot on the blanket near my hand. "I am sorry," she said quietly. "For them, for you, for all of it. You dragged me off a mountain while my lungs were trying to turn into a fish tank," I said. "That's not really a sorry situation." She shook her head. "I should have turned back sooner," she said. "When the stone fell. When the old man in the hut talked about lungs. When the fog came down. There were many moments." "Yeah, well," I said. "There were also 3 grown-ass men who could have said, 'Hey, maybe this is dumb.' And we didn't. That's on us, too." She didn't seem convinced. "After," she began, then stopped, throat working. "After they fell." "After you started to go, I thought you would all stay there. I thought I would be the one who walked out alone this time." Her fingers twisted together until the knuckles went white. "I called Top," she said, switching to a more factual tone, as if narrative distance could dull the edge. "I dragged you up to the pass. I thought you would die on the way. Your breathing sounded..." She shuddered. "I have heard bad breaths on this mountain. Yours was like theirs. But you did not stop, so I kept going." I caught flashes of it as she spoke. The stretcher, the helicopter, hands I didn't know on my chest, heavy boots thudding around me. "How long?" I asked. "Up there, before they got us?" "Too long," she said. "Maybe an hour from call to when they reached us, maybe more. Time was..." She made a gesture, fingers spreading, like something dissolving. "The fog made everything feel wrong. They had trouble seeing you until they were almost on top of us. Radios were cutting in and out." "Well, how'd you explain it?" I asked. "To them. To the doctors." She stared at the blank TV screen for a beat. "Bad weather," she said. "Altitude. Maybe underlying heart problems. Maybe something in the air that does not like men from Texas." Her smile was bitter and brief. "Mostly," she added. "I said I made a mistake going so high when the wind changed." The guilt was thick around her, like a smell. "You made a call," I said. "You made several calls. And when things went sideways, you didn't freeze. You got me out of there. You did more than most people would have, Anya." She didn't answer right away. "What about you?" she asked instead. "What do you tell yourself? That it was just bad luck? That your lungs got confused?" I glanced at the window. Outside, the sky was a washed-out winter blue, the tops of pine trees just visible beyond the glass. Somewhere beyond them, the mountain sat with its hollow and its pools and its impossible water. "I tell myself I know what pulmonary edema sounds like," I said, "and that what happened up there started before my lungs decided to join the party." Her eyes met mine. "You still hear it, don't you?" she asked. "The drop, inside." I didn't ask how she knew. "Sometimes," I said. We sat with that for a second. Then another thought bubbled up, intrusive and insistent. "The flask," I said. "What happened to it?" Her fingers clenched again, nails digging into her palms. "You remember that?" she said, not quite a question. "I remember you putting it on the rock," I said, "near everything. Then you pulled me away, When I looked back, it was gone. She nodded slowly.
I put it there, she said. I don't know what I thought. Maybe that if I gave it back, the mountain would take it, and not you. It sounds stupid when I say it.
It worked, I said, because we were both here to have the conversation. Her lips twitched.
Maybe,
she said. Or maybe your lungs just have better sense of humor than theirs. She sobered quickly. When I came down with the rescue team later, she said, I looked. I did not want to, but I had to know. I checked the rock where I left it. Nothing, just stone. The top team, they found the bodies. They found your recorder, your pack, his camera. They did not find any flask. No one turned it in? I asked. No souvenir hunters? She shook her head. They catalog everything, she said. They bag it, tag it, bring it down. If something is unusual, it becomes a fight. Family wants it, police want it, sometimes the museum wants it. A flask that old, with that story? It would not just disappear. But it did, I said. She gave a small, humorless snort. Maybe it went where it wanted to go, she said. Maybe it finally found who it belonged to. A silence settled between us. Not comfortable, exactly, but not hostile either. Full of things neither of us had words for. After a moment, she sighed. My brother died up there, she said abruptly. The words landed in the space like a rock dropped into a shallow pool. I looked at her. I'm sorry, I said. It felt inadequate, but it was all I had. She stared at her hands. He was older, she said. Strong, stubborn. He loved the mountains more than I do. He took me hiking when I was small, showed me trails our parents did not know we walked. He knew every rock, every tree. We used to play a game, see who could get to 5 Ponds hut faster. He always won. Her mouth curved up briefly at the memory, then flattened again. 6 years ago, she went on, he went up with some friends. Weather was good. They were not drunk, not stupid. They were not even so high. And then, on the way down, he is on his knees, coughing, saying he cannot breathe. By the time they get him to the ambulance, he is blue. Her fingers twisted the fabric of the blanket. The doctors said asthma, she said. I said, he has never had asthma. They said, sometimes it happens. Maybe he did not know. After the autopsy, the report said, complication of asthma, fluid accumulation in lungs, no allergen. Same words they use when they don't know why. We buried him. My babcha said the mountain finally noticed that he had been gambling with it. She looked up, eyes glinting. I started guiding after that, she said. People told me that was crazy. But I thought, if I am there, maybe I can stop someone else from making the wrong call. Maybe I can say, go back soon enough. Maybe I can pay attention in a way my brother did not. Her laugh was short and bitter. And then I took you up, she said, and we did not go back. You did, I said, eventually. Not soon enough, she said. Before I could argue, there was another knock at the doorframe. A man stepped in, older than Anya, younger than my doctor, maybe late 30s. He wore a red fleece with a TOPR logo on it, dark cargo pants,
and boots that still had bits of dried mud clinging to them. His hair was cropped short, his jaw rough with stubble. "Przepraszam," he said. "Sorry, I interrupt?" Anya stood automatically. "Piotr," she said, "come in. This is Daniel, the American." He smiled briefly, nodded at me. "I know," he said. His English had that careful, school-taught precision. "I helped carry you. You were heavy." "Thanks for that," I said. "Sorry about the weight." He chuckled once, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small black device, a digital recorder, scuffed at the edges. "I bring something," he said, "from the rescue. Maybe you can help us understand. Or maybe it will make everything worse. We see." He moved closer, setting the recorder on the bedside table, glancing at Anya. "This is from our radio," he explained. "We record all communications. For training, for legal." He shrugged. "We were listening last night, making report. There was something strange. I thought you should hear." My mouth went dry. "Strange how?" I asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he hit play. At first, it was exactly what I expected. Hiss of wind, the crunch of boots, voices speaking in rapid Polish, call signs, coordinates, clipped exchanges about direction and visibility. "Zespół 1, widzimy ich," Piotr's own voice said on the tape. "Team 1, we see them." Somewhere in the background, I could hear myself, faint, gasping, the wet rasp of a man trying to hold on to air. Then, layered under the present tense noise, another voice slid in, my own. But not the version of me drowning on a rock. This was clearer, less ragged. The words didn't match anything I remembered saying. "Don't let them drink," I heard myself say. The sentence was urgent, desperate. "Don't let them drink." Piotr hit pause. "You do not remember saying this?" he asked. I shook my head, throat tight. "I was busy trying not to die," I said, "and there was nothing to drink up there except bad air." He nodded once, rewound a little, hit play again. The radio crackled, wind, shouting. Someone, Anya I think, calling for them to hurry. Over it, the other me repeated, "Don't let them drink. Don't let them drink." The words had a strange echo, like they'd traveled a long way to reach the tape. "Maybe you were," Anya started, "delirious, talking nonsense. It happens." "Maybe," I said. But part of me couldn't help thinking of the water pouring from Mike and Richard, of the way the mountain had drunk it back in. Piotr let the recording run. A minute later, another voice cut through the chaos. Female, close to the mic, strained. "He's not one of them," she shouted. "Let him go." The hairs on my arms stood up. On the tape, the voice sounded like it was right next to the radio. In the room, the real Anya flinched. "That," I said slowly, "that sounds like you." She shook her head, eyes wide. "I did not say that," she said. "I was shouting for you to breathe, for them to hurry. I did not. I would remember saying that." Piotr frowned. "We all thought it was you," he said. "But when we asked you, you said no. We thought maybe stress. Memory is strange in situations."
He scrubbed a hand over his face, then hit play again. The rescue chatter continued. Coordinates, breathing, the thud of footsteps. One of the medics cursing softly as he slipped. The buzz of the helicopter's approach, distant and then louder. Near the end of the clip, as they were loading me onto the stretcher, the background noise shifted. The wind rose, not in a natural gust, but in a sudden, concentrated rush that made the recorder clip. The static swelled, swallowing the human voices for a second. Under that roar, something spoke. Not one voice, many. They weren't saying different things. They were saying the same thing at the same time, layered, out of sync. Men, women, young, old, tones blending into a single, low chorus that rode the swell of the wind. 3. I felt it in my chest more than I heard it. A single word, stretched and warped and packed with too much meaning. 3. Then the clip ended. The little recorder clicked, its screen going dark. No one spoke for a long moment. Finally, Piotr cleared his throat. Machines pick up strange things sometimes, he said. Interference, echoes. Sometimes it is weather. Sometimes it is nothing. He looked at me. Sometimes we do not listen too closely because we like sleeping at night. He scooped up the recorder, turning it over in his hand. You will probably go home, he said. Tell story, make podcast. Probably, I said. He nodded, as if that was just another fact to be filed. If you ask me, he said, the mountain took 2 that day. It could have taken 3. Maybe it did not because of wind, or because of medicine, or because of something in your heart we cannot see on scan. Or maybe it had enough. He shrugged. I do not know. He glanced at Ania. I just know that now, he added, when we go up there, we will listen to the radios a little more carefully. He gave us a small, tired smile, then left, the door clicking softly behind him. Ania stared at the empty space where the recorder had been. He's not one of them, she repeated under her breath. Let him go. The drip sound in the background, real or imagined, kept its steady beat. Somewhere under my ribs, something responded, a small, answering ache. By the afternoon, I had enough data to build myself a nice, sturdy rationalization. That's what we do in EMS when the night shifts get too weird. Guy swears he saw a demon in his bedroom. You talk about sleep paralysis and bad wiring, and the way shadows stack in your peripheral vision. Lady insists she heard her dead husband's voice telling her not to get on a bus that crashed. Okay, cool. But also, grief can make your brain do Dolby surround sound with old memories. We build scaffolding out of Latinized terms and lab values, so the world doesn't spin off its axis every time something fails to make sense. I started with the easy pieces. Microclimate, I said. Ania sat in the chair by the window, legs drawn up, arms wrapped around her knees. The afternoon light washed her face in a flat gray, like the sky over the range. We'd been going back and forth for 20 minutes, circling the same drain. The valley, the pass, Frog Pond, it's its own little weather system up there, I went on. Wind funnels in weird ways. Fog plays tricks on sound. You know that better than I do. She nodded once. Yes. So the voices in the wind? I said. The whispers? That 3 is enough thing? Our brains are wired to recognize patterns. We're survival machines.
We hear random noise, and we impose meaning. Pareidolia, but for ears. Hypoxia, fatigue, cold, all that just pushes pattern recognition into overdrive. Sure, she said. Brains are stupid. Sometimes. And hypoxia makes people hallucinate, I pressed. I've seen it. People see things, hear things. They talk nonsense. The radio recording? I was hypoxic. I could have been babbling about anything. You might have been in shock, shouting things you don't remember. The tape distorted it, compressed the audio, layered stuff from different moments together. She frowned, turning that over. Audio artifacts, I said. Glitches. You've heard my podcast. I clean up recordings all the time. Voices bleed, frequencies mess with each other. Digital is better than tape, but it's not magic. So the woman saying, "He's not one of them, let him go," she said, eyes fixed on me. That was me, talking nonsense. Could have been, I said.
Could have been a fragment of something you said. He's not breathing. Let him go carefully, mashed together. Could have been a rescue tech on another channel. Could have been nothing. She studied me. You don't believe that, she said. I'm trying to, I said. I'm trying really hard. She sighed, rubbing at her temple. I like science, she said. I like weather forecasts and maps and heart monitors. I like knowing the angle of a slope and how fast snow can move. I don't like saying ghosts every time something is difficult. Same, I said. But, she added, my brother has lungs full of water in a hospital report, not a lake. Your 2 friends have lungs full of water. The prosecutor in 1925 has lungs full of water. The old men at the hut tell me stories where the lungs are always full of water, and the tests are always confused. She glanced at my chest, rising and falling under the blanket. You have lungs that tried to fill with water, she said, and then stopped. So maybe some of it is wind and altitude. And maybe some of it is something that decides when to stop pouring. I let that sit. The doctor came in later with a sheaf of papers and a determinedly optimistic smile. Good news, he said. Blood work, echocardiogram, all very boring. Boring is good, I said. Yes, he agreed. Your heart is strong, no structural problems, no valve issues, no shunts. Lungs show some residual inflammation, but they are recovering. He mimed a wave flattening. And the others? I asked. He hesitated. I cannot speak very in detail about them, he said. But what I can say, there were differences. Older man had some left ventricular hypertrophy, heart muscle a bit thick, from age, maybe blood pressure. Younger man, small congenital thing. Not very serious on its own, but something that maybe made him more vulnerable. And their hearts did not respond as well to stress. They stopped. Yours did not. So my heart's better, I said. That's it. Partly, he said. Many small things. Age, stress, maybe hydration. Maybe how fast rescue came. Maybe how fast your guide pulled you away. He nodded toward Ania. He tapped one of the papers with a finger. Sometimes, he said, we look at all the numbers and we still say, you were lucky. There it was again. Lucky. chosen. Not one of them. Let him go. He left the printouts on my bedside table, as if seeing the neat lines of normal ranges and check marks would comfort me. They didn't. That night was my last in the ward. They moved me from the observation room to a smaller, quieter space down the hall. Less machinery, more trust. The oxygen came off. The IV came out. I was downgraded from active problem to guy we're just hoping doesn't crash before breakfast. The monitor stayed. Beep, beep, beep. I told myself I was staying awake to enjoy the novelty of having my heart noise run by someone else's equipment. In reality, sleep felt like a slope, and I wasn't in a hurry to start sliding. The buildings settled around me as the hour got later. Staff voices dropped. Footsteps slowed. The overhead lights dimmed to a softer setting, leaving pools of brightness at the nurses' stations and long stretches of gloom in between. That's when the pipes started talking. At first, it was the usual plumbing symphony, a random clang somewhere in the walls, a distant whoosh of a toilet, a gurgle in a sink trap. Hospitals are full of pipes, carrying things you don't want to think about too hard from one place to another. Then the sounds changed. They got arrhythmic. A deep, hollow knock reverberated through the wall behind my head, followed by a long, drawn-out groan, as if metal was being twisted slowly. A high, thin whistle joined in, threading through the lower tones like a bad harmony. Every so often, a rush of water whooshed through a hidden pipe, not the clean, even flow of a faucet, but a stuttering surge, starting and stopping, starting and stopping. It sounded uncomfortably like a struggling breath. Inhale, stall, exhale in a rush. The more I listened, the more my brain mapped it onto lungs. Rattle, hush, rattle, hush. Once, there was a noise so much like the crackle of alveoli popping open that I actually checked my own chest with my hand, just to make sure it wasn't coming from me. The drip was back too. Plip, plip, plip. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Behind the wall, under the floor, inside my ears. Stop it, I muttered. To the pipes, to the mountain, to my own brain. It was unclear. I needed a distraction, or a change of scenery, or to prove to myself that the water noises had a stupid, normal explanation, like a leaky tap. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. They protested, but they held. The world shimmered a little as I stood, a woozy wave washing up and receding. I waited for it to pass, hand on the IV pole, now just a very expensive coat rack, then shuffled the few feet to the tiny bathroom attached to my room. The light flicked on with a harsh buzz, showing a sink, a mirror, a toilet, the usual. The faucet was off. The metal spout was dry, no drips. The pipes under the sink were silent. But in the basin itself, there was a thin sheet of water, not pooled in the drain, not beaded on the porcelain. It was as if a film had been laid over the entire surface, a skin of liquid barely thick enough to refract the light. It should have been impossible. Water doesn't behave like that on a curved surface. It beads, it runs, it collects at the lowest point. It doesn't just hang there in a perfect, flat layer. I leaned closer. My reflection stared back at me from the shallow mirror of water. Pale face, hospital gown, bruised crescents under the eyes. Behind me, the doorway to the room, the bed, the monitor's soft green glow.
The angle was wrong. In the water, the door seemed slightly farther away than in reality. The monitor screen was darker, almost off. The bed covers were ruffled in a way that didn't match what I'd just left. I frowned. The version of me in the sink frowned too, but again, just a fraction of a second late. A tiny lag, like a bad overseas video call. I told myself it was because I was tired, that my brain couldn't sync the images properly, that my eyes were playing catch-up. Then the sound started. I'd thought it would be a drip, something obvious. Instead, from that impossibly thin sheet of water, I heard wind. Soft at first, like someone exhaling just below the human hearing threshold. Then higher, sharper. It rose in pitch and volume, not blasting out of the sink, but filling the space above it, like the basin was a speaker and the entire bathroom was its one unlucky listener. It was the Tatra wind. Not just any wind. That specific, layered sound I'd heard in the valley, and the pass, and the hollow. The rush that carried crackles and whispers, and the faint, horrible chorus of people who never really got their last breath. The air in the tiny bathroom turned colder by degrees. Condensation began to bead on the mirror, fogging the glass. My breath came out in little plumes. The fluorescent bulb flickered once, whining. From somewhere deep in the wind, I heard a cough. I stepped back, hitting the wall with my shoulders. The water didn't move. It stayed perfectly flat, perfectly thin, perfectly wrong. My heart monitor in the other room sped up, the beeps coming faster, like it was tattling on me. "Okay," I said aloud, my voice sounding very small and very alone. "Okay, that's enough." I stepped forward long enough to slam my hand down on the tap, turning it full on. Water gushed from the faucet, clear and loud, hammering into the basin. It broke the thin film instantly, splashing it up the sides, sending normal, mundane droplets everywhere. The artificial wind cut off mid-gust, leaving only the rush of hospital plumbing. I let it run for a long count of 10, then turned it off. The basin was wet in all the normal ways now. Little streams ran toward the drain. Droplets clung to the porcelain. No mirror surface, no lagging reflection. Just a tired-looking EMT in a hospital gown, staring at himself like he'd lost something. I went back to bed, my legs shaky, my chest tight with something that had nothing to do with fluid. Decision is the wrong word for what I did next. It was more like an instinct. I picked up my phone from the bedside table, thumbed it awake. The time difference between Ohio and Poland was annoying but not impossible. I opened my email, pulled up the reservation confirmation from the airline. The flight back to the States was scheduled for 4 days later. I hit the change booking link with a finger that didn't quite feel like part of my hand. An earlier flight. Tomorrow, if they had it. Or the next day. Economy seat, middle, back of the plane. I didn't care. I just needed to put sky and distance between me and anything that thought it could speak to me through faucets. The confirmation email came through a minute later. "Your trip has been updated," it said cheerfully. "You were lucky," the doctor had said. "You're not one of them," the radio had echoed. 3 is enough, the wind had decided. I lay back, the monitor counting out my heartbeat, the pipes muttering behind the walls. Somewhere in the hospital's guts, water moved through dark, narrow spaces, going wherever it was told.
I listened to it for a long time, until the sounds blurred and thinned, and finally, sleep came down like a fog.
Ohio doesn't have mountains. I told myself that on the flight home, like it was some kind of talisman. No jagged ridgelines, no sudden passes, no hollows with impossible water. Just flat, polite, Midwestern land that rolls a little bit here and there, and then gives up and turns into suburbs. When the plane descended over Columbus, the view out the oval window looked aggressively ordinary. Highways intersecting in careful cloverleafs, strip malls lined up like copy-pasted assets in a cheap video game, parking lots, warehouses, little clusters of houses with their neat yards and above-ground pools now closed for the season, a smear of brown trees along a river that pretended it mattered. No peaks, no fog, just gray sky pressing down on a city that didn't know my name. The plane bumped onto the runway, engines screaming in reverse. Everyone around me did that collective exhale you always get on landing, half relief, half impatience. "Welcome to Columbus," the flight attendant said over the PA. "Local time is..."
I didn't listen to the rest. My ears were full of other announcements. "You were lucky. He's not one of them. Let him go. 3 is enough." By the time I stepped out of the terminal and into the parking structure air, diesel, concrete, stale fryer oil from some fast food stall fighting the wind, I was repeating a new mantra. No mountains. No mountains. No mountains. The Uber ride back to my apartment was a tour of every place I'd hoped a change of scenery would cure. Billboards advertising injury lawyers and mattress stores, Walmarts and Targets and strip malls, each with the same 3 chain restaurants in a different order. A church sign with one of those smug little phrases, "God doesn't give you more than you can handle." I thought about the mountain, about water pouring from dead mouths, and had to look away.
When the car pulled up in front of my building, it felt like waking up in a dream I'd had too many times. Same cracked sidewalk, same young tree trying to survive in a little square of dirt, same dull brick rectangle of the apartment complex, 3 stories of almost but not quite identical units. Somewhere upstairs a TV was already on loud, some reality show laughter drifting down like an annoying ghost. I carried my duffel up the stairs, lungs protesting just enough to remind me of where I'd been. By the 2nd floor, the tightness made me pause, one hand on the railing. Jet lag, I told myself, deconditioning, not enough cardio. You spent days in a bed, idiot. I made it to my door without falling down or drowning, which felt like a small victory. Inside, everything was exactly where I'd left it. The cold pizza box on the counter, fossilized by now. The coffee mug with a ring of dried brown at the bottom. The podcast gear on the coffee table, cables coiled like sleeping snakes. The interface dark and dusty. My life paused mid-frame. For a second, it looked like someone else's apartment. The EMT who'd gone to Poland, maybe. The version of me who hadn't lain on a rock and watched the world decide whether or not he got to stand up again. I dropped the duffel by the couch and stood there, listening. Refrigerator hum. Heater clicking on, then off. Distant traffic. Someone pounding up the stairs outside. A dog barking in the next unit. No wind. No hum under the floor. I waited for the familiar drip inside my chest. It was there, faint but steady, like rain on a roof 3 floors up. Not as loud as in the dorm, not as insistent as at Frog Pond. Just a little reminder tick. Plip, plip, plip. No mountains, I thought. But the water came home with you. Going back to work was both the stupidest and the most comforting thing I did. My supervisor greeted me with a clap on the shoulder and a "heard you tried to die on vacation, man," that was only half joke. "Didn't take," I said. "Sorry to disappoint." "Good," he said. "You're on C shift again. Try to stick to chest pains and drunks this month, okay? Leave the weird shit to somebody else." The rig smelled the same. Disinfectant, vinyl, and the faint ghost of every bad decision in the county. The first few calls were almost reassuring in their banality. A guy who'd taken too many pills chasing a high and his own loneliness. A lady whose blood sugar had dipped so low she'd started arguing with invisible people in her living room. A nursing home transfer with a bag of meds and a chart thick enough to choke an elephant. I slipped back into the rhythm. Gloves on, vitals, IVs, small talk that wasn't really small at all. The familiar weight of the monitor strap over my shoulder. The way the siren's wail changed pitch as we moved through traffic. It almost worked. Then we got the drowning. Dispatch called it in as possible unconscious, breathing unknown. Apartment complex on the edge of town, the kind with paper-thin walls and a pool that's closed 9 months out of the year. We rolled up without lights. No one had said, "not breathing," yet, and hauled our gear upstairs. The bathroom door was open. The guy was in the tub. Mid-40s, maybe. Belly, tattoos, a fading black eye that said, "bar fight," or "bad relationship." He was slumped in the white porcelain, head against the tile, eyes half-lidded. His skin had that slack, waxy look that never means anything good. There was no water in the tub. The faucet was off. The drain was clear. The porcelain was dry, in that way bathtubs are never truly dry unless they haven't been used for days. No puddles on the floor, no wet footprints, no towel thrown down in panic. "Neighbor says he heard a bang, then nothing," the cop in the doorway said. "Came to check. Found him like this. Thought maybe he slipped." I touched the guy's neck. Cold. No pulse. My fingers moved on autopilot. Head tilt, jaw thrust, check the airway. No obstruction. Chest. Rose? Maybe. Hard to tell. His lips were tinged blue, his fingernails too. "Looks like a sudden cardiac," my partner muttered, slapping pads on the guy's chest. "V-fib in the tub. Maybe he scared himself stupid." I put my stethoscope to his chest. Wet. Every movement of air, what little there was, came with a fine crackle. Not the deep gushing sound of full-on edema, but the first ugly stage. Like the mountain was just getting started. We worked him, of course. Compressions, drugs, shocks. We hauled him to the hospital and handed him off to a team that would add their own efforts to the inevitable. On the way home, my partner said, "Weird thing. When we rolled him, his back was dry, no water in his hair. You'd expect, I don't know, something. Maybe he was getting ready to take a bath and never turned it on," I said. The rational scaffolding practically built itself. "Yeah," he said, "maybe." Back in my apartment that night, I turned on the bathroom sink without thinking. The tap sputtered, then flowed in a clear stream. The sound should have been harmless, just water smacking porcelain, echoing off tile.
Instead, behind the splash, I heard it. A sigh, soft, almost not there, like air forced through a narrow space. I turned the handle off. The sound cut. The pipes groaned once, then fell silent. My chest felt tight. I walked back to the living room, pointedly not looking at the podcast gear on the coffee table. The interface sat there, black and inert. No cables plugged in, no computer attached. The little LED by the power switch was dark. As I passed, it blinked. Just once, a tiny green wink. I stopped, went back, stared at it. Nothing. Dead box.
No hum, no warmth. Great, I told the empty room. Now I'm haunted by a USB interface. I didn't sleep much. A week later, I made the mistake of opening the project folder. It was a Sunday. I'd done the laundry, run the dishwasher, stared at my phone for 2 hours. Columbus in late winter is an exercise in boredom and gray. The podcast gear was still on the table, cables coiled, mic in its stand like a headless little creature. The file names on my laptop screen glared at me. Tatra _EP_rough_1.wav. Tatra _ambient_pass_03.wav. Tatra _interview_ania_01.wav. I hadn't decided whether I was going to make the episode yet. Part of me thought of it as a finale, a way to tie off the show, to give the listeners something real and awful and close it down after. Part of me thought making it would be baiting something I didn't understand. Boredom won. I double-clicked one of the ambient files, the one from near the hut, before everything went to hell. The waveform populated on the screen, a low, dense cloud of sound. I put my headphones on, clicked play. Wind, hut noise, a spoon clinking, someone laughing in Polish in the background. My own voice, muttering a timestamp. Nothing I hadn't already heard a dozen times. I scrubbed forward to the bit outside the hut, the valley, the gusts. The wind rose in my ears, filling the space between my skull bones. I watched the waveform as it moved along, the little playhead crawling left to right. You get used to seeing sound when you edit this stuff. Peaks, valleys, spikes for sudden noises. At around the 30-second mark, there was a tiny spike I didn't remember. A sharp, clean little line jutting up from the general fuzz. What the hell? I murmured, zooming in. The spike stood alone. No lead-in, no tail. Just a single, thin bar of amplitude. I rolled back a second and hit play again. Wind. Hiss. Murmur. Then, clear as a pin dropped on a countertop, I heard it. Clink. Metal on wood. Or stone. A small hollow sound, like a flask being set down on a bar or a table or a rock. The hairs on my arms rose in unison. I hadn't heard that before. Not in this file. Not in this place. I would have remembered. It was too distinct. Heart beating faster, I opened an older backup. An export I'd made before the trip back, saved on an external drive. Same file name, same length, same waveform. Almost. At the 30-second mark, the waveform was smooth. No spike. I played it. Wind, hiss, murmur. No clink. Back to the newer version. Play. Wind, hiss, clink. The difference was tiny, a fraction of a second. A small, inconsequential noise. The sound of metal kissing stone, dropped into my clean recording after the fact. I sat back on the couch, headphones around my neck, the interface's little LED dark and accusing. Ohio doesn't have mountains. But somewhere between Poland and my flat little apartment, something that belonged to one of them had found a way into my files. The flask showed up on a Tuesday. It had been about 2 weeks since I got back. I was doing what people who've almost died tend to do once the adrenaline wears off. Pretending everything was fine and obsessively cleaning my apartment. There's a particular kind of restless energy that comes after you've watched the line between alive and not go paper thin under you. You either sit very still and stare at walls, or you start reorganizing your entire life, one junk drawer at a time. I picked junk drawer. The cabinet in my living room was a dark, cheap wooden thing I'd gotten off Craigslist. 3 shelves behind a door that never quite closed right. It was where I stuffed anything that didn't have a real place. Old manuals, cables, half-burned candles, a stack of takeout menus for restaurants that had probably already failed. I'd gotten to the second shelf, the one with the books. They were mostly paperbacks I'd told myself I'd read someday and never had. Crime novels, EMT exam prep left over from years ago, a paperback anatomy text swollen from coffee spills. I pulled them out one by one, stacking them on the floor, planning to donate half and pretend that counted as self-improvement. Behind the books, something metal caught the light. It was wedged against the back of the cabinet, half hidden by a curling water stain on the cheap plywood. For a second, I assumed it was some old camping mug or a flask I'd bought at a thrift store and forgotten. I reached in and wrapped my fingers around it. The cold shot up my hand like a live wire. I jerked back on instinct, banging my wrist on the cabinet frame. The object clattered forward onto the shelf. It was a flask. Not a flask. The flask. Oval, flattened shape, maybe 5 inches tall, a couple across. Dull metal that might once have been shiny, now mottled with patches of tarnish and small, irregular spots of corrosion. A faint engraved pattern ran around the edges, some kind of floral vine, worn down in places where fingers might have worried it over and over again. On one side, a small dent near the bottom. The metal creased in a way I recognized. On the other, a deeper scratch, like it had been dragged against rock. The screw-top lid sat slightly askew, as if it could never quite tighten all the way. The knurling around the cap was smoothed in spots, polished to a dull sheen by repeated use. My heart did a neat little skip. "No," I said aloud, because my brain tends to narrate when it's trying not to panic. "No, that's not possible." I crouched, cabinet door knocking against my shoulder, and stared at it. It looked exactly, down to the dent, down to the scratch, down to the ghost of polish where hands had held it, like the flask Anya had shown me in the bar. The one found near Frog Pond, the one she'd set on a rock to bargain with and then lost. It shouldn't have been in my cabinet in Columbus, Ohio. The room felt smaller,
The air in front of my face grew subtly colder.
"Okay," I said, trying to sound calm, even though no one was there to be fooled. "Okay." Rational explanation. Maybe I'd bought a similar flask at a souvenir shop in Krakow. There had been stalls by the main square selling everything from carved wooden saints to shot glasses with cartoon pierogi on them. Maybe one had had old flasks. Maybe I'd liked the look of it, snatched it up, and then my brain, fried by altitude and trauma, had welded it onto the memory of Agnes. Sure. Fine. Great. My hand knew I was lying. I reached out again, slower this time, and touched it with one finger. The cold wasn't normal. Room temperature metal is cool to the touch. This was deeper, like it had been sitting in snow. It sank through my skin into the bone of my finger, a dense chill that didn't belong in a climate-controlled apartment. I picked it up. The weight was wrong too, heavier than it looked, like it was filled with more than its size allowed. Something inside shifted with a soft, thick slosh. I held it up to my ear and gave it a cautious shake. Glug. Not the high, thin tink of a few lingering drops. A slow, viscous movement. The sound of liquid with weight. I unscrewed the cap. It came off with a soft metallic squeal, threads sticking like they were reluctant to part. A faint hiss brushed my fingertips, like air had been trapped inside for a long time and was finally being let out. A smell rose with it. At first, it was alcohol, old, stale booze, something like cheap brandy left open too long. Under that, threaded through it so faintly I might have missed it if I didn't know exactly what I was looking for, was another scent. Mud, wet earth, the sour, mineral tang of standing water that doesn't move enough to stay clean. The smell of the canal in Ohio when we dragged that body out. The edge of Frog Pond. I stood in my dry, third-floor apartment in the middle of the Midwest and inhaled the ghost of a mountain hollow half a world away. My rational scaffolding creaked. Maybe I spilled something in here, I told myself. Maybe I used this flask on a camping trip, filled it with bad liquor, dropped it in a puddle. Maybe the smell just stuck. Except I don't camp, and I would remember owning this thing. I tipped it, just enough for the liquid inside to slide toward the lip. Something pink glistened there, pale, translucent. Not clear water, not brown liquor. A faint, cloudy rose, like someone had mixed a drop of blood into a glass of snow melt. My lungs twinged. Nope. I straightened it quickly, screwed the cap back on, fingers clumsy. The metal against my skin felt colder now, or maybe that was just the realization catching up. I sat on the edge of the couch, flask in both hands, staring at it like it might offer an explanation if I watched long enough. "Okay," I said again. "Okay, new plan. If there was liquid in the flask, I could get rid of it, pour it down the sink, watch it go, see the basin get wet, see the drain carry it away. Empty container, no mystery, simple, physical, fixable. I took it into the kitchen. The apartment's fluorescent fixture flickered once as I flipped it on, then steadied. The sink was empty, stainless steel catching the light in a dull smear. I took a breath, stood over the basin, and unscrewed the cap again. The smell hit me a second time,
booze and mud and something metallic, but I forced my throat not to close. "Just liquid," I muttered. "Just bad booze, that's all." I turned the flask over. For a moment, nothing came out. Then a thin stream slid from the mouth, slow and viscous. It wasn't quite as pink as it had looked at the lip, more a washed-out, watery blush, like melted cotton candy with a drop of rust. It hit the bottom of the sink. The sound it made wasn't right.
It should have been that familiar splat, water on metal, echoing up in a bright little ping. Instead, it sounded deep, like dropping water into a well, a hollow, resonant talk that seemed to come from far below the sink, from somewhere underneath the floor. The sound went on a half-second longer than the little puddle warranted, as if it were falling through more space than existed in my apartment. I stared, throat tight, and kept pouring. The flask felt heavier than it had any right to. I could feel the weight shifting, liquid moving, but the stream that came out stayed thin and steady, never thickening, never thinning, never sputtering. I tipped it farther, then farther still. My wrist strained, my fingers ached. The amount of liquid in the sink should have been growing. It wasn't. A trembling started in my chest, not fear, at least not just fear. A physical vibration, deep behind my sternum, like someone had plucked a string attached to my heart. The pain hit a second later, sharp, sudden. A white-hot spike jammed into the center of my chest, radiating outward in a bloom that stole my breath mid-inhale. My knees buckled. My hand jerked, sending the flask clanging against the edge of the sink. I grabbed the counter with my free hand, knuckles scraping stainless steel. "Fuck!" I gasped. The pain intensified, squeezing tight. It wasn't exactly like the heavy, drowning pressure at Frog Pond. It was sharper, more localized, but it carried the same awful implication. Something is happening in here that you can't control. My vision narrowed. The edges of the world went gray. Instinct kicked in. Fight or flight, but aimed inward. I slammed the flask upright on the counter. The pain eased, not instantly, but fast enough that I could feel the exact moment the pressure started to release, like someone loosening their grip on my heart. I sagged against the sink, breathing hard. Sweat broke out cold along my spine. The kitchen was silent, except for my ragged breaths and the faint hum of the refrigerator. I looked down at the basin. Dry. Not just already drained. Dry like nothing had touched it. No droplets clinging to the metal. No faint pink residue. No dampness around the drain. The sink looked like it hadn't been used all day. My hand shook as I reached for the flask. The cap was screwed on tight. I knew I had unscrewed it. I could still smell the faint echo of brandy and mud in the air, taste it at the back of my throat. I'd watched pink-tinged liquid leave it. I'd heard it hit something impossibly far below my feet. Now the threads were aligned perfectly, the lid snug. When I shook it gently, the weight inside was unchanged. The same slow, thick slosh, not a drop lighter. The cold bled through my palm, up my arm, into my chest, finding the spot that had just been stabbed. "Okay," I whispered, voice hoarse. Message received. Whatever was in the flask didn't belong in my sink. It didn't belong in Ohio. It didn't belong in me. I set it down very carefully on the counter, as if sudden movement might make it spill without opening.
The metal clinked softly against the laminate. Ordinary, dull. No echoing well noise, no impossible depth. My lungs ached on the next breath, but air still went in, still came out. I backed away from the counter, each step measured, never taking my eyes off the little oval of metal. The rational explanation I'd worked so hard to build over the last weeks was hanging by one very thin thread. There was a mountain's heart in my cabinet, and for some reason, it wasn't done with me yet. At some point, "I'll never talk about this" turned into "I'll only tell a few people," which inevitably turned into "maybe if I record it, it'll make sense." I told myself it was therapy. That sounded better than "I don't know how to process something unless I turn it into content." The gear was already there, gathering dust on the coffee table like an accusation. Interface, mic, XLR cable, headphones. My little black confessional booth. I wiped them down, more to give my hands something to do than because they needed it. The interface's power light came on with a soft green glow when I plugged it in. Normal this time. Mundane in a way that felt almost disappointing. The room was as controlled as I could make it. Windows shut, heater off, refrigerator humming in the kitchen, but that was far enough away that the mic wouldn't pick it up if I kept my gain sane. No traffic loud enough to matter at this hour. No upstairs neighbors stopping. Just me and the mic. I settled into the dented couch cushion, adjusted the stand so the microphone sat just below my mouth, tilted slightly up. Old habit. Pop filter in place, headphones on, waveform window open on the laptop. For a moment, I just sat there, listening to the silence. You'd be amazed how loud nothing is when you're about to fill it. I hit record. "Okay," I said softly. My voice sounded strange in my own ears, bouncing back through the headphones, closer than it should be. "Okay, this is take one, I guess." I cleared my throat, which was already a mistake. "Hey, listeners," I began, the old intro muscle memory kicking in. "It's Daniel. Usually when you hear me, it's because I'm about to tell you a story about someone else's worst night. Someone who's not me. Tonight's story isn't like that." I paused, the words hanging there, heavier than they'd sounded in my head. "Tonight's story," I said slowly, "is not about someone else. It's about me." The sentence sat on the timeline like a marker. I took a breath. "Last month," I went on, "I flew to Poland to trace a mountain mystery from 1925. You've never heard of it, probably. Most people haven't. 3 men died on a hike, all of them with lungs full of water. No toxins, no clear explanation. The only survivor was the wife. I thought it would make a good episode. I thought I'd walk the same path, record some wind, talk to a guide, then come home and tell you a neat, contained story about old tragedies." My throat tickled. "Instead," I said, The cough hit mid-sentence. Not a dramatic fit at first, just a sudden, sharp hack that cut the word in half. I pulled back from the mic, coughing into my elbow like I was on an airplane being polite. "Okay," I muttered. "Try that again." I rolled back a few seconds, hit record again, punched in. "Instead," I said, Another cough, harder this time. It rattled in my chest, higher, than the deep drowning I'd had on the mountain, but still wrong. A dry crackle, quickly followed by a wet edge. I sat there for a moment, breathing carefully. "Come on," I told my lungs. "We're at sea level. Get it together." Third try. Instead, I got the word out, but my voice rasped on the second syllable.
"I almost died up there." I kept going, fighting my own body for each sentence. Every time I got to the part where we approached Frog Pond, the tickle in my throat sharpened. Every time I said the name, something in my chest squeezed. "Frog Pond," I managed. Which isn't really a pond. It's more like a hollow. No trees, just rock and these little pockets of water that never quite freeze. I broke off in a fit that had me doubled over, headphones askew, eyes watering. The coughs came in rapid succession, each one sending a jab through my ribs. When it finally eased, my head spun. "Cool," I wheezed. "That's cool. Very on brand." I took a break, drank water, checked my temperature just in case, even though I knew this wasn't a cold. This was something else. A memory lodged where biology couldn't quite evict it. Eventually, stubbornness won. I went back to the mic. I recorded in short bursts, stitching the story together like a patchwork. The hike, the hut, the old man with his glasses of vodka and his talk of drowning without water, the pass, the ice, the hollow. By the time I got to describing Mike and Richard dropping, my voice was thin. Each word felt like it had to force its way through a narrow opening. "Mike was in the middle of making a joke," I said, watching the speech meter dance on the screen. "About how if he died there, at least it'd be good content." He laughed, and then he wasn't laughing. His legs went out. His chest started making these sounds I've only ever heard in people whose lungs are filling with... My breath hitched, turned into another cough. I swore under my breath, hit stop. "Fine," I muttered. "We'll fix it in post." I exported what I had, 20 minutes of semi-coherent narration riddled with coughs, and took off the headphones. My throat burned, my chest felt scraped raw. Later, when my voice had settled and my pride had recovered a bit, I sat back down to listen. The first thing I noticed was the drip. It was subtle, a soft, regular plip underneath my words. Not loud enough that you'd catch it consciously on the first listen, but once you heard it, you couldn't unhear it. It wasn't in the room when I recorded. I would have noticed. I obsessively checked for background noise. The heater had been off. The sink wasn't running. The fridge hum didn't have that pattern. I soloed a section of silence, just a breath between paragraphs. No ambient room tone, just that tiny, patient drip. Plip, plip, plip. It sat at the edge of the spectrum, low and steady, like a metronome someone had buried under thick blankets. Okay, I told myself. Could be the interface, could be a grounding issue, could be anything. I scrubbed forward to a chunk where the story got intense, right around the moment in Frog Pond when I started CPR. Lungs sounded like they were full of dishwater, I heard myself say. Every time I pushed down on his chest, it was like squeezing a soaked sponge, foam coming out of... Under my voice, something shifted.
For a heartbeat, the tone of the narration changed, not just in content, sound. There was another voice, faint, layered over mine, speaking the same words with a half-second delay, like an echo. It wasn't just an echo. It was lower, rougher. The vowels stretched differently. Consonants clipped in a way I recognized now from hearing Polish and English negotiate space in the same sentence. As I said, every time I pushed down, the layered voice repeated it in unison, but with that accent, those rhythms. Every time I pushed down. My skin crawled. I rolled back and listened again, this time paying attention not to the words, but to the timbre. My voice, higher, nasal, Midwestern. Underneath it, a shadow voice, mine but not. Like a future or past version of me with a different tongue.
On another line, describing the water pouring from their mouths, the effect was worse.
It just kept coming, I said, like a valve had been opened. The second voice said the same sentence, dragging on the last word, curling it into something that sounded more like opened with an extra syllable. The two tracks bled into each other until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. I checked the multi-track view. Only one vocal lane, only one mic armed, no double tracking, no slapback delay, no plugins at all. I'd recorded dry, planning to mix later. The drip kept time under all of it. Plip, plip, plip. A sensible person would have closed the laptop and maybe burned the entire setup in the parking lot. I opened my email instead. I exported a short segment, 3 minutes from the start, ending right before the first hint of Frog Pond. Just me talking about the trip, the plans, the 1925 case. Nothing too weird, nothing incriminating.
I uploaded it as an unlisted link and sent it to 3 people. 2 were friends who'd listened to the show from the beginning. The third was a collaborator who'd done sound design for some of my more ambitious episodes. "Hey," I wrote, "thinking about doing a last episode about my Poland trip. This is a rough teaser. Tell me if I'm insane for even considering it." Then I put the laptop lid down and walked away. I washed dishes. The water sounded normal. I took a shower. The pipes grumbled the way they always had. I went to bed. My phone buzzed just after midnight. I squinted at the screen in the dark. Friend number 1. "Dude, that opening is brutal, in a good way. Tonight's story isn't about someone else," gave me chills. Friend number 2, a minute later. "Nice touch with the drowning sound in the background, man. It's subtle but freaky as hell. How'd you do that? Plug in? Field recording?" I sat up, the room suddenly too small. I typed back, "What drowning sound?" The typing bubble appeared, disappeared, reappeared. Finally, "Like the water thing? You can hear it under your voice. Sloshy, bubbly." At first, I thought it was just room tone, but then I was like, oh, he's doing a bit, foreshadowing his own near death. Very meta. My chest tightened in a very familiar way. Friend number 3, the sound designer, chimed in. "The low rumble in the back half is wild too." Had my sub freaking out. Listening in my car, I legit thought my back seat was filling with water at one point. 10 out of 10. Do not listen to this driving over a bridge. I stared at the screen. I hadn't added anything. No reverb, no drone, no layered SFX.
It had just been my voice. The drip, the whatever else had decided to come along for the ride. A new notification popped up, this time a voice message from friend number 1. Against my better judgment, I hit play. His voice came through, thinner from compression, but urgent.
"Okay, so this is gonna sound insane," he said. But right after I finished listening, like literally right after, I went to take a piss, and the pipes in my bathroom started making these crazy sounds, like someone was gargling concrete in the wall. And I've had this cough all night. Feels like I've got water stuck in my chest, probably just psychosomatic, but dude, whatever you're doing in that file, it's creepy as fuck, in a good way, I think. Just maybe put a disclaimer or something before you drop this on a million people. The message ended in a weak little laugh that didn't sound like him at all. My sink, 10 feet away in the dark apartment, chose that moment to make a small, hollow tuk as the pipes shifted. The rooster clock on my microwave ticked over to 12:01 a.m. Somewhere under my sternum, a single, stubborn drip fell. Blip. If you're hearing this, something went wrong. That's not a hook, that's a technical problem. I'm sitting on my couch in Columbus, Ohio, in an apartment that smells like burnt coffee and old takeout, staring at a blinking red light that says I'm recording. It's 2:14 a.m. The complex parking lot outside my window is half empty, sodium lamps turning the cars into colorless lumps of metal. Somewhere, far off on the highway, a semi's engine drones like white noise. Inside, it's quiet. Or it's supposed to be. I've done this 100 times. Same gear, the mic on its battered stand, the audio interface humming gently, the laptop screen glowing with the familiar waveforms waiting to happen. Same couch, same crooked picture on the wall, same cheap lamp throwing a small circle of yellow light over my notes. Except tonight the air feels thicker. I can hear the refrigerator in the kitchen cycling on and off, a low mechanical sigh. The baseboard heater ticks occasionally as it cools. Above me, my upstairs neighbor's TV is mercifully off for once. No footsteps, no muffled arguments. Just the hum of a building trying to be still. The file name on the screen reads Tatra_final_take.wav. I don't have an outline this time. No bullet points. No clever cold open carefully workshopped. I'm past scripting. I'm past fixing this in post. Okay, I say, more to myself than the hypothetical you at the other end. My voice comes back into my ears through the headphones. Too close, too intimate. Okay, one more time. I clear my throat. If you're hearing this, I say again, it means I made a mistake. Either I uploaded something I shouldn't have, or I didn't get the chance to delete it. The little waveform spikes delicately on the screen with each word. It's almost comforting. Cause, effect, visible proof that sound existed. I'm not doing the usual intro tonight, I go on. No music, no sponsor, no thanks for joining me in the dark. You didn't ask to join me in this one. I'm the one dragging you in. I take a breath. The air feels cool sliding past my teeth. You know the show, I say. Usually, I tell you someone else's worst story. A stranger's body on a strange floor. A crime scene somebody else has to live with. Tonight isn't that. I let the silence hang for a beat, the way I've trained myself to do. This one, I say quietly, is mine. Outside, a car door slams. The sound is distant, muffled by glass and drywall, but it still makes the waveform jitter. I wait until the footsteps fade away. So, I say, here's the short version, for the record. Literally. I'm not going to give you the whole play-by-play. You've been with me for all of it already. Frog Pond, the hollow with no trees, the men who dropped in seconds, the guide who pulled me out, the hospital that told me pulmonary edema and idiopathic, and you were lucky, like that was a diagnosis. I hit the high points. I went to Poland, I say. Chased a 90-year-old mystery into the mountains. 3 men died in 1925 with lungs that looked like they'd been pulled from a lake. No toxins, no clear cause. I thought I was going to walk their trail and come back with a story about how random the world is. My throat tightens on the word random, but this time I ride it out. I met a guide, Anya. I met a flask that shouldn't rust. We hiked into fog that sounded like people breathing. At a place called Frog Pond, 3 men died in front of a woman and 1 survived. 90 years later, history did its best impression of an encore. The pipes in the wall behind my head groan softly, a long, low complaint. I pause, glancing at the wall. Nothing leaks. No obvious rattling. 2 guys went down, I say. 1 old, 1 young. Their lungs filled with water that came from nowhere. I went down after them, but something decided I wasn't on the list. As if on cue, the refrigerator compressor kicks on with a sharp, grinding whine. It's louder than usual, a metallic rattle that makes the lamp on the counter vibrate slightly. The noise crawls into the recording, a thick, buzzing undercurrent. I keep talking. The doctors said altitude, susceptibility, microclimate, bad luck. Everyone in that town had a version of the story where it was just the weather, just physiology, just coincidence. Except the parts that weren't. The radios that picked up things no one remembered saying. The way my lungs stopped drowning at the exact moment something else got given back. On the screen, the waveform starts to fuzz at the bottom as a barely there hiss slips in under my voice. It's not the fridge. This is higher, thinner, like a radio between stations, tuned to some far-off storm. I thought coming home would fix it, I say. Ohio doesn't have mountains. Columbus has strip malls and overdoses and heart attacks and nursing home transfers. I'm good at those. Those make sense. And then I found the flask in my cabinet. I don't say that it's sitting 6 feet away on the coffee table, just out of frame, metal catching the lamplight like a dead eye. I don't say that I can feel its presence, the way you feel someone watching you from a doorway. And every time I try to ignore it, I continue, it talks a little louder, through my pipes, through my recordings, maybe through this, right now. The hiss thickens for a second. I hear a faint, almost inaudible click in the headphones, like someone lightly tapping the mic stand. Look, I say, leaning closer to the mic. If this is just PTSD and a bad case of confirmation bias, I'll be the first one to be relieved. I'm an EMT. I don't like haunting as a working diagnosis. But things are crossing wires, and sound seems to be the conductor.
I tell you about the teaser I sent to my friends, about the messages they sent back. How did you do that drowning effect? I quote.
It sounded like my back seat was full of water. I swallow. I didn't, I say. No plugins, no SFX. Just me and whatever was hitchhiking on my voice. The heater clicks. The pipes respond with a strange chorus of small knocks, spaced irregularly. One, then three close together, then another after a pause. Not quite random, not quite rhythmic. Behind my words, I hear a new sound slip in. A low, almost imperceptible roll, like far-off thunder heard through several walls. Here's the part where you're thinking, okay, Daniel, we get it. Spooky mountain, scary experiences, cursed audio. Maybe wrap this up before you turn into one of your own episodes. I force a thin laugh. Trust me, I'm trying. I feel it before I hear it. A tiny change in air pressure. The way the hairs on my arms lift. The faint sense that the apartment has taken a sharp breath. In the original story from 1925, the wife said something right before she found her husband and son dead, I say. She said the boy told her he couldn't walk anymore. The friend said he felt very weak. They all sat down by this rock, at this place in the valley, and then, one by one, they just stopped. Their lungs filled up, and hers didn't. And nobody ever really explained why. The dripping starts again, not from my chest this time, above me. I glance up. There's no visible moisture on the ceiling, no stains, no cracks. But in the headphones, clear as a metronome, I hear it. Plip, plip, plip. It sits on the recording like it's always belonged there. I've heard that drip for weeks now, I say quietly. In Poland, in the hospital, in my pipes, in my own lungs. It's why I wasn't sure I should record this at all. Because if sound is how this thing moves, then hitting upload might be the stupidest thing I could do. The fridge makes a low grinding clunk and stops. The sudden silence from the kitchen feels wrong, like a soundtrack cutting mid-song. Still, I say, not telling it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means I get to sit with it alone. And I'm tired of sitting alone with the sound of somebody else's drowning in my ears. I'm about to launch into the part about the hospital TV and the wind coming through the sink when it happens. A crash explodes from the bathroom. Not a subtle bump or a little clatter. A full-on, body-slamming the wall, porcelain-screaming impact that rips through the apartment like a bomb. The mic pegs red. The waveform spikes so hard it turns into a solid block. My whole body locks. For half a second, my brain labels it. Bathtub. Impact. Someone fell. Someone else is in your apartment. I rip the headphones off, heart racing, and stand so fast the mic stand wobbles. The bathroom door is down the hall, just a dark rectangle from where I'm standing. The lamp in the living room throws enough light to turn it into a jagged hole. Hello? I call out. Because I've seen enough horror movies to know that's what idiots say before they die. And apparently, I'm no exception. No answer. The apartment is dead still. Adrenaline pushes me forward. I grab the flashlight I keep on the side table, old EMS habit, and thumb it on. The beam cuts a sharp cone through the dark as I move down the hallway, socks whispering on the cheap carpet. The bathroom door is half open. I push it the rest of the way with my foot. The light sweeps the room. Toilet, sink, tub, dry. The bathtub is exactly where it's supposed to be. White porcelain, undisturbed. No cracks, no chunks missing. The shower curtain hangs still. The bath mat is in place. No water on the floor. No signs of anything hitting anything. But the mirror. The oval over the sink is fogged. Not fully. Not like after a long hot shower. Just a hazy bloom around the glass, as if someone had leaned in close and breathed on it slowly for a long time. I hadn't run the shower. I hadn't used hot water in hours. My breath ghosts in the flashlight beam as I step closer. Words take shape in the condensation. At first, they're just smudges, streaks in the fog that look like random trails where moisture thinned. But as I watch, they thicken, darken, lines pulling together into letters. 3 of them. N-O-T. Then, below, Y-O-U. Not you. The letters are shaky, uneven, as if written with a weak hand. But they're there, undeniable, captured in a medium that should have evaporated minutes ago. My throat closes. The plane. The first glitch. Me, half asleep in a cramped seat, listening to a recording that shouldn't have had any extra audio, hearing a hoarse voice whisper, "Not you," over the sound of engines. I got the message, I whisper to the empty bathroom. My voice sounds thin and childish. You made your point. You didn't pick me. You got your 3. So what the hell do you want from me now? The mirror doesn't answer. The fog starts to fade at the edges, the letters softening, losing their definition. In another minute, they'll be gone. No proof, just my memory and whatever the mic picked up from my shout, from the crash, from the pounding in my chest. From the living room, still recording without me, I hear my own faint voice coming through the headphones, muffled by distance. The drip sits under it, patient as ever. If you're hearing this, something went wrong. By the time I could make myself step out of the bathroom, the mirror was almost clear. The words had faded back into streaks and patches, the way all haunting messages do if you stare long enough. In another minute, I could have convinced myself it had been a trick of my own breath. But my heart still hadn't gotten the memo. It banged against my ribs like it wanted out. The apartment felt different when I stepped back into the hallway. Heavier, the air had thickened while I was gone. A damp density that reminded me of Ohio summers when the heat advisory goes out and the old people crowd ER waiting rooms. Except it wasn't hot, just wet, like a basement that's been flooding slowly for years. I headed back toward the living room, flashlight beam jittering a little in my hand. The mic still sat in front of the couch, the headphones on the cushion, the laptop screen glowing with the ongoing waveform. The recording timer in the corner had marched on without me, oblivious to bathroom mirror revelations. The coffee table was wrong. Empty. I stopped short. I had left the flask there. I remembered the weight of it when I set it down earlier, the dull little thunk of metal on cheap wood, the way I'd deliberately put it in the edge of my peripheral vision so I wouldn't forget it existed. Now there was just a bare patch of tabletop where the cold oval should have been.
a faint sound came from the bedroom. Clink, clink, clink.
Metal on hardwood, rolling, slowing, settling, like a coin spun and left to fall. "Of course," I muttered. "Of course you'd go in there." Every horror instinct I had screamed, "Do not follow the noise." Every EMT instinct I had said, "You have to see the scene." I moved toward the bedroom door because that's what I do. I walk toward the worst sound in the building. The door was open. The room beyond was dim, lit only by the stray yellow spill from the living room lamp and the colder light of the street slipping past the blinds. My bed was unmade. The laundry basket overflowed. The far wall, with its one sad framed print of a lake at sunset, irony not lost on me, looked the same as always. The flask lay in the middle of the floor, right where the sounds had come from. On its side, cap on, dull metal catching the light in a way that made it look wet. There was no one else there. No open window, no cat. No rational explanation for how it had traveled 15 feet and around a corner. My lungs pulled in a breath that felt like it had to fight its way through mud. "Okay," I said slowly, to the room, to the metal, to whatever was hitchhiking on it. "Point taken. You can move around. I get it." I took a step into the bedroom. The humidity hit me like a wall. It wasn't visible. No condensation on the windows, no mist in the air, but my skin knew it. The tiny hairs on my arms lay flat, heavy. My t-shirt clung to my back. Each breath came in thick, tasting faintly of wet drywall and dust. The drip started up again, closer this time. Plip, plip, plip. It came from everywhere at once. From the corner where the ceiling met the walls, from the baseboard behind the dresser, from a spot above the closet door. Each drip landed in a place my eyes couldn't quite see, but my ears painted them in anyway. Inside my chest, a matching rhythm answered. A little bubbly catch on every inhale, a faint wet pop on every exhale. Not as bad as the mountain, not even as bad as the hospital, but present, persistent. My heart rate ticked up in response, a monitor I didn't have to look at to read. I backed up until my shoulder hit the hallway wall. The flask lay where it had landed, indifferent. I should have left, called someone, thrown the thing in a river. But 30 years of living with my own brain had taught me that if I didn't document something, it didn't stay real for long. Memory gets loose around the edges. Facts erode. You start telling yourself stories about the story. I needed proof. I retreated to the living room, grabbing the little handheld recorder I used for field work. It was sitting where I always kept it, on the second shelf of the TV stand. Batteries half dead, case scratched. Familiar, comforting. I flipped it on. The tiny screen glowed to life. I set it to a new file. My thumb hovered over the record button. If this turns out to be bronchitis and bad wiring, I'm going to feel so stupid, I told the empty apartment. I hit record. The little red light came on. The counter started ticking. "Okay," I said, voice slightly breathless. Date, time, location. Columbus, my apartment. I'm experiencing things that feel like sound-based hallucinations. I'm going to walk you through what I'm seeing, or think I'm seeing. I walked back down the hallway, recorder held out in front of me like a talisman.
As I approached the bedroom, the humidity wrapped around me again, clinging to my skin. The drip in the walls got louder, the rhythm slightly off now, like several out-of-sync metronomes playing in different rooms. In the headphones of my memory and the little built-in mic's guts, all of it stacked together. "Bedroom feels damp," I narrated, because that's what you do in an odd situation, you narrate. Like a flooded basement without the smell. I'm hearing water. Inside the walls, maybe.
Ceiling, baseboards. I stepped over the threshold. The room changed. Not visually, not at first, but there was a shimmer at the edges of things, the way heat distorts air above asphalt. The corners where wall met wall looked deeper than they should, like you could fall into them if you got too close. And the walls themselves, water began to bead along the seam where ceiling met plaster. Tiny, perfect droplets, appearing one by one in a neat row. They swelled, trembled, and then, impossibly slowly, began to crawl down the wall. Down, not in random streaks like a leak, but in thin, straight lines, as if someone had drawn them with a ruler. The same thing happened around the electrical outlet by the bed. Moisture gathered around the edges of the plastic like sweat on skin. A single drop swelled at the bottom screw, hung there for a second that felt much longer, then let go. It fell in a perfect arc. I tensed, waiting for the impact sound, already anticipating the sharp little plip on the hardwood. Nothing. The drop reached the floor and didn't. It flickered, vanished a millimeter above the boards, like someone had edited out the frame where contact would have happened. The wood was dry. No darkening, no damp spot. When I bent and touched it with my fingertips, it felt dusty, the way neglected floors always do. My own breath sounded louder. Wrong. As I listened, the borderline between inside and outside blurred. The bubbling in my chest synced with the phantom falls from the walls. Each inhale pulled both in. Each exhale pushed both out. I could no longer tell if the noise was in my ears or in my ribcage. The recorder's little levels flickered, happily logging every impossible sound. On the other side of the bedroom wall, my neighbor's radio crackled to life. They'd been quiet all night. No TV, no music. Now, suddenly, their cheap clock radio decided 3 a.m. was a great time for some static. I heard the soft click as it tuned itself, then a wash of white noise. The station landed on something with voices, muffled, tinny through the drywall, but intelligible if you listened hard. Polish. I knew that cadence now. The roll of certain consonants, the way the vowels stretched. The announcer's tone was brisk, newsy. A few words made it through the barrier. Tatry, śmierć, trzech. Even if you don't speak the language, some words are easy to translate. Tatra, death. 3. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. "You have got to be kidding me," I whispered. The radio on the other side of the wall hissed, then the signal wobbled. The announcer's voice distorted, slowed, like a tape being dragged. Another frequency bled in, a crackle, a rush, a low, rolling rumble that sounded eerily like wind funneled through stone. The drip in my walls kept time. The flask lay where it had fallen, in the center of the room. For the first time, it looked wrong. Not just cold, not just out of place. Big. It was the same size physically, but my brain kept insisting it took up more space than that. Like it was a small mouth to a very large throat. Like if I stepped too close, I might fall into it. The pressure in my chest spiked. I dropped to one knee, not by choice. My breath sawed in and out, shallow and fast. Each inhale had to fight through syrup. Each exhale ripped something loose that couldn't quite get out. "Okay," I heard myself say on the recording, my voice strange and echoey in my own ears. "Okay, this is getting..." The whisper cut me off. It didn't come from the recorder's tiny speaker. It didn't bleed through the headphones dangling around my neck. It didn't sneak under the door from the neighbor's radio. It came from right next to my ear. Audibly, tangibly, the way a real person's breath sounds when they lean in too close.
3 is enough. The sentence I'd heard in the hut, on the pass, in the wind. The air next to my face moved with it, a faint, cold exhale that smelled like metal and old snow. For now. The last 2 words were new. They slid in at the end like an afterthought, almost casual. Not shouted, not growled, just added. A note penciled in the margin of a verdict. My whole body went rigid. For now. It was a timeline, a clause, an open door instead of a closed one. Suddenly, the pattern snapped into focus in a way that made me feel sick. It was never just about Frog Pond, or 1925, or that particular hollow with its impossible pools. If it had only wanted that place, it could have stayed there. It had for decades, if the old autopsy reports and campfire stories were anything to go by. But then someone brought a microphone. Someone recorded the wind. Someone dragged the sound back down the mountain into huts and shelters and helicopters and hospitals, onto planes, into apartments, into podcast feeds. Every time we captured it, every time we played it back, we gave it a new shape to pour itself into. Air is just thinner water. Sound rides it either way. I understood in that moment that whatever had looked at me in the hollow and said, "Not you," hadn't been doing me a favor. It had been making a choice, a strategic one. 3 is enough, for now. Enough to satisfy the old story. Enough to keep the pattern intact. Enough to make me believe I'd escaped. For now. The next time the wind found a recording device, the next time somebody hit upload, the conditions might change. I stared at the flask, the outlet, the wet streaks on the walls that never quite reached the floor. I thought of my friend's messages. How'd you do that drowning effect? My back seat felt full of water. I've had this cough all night. It wasn't just my lungs on the line anymore. The recorder's little red light burned steadily, faithfully capturing every one of my ragged breaths, every drip, every whisper. If you're hearing this, something went wrong. The whisper still hung in the air, for now. My lungs chose that moment to remind me that now was not necessarily a long time. The tightness in my chest, which had been hovering at bad anxiety attack, ratcheted up to You are breathing through a straw someone kinked in the middle. Each inhale dragged, snagged halfway down like it hit a pocket of wet concrete. I dropped the handheld recorder on the bed and staggered back into the hallway, one hand on the wall, the other pressed flat over my sternum, as if I could hold everything in place by sheer pressure. The apartment tilted. The air felt thicker than it had any right to be, humid and heavy, but my skin stayed dry. No sweat, no real heat, just that sensation of being wrapped in a damp blanket I hadn't asked for.
My training finally overruled my denial. If this had been anyone else, some guy in a bathroom, some woman on a couch, wheezing, coughing, complaining of tightness with a history of recent pulmonary edema, I wouldn't have hesitated. Call 911, rule out the worst, better paranoid than dead. I stumbled back into the living room. The laptop still glowed, the DAW still running, my earlier monologue's waveform crawling steadily along. The big mic sat in front of the couch like a patient witness. My phone was on the coffee table, where the flask should have been. I grabbed it, thumbed it awake, hit 911 with hands that suddenly felt like someone else's. 911, what is your emergency? The operator's voice was blessedly flat, unflappable. This is, I started, and had to swallow. My throat felt thick, my tongue heavy. This is Daniel Cole. I'm an EMT. I think I'm having a respiratory thing, history of pulmonary edema, short of breath, chest tight, coughing up a little blood. Are you alone right now, Daniel? Calm, professional, fingers typing somewhere far away. Yes, I said. Apartment on... I rattled off the address from memory, the way I've done for countless patients. 3rd floor, no elevator, 1 flight of stairs. Can you speak in full sentences? Mostly, I said, forcing the words out in one breath. Feels like early edema, not as bad as before, yet. Are you having any chest pain that feels like pressure or crushing? She asked. Any pain down your arm, in your jaw? Yes, I thought. No, I said. What I was feeling wasn't the radiating, squeezing vice of a myocardial infarction. It was something wetter, lower, more like drowning, inside. Okay, we're sending a unit, she said. Stay on the line with me if you can. I nodded, then remembered she couldn't see that. Yeah, I said. My voice came out thinner. I'll stay. I set the phone on the coffee table, speaker on. The operator's breathing now another layer in the room's growing soundscape. The main mic, still armed, still listening, stared at me. I sat down on the couch, lungs hitching, and leaned toward it. If you're hearing this recording, I said, I need you to understand something. The sentence came out broken, breath catching halfway through. It didn't matter. I kept going. This isn't a story I made up, I rasped. Not one of those creepypastas you listen to in the dark and then forget. This is something that happened, is happening. My chest gave a small, ugly crackle on the last word. The mic caught it, of course it did. Somewhere between the mountain and here, I said, between Frog Pond and my shitty couch in Ohio, something figured out that sound is a good way to travel. Wind through rock, radio waves, the hiss of a TV, the hum in hospital pipes. My files. This file. My head swam. The room blurred at the edges. Every time we recorded it, I went on,
Every time we played it back, we gave it new speakers, new lungs. Every person who listened to that teaser heard something I didn't put there. They felt water where there wasn't any, coughed when they shouldn't have. The drip in the ceiling kept time. Plip, plip, plip. If you're listening to this, I said, it might be in there too. In the noise under my voice. In the places your headphones don't usually reach. You might think that's cool, a good effect. You might want to share it with a friend. Don't. The operator's voice floated up from the table. Daniel, I've dispatched medics, she said. They're on their way. Are you feeling any worse? Yes, I thought. I'm holding, I said. My lips tingled. The edges of my fingers felt far away and a little numb. Okay, she said. Try to stay seated. Unlock your door if you can. If you feel like you're going to pass out, lie on your side. I reached for the flask without really deciding to. It was on the floor, 3 feet away, where it had been in the bedroom a moment ago. I hadn't seen it move. I hadn't heard it roll. It was just there now, close enough to pick up without standing. I dragged it closer and set it gently on the coffee table in front of the mic. Here, I whispered to no one in particular. You want a voice? Use your own. The metal was freezing. The cold went through my palm and into my bones. The weight of it on the cheap wood made a faint, hollow sound that the mic ate up hungrily. The apartment's walls croaked and groaned. Somewhere above, a pipe rattled like an old smoker's lungs. The air in the room felt heavy enough to chew. From the hallway outside came the faint squawk of a radio. Copy, 3rd floor walk-up, respiratory, history of pulmonary, boots on the stairs, fast, practiced thuds, the sound of my world arriving. Help's here, the operator reassured from the table. They're almost there, Daniel. Can you get to the door? I couldn't. Maybe if I'd tried earlier. Maybe if the weight in my chest hadn't doubled when I'd set the flask down. Right now, my legs were more suggestion than reality. My vision tunneled, the edges dimming, the center sharpening weirdly around the dull metal oval and the mic. I leaned in closer. If you're hearing this, I whispered again, turn it off. The effort made the room tilt. Or don't, I added, because I'm not as noble as you might like. Maybe you want to know what it's like to have something in your lungs that doesn't show up on x-rays, to hear water where there isn't any, to feel a drip behind your heart every time you try to sleep. The knock on the door jolted through the apartment, hard, repetitive, the kind that doesn't wait long before becoming a shoulder. Columbus Fire, a deep voice shouted. Daniel, you in there? Come in, I tried to yell, but it came out as a croak. The operator heard it anyway. They're at your door, she said. If it's locked, they're going to force entry. The handle rattled. Something heavy hit the wood, once, twice. On the third hit, the frame splintered. The door swung inward with a sharp crack. Boots, gear, the clatter of a bag hitting the floor, the buzz of a radio. Men breathing hard from the stairs, then shifting into professional focus. Daniel? My partner's voice. Familiar and strange all at once. Hey man, you picked a hell of a way to call in sick. I tried to turn my head toward him, but my eyes wouldn't quite cooperate. The edges of the room smudged.
Someone knelt beside me, fingers on my wrist, my neck, the prick of a pulse oximeter on my finger. "Sat 91 on room air," a voice said. "Tacky. He looks like crap." "Let's get him on some O2, another said. "Get a line in. 12 lead if he lets us." Their words washed over me, mostly familiar, occasionally surreal. I'd said them. I'd written them in run sheets. Now they were being hung on me like labels in a morgue. The flask sat on the table between us, the mic pointed at it. Inside the metal, something moved. Not metaphorically, an actual sound. A tiny, precise plip that the room had no business making. Then another, louder. Plip, plip. Not steady this time, too fast, like a faucet someone hadn't decided how far to turn. One of the medics glanced at the table. "You recording a podcast right now?" he said, half amused, half incredulous. "You're unbelievable, man." "Leave it," my partner said. "We can grab it on the way out." I didn't have the breath to tell them to kill it, to take the SD card and burn it, to throw the whole rig in the back of the rig and accidentally on purpose won it over. The levels on the laptop flickered, all greens and yellows and occasional angry reds, as the room filled with more and more noise. Voices, Velcro, the hiss of oxygen suddenly blasting into a non-rebreather mask being held over my face. Under it all, the mic listened to the flask. If you listen carefully, not now, maybe, but later, in a quiet room with the volume up, you can hear it. The droplets inside don't sound like they're hitting metal. They sound like they're falling a very long way. And under that impossible little echo, under the rustle of my shirt and the crackle in my lungs and the organized chaos of medics doing their jobs, there's a murmur. Low, layered, more than one voice, less than a crowd. Like a chorus sung under someone's breath. We only need 3 at a time. It's almost not there, almost lost in the noise. Almost. Someone says, "All right, we're moving him." Hands slide under my shoulders, my knees. The couch drops away, the ceiling tilts. The world narrows to plastic on my face, and the whoosh of oxygen, and the steady, stubborn beat of a heart that doesn't know when to quit. My partner's radio crackles near my ear. "Engine 3 to med control. We have a 30-something male, history of recent non-cardiogenic pulmonary edema, now with increased shortness of breath." The recording cuts. No fade, no outro music, no "thanks for listening." Just nothing. Coda. My name is Jenna, and I produced a bunch of Daniel's early episodes. If you're hearing this, it's because I made a decision I'll probably be arguing with myself about for a long time. 2 days after that file's timestamp, I got a text from his supervisor saying he was in the hospital. "Breathing stuff again," the text said. "Weird chest shit. Docs aren't sure." He didn't answer my messages. That's not unusual when he's working, or when he's buried under edits, but this felt different. So I did what any nosy friend with his passwords would do. I logged into his cloud. The file you just heard, or some version of it, was sitting in his drafts folder, half hidden between old episode outlines and B-roll. No notes, no tags, just the name. Tatra _final_take.wave. There were a few other versions, shorter, messier. I listened to them long enough to know this was the one that wanted to be heard. I also talked to one of the medics who knows him, off the record, of course. He said they'd found Daniel on his couch, half conscious. Sats in the low 90s, but not crashing. Could have gone either way, he said. He's stable now, but the docs still don't have a neat little box to put him in. He's alive, for now. The weirdest part? When maintenance went to fix his busted door frame, they found his bathroom pipes full of water. That happens. What doesn't usually happen is that the water's brackish, slightly salty, like lake water. He lives in Columbus. There is no lake. I'm supposed to be the rational one, the person who adds reverb and EQ and says, maybe don't lean on the mic when you're talking about dead kids. I'm also the one who watched his teaser and thought, yeah, listeners are going to eat this up. So here's where we are. I cleaned this file up as little as possible. I didn't add any sound effects. I didn't sweeten the lows. I didn't cut the part where he tells you to turn it off. If you're still listening, you've made your own choice.
Maybe nothing happens. Maybe you shut this down and go to work, and the only thing that lingers is a vague unease and a new respect for high-altitude weather patterns. Or maybe tonight, your pipes make a noise you haven't heard before. Maybe your sink sounds a little deeper. Maybe, just once, as you're drifting off, you think you hear a drop of water fall somewhere inside your chest. If that happens, if you're still listening, maybe turn this off now. Or don't. It's not my lungs.